Bonjour la classe, bonjour mes élèves. Aujourd'hui, on est là encore. C'est notre jour d'apprendre nos langues de français. Good morning class, good morning my students. Today is another day for us to learn French, in our French class, to learn some new things as usual. Before we introduce a new topic, we are going to have a recap of what we did last week. Avant de commencer cette classe d'aujourd'hui, on va toujours comme d'habitude pour un peu regarder ce qu'on a fait la dernière semaine. Comme ça va nous aider d'apprendre les nouvelles choses d'aujourd'hui. Donc, pour le commencement, like as we did last week, we began with some questions, asking simple questions like, comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles means in English, what are you called or what is your name? If you hear someone asks you, comment tu t'appelles, the person is only asking to know what your name is or what you are being called. Then you immediately say your name. And in saying that in French, you say, je m'appelle, je m'appelle, then you now add the name. You mention the name. Je m'appelle Arokotom. Je m'appelle Ebe Sunday, or je m'appelle Josie Benjamin. And so on and so forth. So again, comment tu t'appelles means, what are you called? Then we went further to learn how to ask another question. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Qu'est-ce que c'est? Qu'est-ce que c'est in French means, what is it? For example, you are seeing something and you want to know what that thing is. You ask, qu'est-ce que c'est? What is it? Then in answering that, in responding to this question, you begin with c'est. C'est. C'est mon ami. That means it's my friend. Or you say, c'est mon école. That is my school. C'est mon frère. It's my brother. And so on and so forth. We learned all those. And we went on to learn some polite ways of asking questions. For example, we went on to learn polite ways of making statements to ask something that will easily be given to us. For example, if you want to ask someone is traveling, you can say bon voyage. Bon voyage, that means the person is traveling. You are only greeting the person by saying bon voyage. That means safe trip or safe journey. Again, we learned au revoir. Au revoir. At the end of the day, you are done with the day's work, or you have closed from school, you are going back home, you say au revoir. Au revoir means goodbye. Au revoir means what? Goodbye. Again, we learned how to say bienvenue. Someone is coming into your home, or someone is giving a knock on the door. What do you tell the person? In English, you say, come in. Or you now tell the person, you are welcome. So in French, you say, bienvenue. Bienvenue. That means what? Welcome. So we mentioned all those ones. And I'm sure, as I encouraged us in the last class, to be able to ask questions for more clarifications, as we always be there to respond to your questions. I hope you did that. Today we are going into a new topic altogether. Okay, sorry about that. Last week also, we learned the months of the week. The months of the week. In French, they are called les mois d'année. Les mois d'année. We begin with January up to what? December. We made mention of Janvier, which is January, Janvier, Février, Mars, Mai, Avril, Mai, Juin, Juillet, Août, that's August, September, October, November, December. I hope you got all that. But never mind, As I always tell us that French is a little bit complicated, so we are not too fast. We shouldn't be in a hurry to learn it. We shouldn't be in a hurry to learn it. On va apprendre ça lentement. Comme ça, on va vite apprendre ce que je veux vous dire. Donc, aujourd'hui, on va faire une autre nouvelle chose. So today, as I said, we are going to begin with a new topic altogether. And what is the topic? What is our topic today? So let's see the topic today. Our topic today, since we are in a class environment, it's a school environment, I want to begin with some of the objects we see in the class. Being students, we need to know some of the objects we see and we make use of in our class environment. Or let me say in our school environment. But before I mention those objects, let us learn what we call school in French. What is school? School is called école. École. E-C-O-L-E. I'm pronouncing in English. E-C-O-L-E. That's école. École means school. As you can see it on the board, it's written. School is école. Then class is what? Class is the same pronunciation as it is in English. Class. But the only difference is the E at the end. Class. So école is school. Class, as in English, the same pronunciation, class, but with E at the end of it in French. Then we have blackboard. Blackboard. As you can see on the board written tableau noir. Tableau is the board itself. Then noir is black. When we get to colors, you shall learn that noir is what? Is black in French. So you put the two words to say tableau noir. Tableau noir. Then we have on the board to table. Of course, you sit, you write on a table. Table. Table is called in French tableau. Tableau. Encore tableau. Then we have chair as in English. What do we sit on in a class? We sit on chairs. So chair in class in English, but in French it is pronounced as chairs. Chairs, as you can see on the board, chairs. Then we have shelf. Shelf is normally where you put your books, where maybe the class teacher keeps your books for marking or the ones that have been marked already, or to preserve some of your extra exercise books or textbooks. Shelf is étagère. Étagère. Shelf in English. In French, we call it étagère. Étagère. Je vais répéter. Shelf, c'est en anglais, et étagère, on dit ça en français. Then let's move on to the next. Again, we have cupboard. In a class, we have cupboard as well. A cupboard is where other extra writing materials are being kept. We have cupboard in English, but in French, it's being pronounced as l'armoire. L'armoire. Je vais répéter ça encore. L'armoire. Ça veut dire cupboard in English. L'armoire. Then, of course, you have dictionary. A very good class setting must have a dictionary where students go back to search for new words, to learn new words, their meanings, and even their use. So, dictionary in English. In French, it is called le dictionnaire. Le dictionnaire. Again, what do we call it? Dictionary in French. We call it le dictionnaire. Je répète, le dictionnaire. Then we move on to textbook. Textbook. Textbook in French is called le manuel scolaire. Le manuel scolaire. You can see it looks longer. than it's supposed to be, but that's just how it is written. Le manuel what? Scolaire. Then we have exercise books. Exercise book. Exercise book is called in French le cahier d'exercice. Le cahier d'exercice. That's a book for exercise. That's a literal translation. Le cahier d'exercice. Again, je vais repeat. Le cahier d'exercice. That's exercise book. Let's move on to biro. Biro. Of course, we use biro in writing. Biro in French is called le stylo à bille. Le stylo à bille. But again, you can simply just pronounce it as stylo. Once you say stylo, whoever is listening to you knows that you are referring to what? A biro. So, le stylo à bille. Then we have pencil in English, but in French, pencil is called le crayon. Le crayon. Le crayon. Don't confuse it with English. In English, crayon means what students or pupils use to color whatever drawings they are making under drawing as a subject. But pencil here is in French le crayon. Le crayon. We move on. I hope you are following me. I believe so. Then we have ruler. Ruler is used for what? For measurement. Ruler is in English. In French, ruler is called la règle. La règle. La règle. Ruler is called in French la règle. La règle. Then we have drawing book. Drawing book. Drawing book is called le cahier de dessin. Le cahier de dessin. That's the book used in what? In designing. That's the literal translation. So I take that again. Le cahier de dessin. Encore, je répète. Le cahier de dessin. Then we have duster. We have duster. Of course, if a teacher is writing on the board, he or she needs to clean the board to write another thing altogether. Duster. Duster is called la blouse. La blouse. The O after the B is pronounced as U, not O as we are seeing it on the board. La blouse. I take that again. La blouse means what? Duster. Then we have graph book. Graph book. Graph book in French is called le cahier de graphe. Le cahier de graphe. You can see S at the end of the graph. In French, the last letters are hardly being pronounced. You write them, but you don't pronounce. That's a common thing in French. So we call graph as le cahier de graphe. So let's go on. But before we conclude the class, I want to believe that you are following what I'm teaching. Avant de conclure cette classe, j'espère qu'on apprend ou bien on apprend ou bien comprend ce que je dis. So before we end the class, today I want to let us have a recap of what we have done once again. As you can see, we said we are learning the objects that we see and make use of in a class environment. And what are they? We began by saying, knowing what a school is being called. A school is a call. Then we say a class. Class is class as pronounced in English, but the difference with E at the end of the spelling of the class. Then we have blackboard. Blackboard is tableau noir in French. Then we have table. Tableau. Tableau. We have chair. Chair is chairs. Chairs. Then we have shelf. Shelf is étagère. Étagère. Then we went on again to learn other new objects that we see in the class. Let's go on to those ones. we learned cupboard. Cupboard, that's l'amour. L'amour. Then we dictionary. Dictionary is le dictionnaire. Le dictionnaire. Then we have textbook. Textbook is le manuel scolaire. Le manuel scolaire. Then we have exercise book. Exercise book is le cahier d'exercice. Le cahier d'exercice. Then we have biro. Biro is in French pronounced as lo stylo habile. Lo stylo habile. As I earlier said, you can as well just mention stylo. Stylo is the same thing as saying lo stylo habile. Then we have pencil. Pencil is called lo crayon. Lo crayon. Let's move on to the last bits of what we learned today. Ruler. Ruler is la règle. La règle. Then we have drawing book. Drawing book is le cahier de dessin. Le cahier de dessin. Then we have duster. Duster is la blouse. La blouse. I said the O is being pronounced as U. Blouse. La blouse. Then we have graph book. Graph book is le cahier de graph with the S at the end, but you don't pronounce the graph in French. I said the last letters in French in a word, you don't pronounce them, but you write them. So, le cahier de graph. So that's all we have on the objects that we see and make use of in the class for our today's class. Having learned some of those objects, we try to put them, please, into practice as usual. And if there's anything you don't understand, try to ask questions. If you fail to ask questions, there's no way you will learn. So as a good student, always make sure that you ask questions in areas that you don't understand. Donc, avec tout ce qu'on a appris aujourd'hui, on va dire au revoir. À la prochaine. Bonjour la classe, je suis toujours votre Madame Félicité de la langue française. I'm always yours, teacher, Madame Felicia Michael Dunca, in this French class. So we have learned a lot in these few days. And we keep learning, as we all know that in life, one needs to learn so as to what? To know. And in learning, we need to be asking what? Questions. We need to be asking what we call questions. So today, we are going to learn to continue the class we started on a different note altogether. Of course, in every language, there are numbers. There are numbers. Like today is what? Is the 9th of May. We need to know what 9 is. So today we are going to learn numbers from 1 to what? To 20. I'm sure some of you have learned that. But of course, we have to learn the right pronunciations Donc aujourd'hui, on va apprendre comme notre thème les numéros 1 jusqu'à on va apprendre les numéros jeudi en français. Donc comme ça, on va bien écouter et apprendre ce qu'on va dire. Donc, we are going to start with number 1. What is 1? 1 in French is un. Again, n is what? 1. Then we have 2. 2 in English. In French is do. Do means what? 2. Do means 2. We have 3. 3 is trois. Trois means what? 3. 3 means trois. Just look at the board very well as I'm talking. Il faut bien regarder le tableau noir pour vite apprendre ce que je dis. S'il vous plaît. 5. 5 is what? 5. 5 is what? 5. As you can see the Q. So the sound of the Q has to come out. 5. Then we have 6. 6. You can see it. The 6 in English has the same spelling as in French. And they are pronounced the same. 6. 6 in French. So that one is very simple. Then we have 7. 7. That's in English. In French, 7 is sept. Sept. You leave out the P. The P is being silenced. 7 is sept. Then we have 8. 8. 8 is wheat. Wheat. A is what? Wheat. Again, 8 in English. In French is wheat. Then we have 9. 9. Letter 9. 9 is what? 9 is neuf. Neuf. Again, neuf. That means what? In English, 9. Then we have this. 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 That's 10 in French. In English, we say 10. But in French, is what? Is this. So let me take that again. 1 is n. N. Then we have do. Do. Again, do. 3 is what? Trois. Trois. That's 3. Then we have quatre. Quatre. Listen to my pronunciation and look at my mouth, the movement of my lips. Quatre. Quatre. That's 4. We have cinq. 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 Then we have 6. That one is very simple. 6. That's the same with English. 6. The same spelling, the same pronunciation. Then we have 7. 7 is pronounced in French as sept. As I said, you don't pronounce the P. The letter P is silenced. Sept. Sept. That's what? That's 7. Then we have 8. 8. 8. As in English, in French, 8 is wheat. 8 is what? Wheat. Then we have 9. 9 in English. In French, 9 is pronounced as neuf. Neuf. Again, neuf. Then we have 10. 10. 10 is pronounced in French as this. This. Then let's move on to 11 and the rest. 11 is what in French? 11 is onze. Onze. That means what? 11. Again, onze. Then we have 12 in English. 12 in English, in French, is pronounced as douze. Douze. Again, douze. Je répète, douze. Ça veut dire quoi en anglais? 12. Then we have 13. 13. 13 as in English. In French, 13 is pronounced as treize. Treize. That's 13. Je répète. Treize. That's 13. Then we have 14. 14. 14 is pronounced in French as 14. 14. Encore 14. Have you understood that? Or you want me to repeat? 14. That's in French, meaning 14. Then we have 15. 15. 15 is what in French is 15. 15. Again, 15 is 15. We have 16. 16 is what? 16. 16. 16. You see, the pronunciation differ. They are a little bit complicated, but please listen very attentively. Il faut bien écouter ce que je dis. 16 is what? 16. Then let's move on to the rest. After the 16, we have 17. 17. 17 is what? This set. This set. You can see the this, that means 10. 10 is coming again before 7. So you now, it's like we are adding. We are coming into addition in mathematics. You have D, that's 10, and set. That's 10 and what? And 7. Put them together, you have this set. This set. Then we have 18 as in English. 18. 18 is called what in French? 18. 18. You can see again the 10 added with 8. You have what? You have 18, meaning 18. Then you have 19. 19 again. 10 again. Adding 9, you have this nerve. This nerve. This nerve. Then we have 20. 20. 20 is pronounced in French as in 20. 20. So let's go back quickly to the number 1 again. Let's go back quickly to the number 1 again. So as I said, un is what? Is 1 in English. That means 1 is what? Is un. Then we have 2. 2 is do. We have 3, as you can see on the tableau noir on our board. 3 is what? Is 3. Then we have 4 as 4. We have 5 as 5. Then we have 6 as 6. The same pronunciation, same spelling in English. Then we have 7. 7 is set without the P pronounced. Set. Then we have 8. 8 is what? Is wheat. 8 is what? Wheat. We have 9. 9 is nerve. 9 is what? Is nerve. Then we have this. This as in 10 that we call in English. 10 means what? This in French. Then let's move on to 11. 11 is what? Ons. Ons. Then we have 12. 12 is what? Douze. Douze. Then we have 13. 13 is treize. Treize. Then we have 14. 14 is pronounced as 14. 14. Keep looking at the board very well and the movement of my lips. 14. Then we have 15. 15 is what? 15. Is what? 15. Then we have 16. 16 is pronounced in French as 16. As what? 16. Have you understood all this? I hope you are following what I'm saying. Keep looking at the board and looking at the movement of my lips, please. Then let's go on to the last bits of what we have. We have 17. 17, as I said, you see the this, that's 10 coming with what? With 7. Having what? This set. Then we have 18. 18 in French is 18. Again, 10 with 8, having this 8. Then we have 19. 19 is what? This nerve. This nerve. Then again, we have 20. 20. 20 is what? 20. 20. So I hope we have learned all this today. But before we end the class, if you have any questions, please, I urge us to keep asking and drop your questions on our YouTube and our other social handles, please. I always love to leave my students with something that will remind them of what we have done for the day. So what am I leaving with you today that will make you to remember what we have learned? It's a little bit of a song. Yes, look at the board. You see it on the board. It's a song because I know those of you listening to me, at times if you want to recall something you have learned in school, you remember some of the poems or some of the songs that your teachers taught you. If you remember that, you are able to remember what you are being taught. So the song is there on the board, as you can see. Yes, this is it. As I said, I'll leave you with a song that will make you remember all that you have learned today. Je vais vous laisser avec une chanson qui vous fera vous souvenir de tout ce que nous avons appris aujourd'hui. Then what is the song? I will bless the Lord always and everywhere. I'm sure if you're able to learn this, you know what I've taught you for today, for the week. I will bless the Lord always. That means what? Je bénirai le Seigneur toujours. I love singing. That's why I will be bringing once in a while some of these things or poems. I will bless the Lord always and everywhere. Je bénirai le Seigneur toujours et partout. So it goes this way. Je bénirai le Seigneur toujours et partout. Je bénirai le Seigneur toujours et partout. I take it again. Je bénirai le Seigneur toujours et partout. So that's the end, and that's all we have for today's class. I say goodbye, au revoir to all my students. Have a nice and lovely weekend.
Good morning and welcome to P&B Morning Show, where politics meets business and the crack in the APC's Governors Forum. The political battle in Rivers State has taken attendance in the APC primaries in Rivers State. This action has raised widespread concern to what might have transpired in the past that gave rise to this political caricature on a sitting governor. Remember, before now, there has been a serious battle between the FCT Minister Yesu Wike and his godson, Sim Fubara, the current governor. All right, the question will be, who is behind this executive caricature to a sitting governor? What is the party's leadership doing about it? Could this be the result of a series of, closed-door meetings in the past? What will be the next line of action for Similarly Fubara? All right, at the same time, away from the exclusion of Fubara by the APC, but we're still on the happenings in the APC. This time around, with a bit of digression. Over time, the searchlight has always been on the opposition parties on the issue that borders on leadership. Now, it seems the ruling party is having a fair share of her own tussle. The leadership battle between Dapo Abiodun of Ogun State and Hope Uzodinma of Imo State has dealt a big crack amongst the Governors Forum. Critics may say, could this be the beginning of the beginning of the end in the ruling APC? Will we eventually take the lead in the Governors Forum? What does this mean for the re-election of of Bola Ahmed Tinubu come 2027? All right, let the discussion continue as we progress. But this morning, We connect the dots between leadership, accountability, and delivery, because in the end, governance is not just about winning election, it's about making life better. Stay with us. We shall be back to look at what the newspaper have for us. I am Kenneth Chidi, and I still have with me in the studio Mr. Ibrahim Shaibu. Good morning. A very good Monday morning to you, sir.
Morning, Mr. CK. How are you doing?
Oh, so great. How was your weekend?
We thank God. Praise be to Allah.
Yes, I can see you are looking very well.
I can see, despite the fact that you are in black, you are still glowing.
Yes. Black is beautiful, they say.
Of course. Yes, black is beautiful.
We are up and again on a Monday morning. We'll be greeted with so many issues. Fubara, the governor.
Exactly.
Staged a walkout.
Which is very, very strange, actually.
A sitting governor.
A sitting governor, not to be involved in screening, not to go through the screening, primary election screening, honestly.
Another unseen hand.
Matter of concern. Of course, there is an unseen hand all over the place. I don't want to pluralize the hands. Except you have to consider the other variables working for that particular unseen hand. And
before now, we were seeing internal party tussle.
Exactly.
Ballard, this rest of that, this one and that one. They one.
All the parties are suffering from one crisis.
Now, towards the end, getting closer to the election, APC seems to be having the fair share of their own.
Of course.
The Governors Forum. That what we are doing of Ogun State versus.
And I think there's another angle to that. I think there's an issue with the Kwara State governor too, taking sides.
Everybody's taking side.
Everybody, yes.
Everybody's taking side.
I think the Abiodun group is together with the Kwara State governor. They are very strong in opposition against the Imo State governor, who is the incumbent. I think after he submitted the president's form of interest there. I think from that time they now push him down. That's when the trouble started. They allowed him up to that level.
We'll get to the matter. We'll go deeper.
Exactly.
We'll go deeper. All right. Newspaper review. What are you expecting this morning?
Yeah, still this Fubara and APC leadership, APC Progressive Governors Forum leadership crisis will top the chart, and then probably the primary screening for APC content.
And maybe other juicy rider there we'll get to see better. We hope
this two will definitely top the chart.
We are not going to see another killings again, as you always pray.
By God's grace.
By God's grace. All right, God has given us the grace. Let the military do the needful and armed forces do. All right, we'll be going on a short break, and when we return, we dive straight into the newspaper review. This is P&B Morning Show here in the city of Abuja. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this time out. Welcome back to P&B Morning Show in the nation's capital, Abuja. My name is Chidi Kenneth, and I still have with me Mr. Ibrahim Shaibu. Mr. Ibrahim Shaibu, once again, welcome and good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chidi.
All right, Monday morning, sharp, cold, very cold morning. We had a very warm and very
lovely weather.
Yes, lovely weather this morning. So let's see how warm and lovely the newspaper headlines will be this morning. All right, newspaper review. First paper, we have a Tribune. How Akpabio Oshomole's feud sets tone for 2027 battles. How Oshomole and Akpabio's feud, the battle between Oshomole, that was one of the videos making the round last week.
How it has affected the
trending videos when we saw that even the clerk of the house or the chief whip of the house was trying to call Oshomole to order and threatening to invoke, the powers of his office, disciplinary actions on Oshomole. But Oshomole insisted and was, shouting on top of his voice, making his point clear.
Exactly.
You know, and you know, at some point we saw the likes of, you know, prior to this time, we also saw one of the senators, Natasha, doing the same thing, and she had there was some ruffle, you know.
Exactly, which led to her suspension.
Yeah, but now let's see if they are going to suspend Oshomole. Because I think she's of the PDP.
Exactly.
Oshomole is not just the APC, but the chieftain.
It's a chieftain in the APC.
Yes.
These are those who actually hold the basis for APC. And a highly respected gentleman for
Two times governor, one-time national chairman.
One-time Labour leader.
One-time Labour leader.
Who still has crowd behind him. Being an ex-Labour man. He's still my boss.
His profile is very high.
Of course.
And now we can see that the Tribune is trying to make us understand that there is some political undertone.
Yes.
That was that has set the tone for 2027 battles.
Which actually indicates that even the seat of the present Senate president is shaky. Because he himself has enjoyed the previous rules of the Senate. That's how he became the Senate president. And now he's trying to put stumbling blocks against others that are coming in before him. I don't think he will realize his...
well, let's see how solid the stumbling blocks are.
Yes.
As we progress. Let's take it up a bit and zoom. Take it a bit. Okay, up. APC, NDC trade words over 2027 presidency zoning. APC, NDC trade words over 2027 presidential zoning. It's clear now that the battle has shifted to NDC.
Exactly.
And nobody's hearing much about ADC anymore. So what's going on? Is it because of the OK? The OK ticket has left the ADC, and now the battle has been taken to NDC.
Yes.
Now nobody's hearing anything about ADC that much.
Like one analyst has said, all eyes are now. I think the real intention is to block the OK movement from having a platform to contest, because I think the incumbency does not take the Atiku candidacy as a threat. As
more like
as it does, exactly as much as it does the OB conquest.
You know, I was looking at it last week, because the truth about it remains that the youth this time around are resolute to vote. They are determined to vote.
But still, statistics have revealed that of all the support they are giving to their various interested parties, a greater majority of Nigerians do not have their PVC up till today. When a personality like Jonathan come out in public and declare that statement, you know that his people might have done the necessary. Like me, I'm not even registered in any political party. But nobody can stop me, since I have my PVC, nobody can stop me from going out to the
polling unit to vote the party of your choice.
To vote the party of your choice. So I think the most important thing is for you to get your PVC more than you going to register in a political party.
My daughter will be registered this time around because by June.
So that is why I have been calling for a long time. Every time I have opportunity, I used to write on Facebook. I always encourage you to go out if you desire change. You can only bring in change when you have the necessary equipment to bring about the change. That is your PVC. And
that brings us about the importance of the PVC.
Of course.
For Jonathan to make that statement, people should understand that your vote counts. So
really, it does.
If your vote does not count, why are they giving you rice?
You are madly saying, okay.
We saw a video Operation Show Us Your PVC.
Exactly, and they are even giving rice.
And they give you rice. That will tell that your PVC, your vote. At least nobody should buy that lie.
At least can fetch your backup rice in some places.
That big lie that they used to tell Nigerians that, man, forget the vote will not count. Ogasa, madam, your vote counts. So, okay.
Why we declared ex-minister Sadiya Farouk wanted, the FCC. Commission urges Nigerians to volunteer information about her whereabouts. So her whereabouts is even unknown as of now.
Well, women are very good in escaping from trouble. You know, we have the last one that escaped, Neziani Madekwe, and women are very good. Women are smart. Trust me. Go down a bit. Okay, despite huge resources, Nigerians still wallow in poverty. Fakbe laments.
Charges politicians to emulate Awolowo's legacies of transparency and integrity. Charges politicians to emulate Awolowo's legacies of transparency and integrity.
You can see despite huge resources. So we know that we have, you know, one-time president said that money is not the problem of Nigeria. It is spending it.
Yakubu Gawan.
Akwai kudi
amma ba hankali.
Ba hankali ko?
Yanda za a amfani da kudi din. Because of course, you cannot be so very rich and then still wallow in poverty.
There is money in Nigeria. Look at what look at despite huge resources, money. Still Nigerians wallow in poverty. It's a shame. Next USA paper.
So NRS accredits every invoice to drive digital tax system. Tax all the time. While Nigeria keep roaming the street in rags.
Daily Trust.
Allocations triple. Hardship widens across state. Allocations triple. It's just another way of putting it there. Despite huge resources, we are still wallowing in poverty.
I don't know what the governors are doing with our money.
We don't know, and I can't even understand why
local government chairman,
all eyes are on the president. Why are we not talking about the governors? Resources are being pushed to those governors. Allocations are being made in huge sums, and then still they are the ones closer to the people, and then they are still not helping matters. I think our concentration shouldn't be on the federal and presidency this time around. Let our concentration be on our state governors, those who are ruling us in our states. In fact, the president might have been doing what he's supposed to do.
By
the governors, exactly. When you remit funds to governors, the governors are expected, they are closer to the people. They are supposed to do what is required for their people. They keep stashing money. They keep complaining. It's very, very embarrassing, honestly.
Okay.
Allocations triple. Not even doubled, triple, but yet across the state you find absolute level of poverty and want. And the worst scenario is in the northern states.
I'm happy you are saying that, because I so wonder what's going on. What's going on?
Sokoto 1 billion naira school project remains shut 9 years after completion. Sokoto 1 billion naira school project remains shut 9 years after completion. So what does that mean? The project has been completed and it is still shut. It cannot be released for public use.
Waste of resources.
Waste of resources. Well, this is high level of corruption. The FCC are even supposed to invite those who are responsible for this nonsense. You are pursuing former ministers and all that. And what difference does that make from this one now? 1 billion naira of taxpayers' money used to execute project. In fact, school project in a state. And it has been completed, and then the project has not been utilized appropriately.
And it's shut down.
What does that tell us?
Waste of resources. All right, ACF BOT rejects the Hatu's suspension. And again, we have 2027. Door closes on experience intending defectors. Door closes on experience intending.
Is it by the INEC, I think?
Well, I think we have it that by this month of May, parties should be ready to flag up their candidates. Take it up a bit. Let's see what we have down there. Okay. I lost 3 children to Niger airstrike. Injured father. I lost 3 children to Niger airstrike. I beg your pardon. To Niger airstrike. Injured father. All right. Police officer. 9 residents killed in Plateau. Police officer, 9 residents killed in Plateau. We see have there on the rider, still on the Daily Trust. Kidnappers using women to move rifles, ammunitions in Kwara. Kidnappers are now using women to transport rifles and ammunitions.
This has been one of the styles for long, even in northwest Nigeria. You see Fulani women carrying calabash. You think it's no inside, while it is bullet. A number of them were caught in the past, so it's not a new thing.
We have footballer storms out of APC screening. Sean's journalist. Footballers storms out of APC screening. Sean's journalist. You know,
he said no comment.
No comments. You know, it's about to go down.
Exactly.
Patotoso, you know, internal wrangling in the APC. APC is now having a fair share of their.
Of course.
Of their own.
Of course.
All right, next newspaper, please. We still have the Tribune. Drama as Fubara appears before APC screening panel. Drama as Fubara appears before APC screening panel. Still on the APL footballers issue.
I told you,
the major discussion today.
These two will dominate all headlines, headlines from the papers, from the major papers actually. Tinubu Southwest lawmakers celebrate Fasoranti at 100. Tinubu Southwest lawmakers celebrate Fasoranti at 100.
Fasorati at 100. Fasorati is 100 years old. And congratulations to him. He's century old. That's a milestone achievement.
Exactly.
God has given to him. And we have POS transactions set to hit 8.96 trillion in May as CBN intensifies cashless drive. POS transactions set to hit 8.96 trillion in May as CBN intensifies cashless drive. So
the POS are becoming macro-banks in their own right now.
Yes, and
they are becoming very essential part of the economy.
Yes,
actually,
because they're trying to intensify, the cashless society. First Holdco seeks shareholders approval on 1 trillion capital base in hold balance sheet fortification, I beg your pardon. Okay, if you want to know more about that, you can also approach one of the vendors and then grab a copy of the Tribune and you know what's going on. NNPCL should stop committing state resources to refineries rehabilitation experts. NNPCL should stop committing state resources to refineries rehabilitation experts. So state resources should stop going down to the NNPCL. You should use it for something else.
Exactly.
Because the rehabilitation has been ongoing for years and years.
No matter how much money they spend there, refineries are finally not being resuscitated. So there's no point in spending Nigeria's money.
I think at some point we
saw to resuscitate or rehabilitate those.
We saw in one of the headlines where we had that the China company or the Chinese will still take over the refineries, and let's see how it goes from there. Next newspaper, please. The Vanguard. 2027 presidency. Jonathan's declaration sparks stir. 2027 presidency. Jonathan's declaration sparks stir. Okay? Let's see what Jonathan's declaration is all about. Northern groups jostle to buy nomination for ex-president. He must have weighed his chances. Afenifere.
Okay, Northern groups jostle to buy nomination form for ex-president Jonathan.
Okay.
Stay away from today's dirty politics. NBF advises Jonathan. Jonathan's return may overheal politics.
May overheat politics.
It will be catastrophic misadventure if Jonathan runs, says Okori.
It will be catastrophic misadventure if you. True.
Why most of these people are expressing this statement is because they wish to see less and less number of people from the southern part of Nigeria contesting for that position, while the North is only thinking of fielding just one candidate. So that is the angle from which they are looking. Because if you see those people that are always against Jonathan contesting are mostly from the south, while it is the North that is actually win Jonathan to come back and contest. This is political strategy for you because it happened once. There was a time when Northerners field almost 3 candidates while the South only fielded 1. So the Southerners are aware of what this can do to the polity against the South. So that is the idea.
You may be right, but I also want to look at it from another angle. That some of the people might think that Jonathan, you stepped aside gentleman in a gentle and a very respectable manner. Just keep your name. You may come back and think your name, you may not get it right like before again because the politics now and then has changed. And that was what this
he's still a Nigerian.
Stay away from today's dirty politics. MBF advises. So they understand why that. Sometimes it's good to drop the mic when the ovation is high. The way and manner he honorably left earned him a lot of awards and recognition globally. So MBF is like, if you go now, you may soil your hand. And if he goes now and doesn't win.
When Buhari came, there was a statement like that against him. Even now, as Atiku is contesting, there are still similar statements being said against him by so many other people. That no, you should go and rest, it's no longer your time, you should retire as a gentleman. So that is normal in politics. When Buhari was contesting, Buhari contested almost 5 times.
No, you don't understand.
So
you don't understand the angle I'm coming from. Buhari came having not tested the president, the civilian government. Jonathan has ruled for 5 years as a civilian president.
What about Atiku?
Atiku was vice.
Vice is different from being president. Totally different.
That's what I'm telling you. I said, if you have contested and ruled as a president, and you now left, and you wanted to come back, they are trying to tell you that with that time that you left, honorable, you earned your good name. Continue in that good name. If you come back now, the current model waters of politics will spoil your name.
He's equal to the tax. He's a politician.
I'm not saying it's not equal.
He has clout.
So you must understand.
He's a Nigerian.
No, you must understand. I'm tempted. You know your own opinion, the point you raised.
I agree. We
are trying to weigh it that sometimes your good name that you have made, just go and rest with it. That's what MBF is trying to say. That if you come back now, the current politics now, okay, look at it. Do you know you cannot borrow? In fact, I don't envy any president that is coming in now. I don't envy anybody that win this. I don't, because the debt on our neck now.
Anybody coming in will suffer, honestly.
He
may even come when no country will want to even borrow us money. Exactly, I understand your situation.
So just and go and sit down. Okay, we have breweries defy economic hardship, records sharp rise.
See what Afenifere is saying. They said he must have weighed his chances. He must have calculated. And so that he has chances. This Afenifere is saying.
And you know it's risky. If he goes in and doesn't win, his reputation that he has built over the years will just go down.
I don't think so.
Now, if he doesn't win,
I don't think
he just have to win.
I don't think so. It's really not necessary because he lost that his reputation will go down. His popularity can't go down.
That's the permutation.
The only thing is that if the constitution does not allow him to contest, that's the only problem I see. So breweries defy what? Economic hardship, record sharp rise in revenue.
So despite the economic downturn, people are still drinking.
Exactly.
People are still, what we call in our local parlance, people are shacking. The boys are still busy getting drunk.
People are charging.
People are charging and reloading. The likes of Josiah, they are busy.
No, don't mention names here. Petroleum Energy ramps up Davis Island production by 2,800 barrel per day.
Yeah.
Petroleum Energy ramps up Davis Island production by 2,800 barrel per day. Interesting.
But I want to agree with the brewery defies economic hardship because in my estate where I live, we have about 5 to 6 drinking joints, and it's always full in the night.
It's not happiness and joy that's taking them to be a palu.
It's depression.
It's to go and console themselves. Let me tell you, you think saying a plane to carry them go there. People do not know what to think, so they want to forget about their misery, forget about their poverty, forget about their problems.
And then they go to do that using alcohol?
Yes, and then it's temporary relief actually.
Okay. High jet
A1 price.
A1 price. That's big pardon.
Aviation fuel.
Aircraft pilots, engineers worry over flight safety jobs. High jet AI price. A1 price, I beg your pardon. Aircraft pilots, engineers
worry over flight safety and airline jobs.
Okay, take it up a bit. Next newspaper, please. The Punch. State capital spending
plunges 58% as 2027 policies intensifies. State's capital spending plunges 58% as 2027 politics intensifies. Capital project suffers after Lagos, Bayelsa, Enugu, other spending drop by 2.2 trillion. So no capital project going on, and we are still borrowing, and we are not seeing any result on the ground.
Well, we have political budgets.
Yes, and then spending cut may worsen poverty and unemployment, says economists. Spending cuts may worsen poverty, unemployment crisis. So if we are cutting down on spending, what do we use all those monies we realize through IJR, internal revenues, and all the borrow that we keep borrowing from other international bodies and even local borrowing? What happens to those monies?
All right, 2027 Rivers governorship drama as APC committee screens Fubara, Wiki allies. All right, that is still there.
So that means, according to this paper, Fubara has been screened?
Well, that is what it seems like.
Yes, because I read it online also somewhere, only one place that he has been screened. Initially, the stories were that he wasn't screened. That's why he stormed out in anger.
Well, are you sure? He stormed up in anger because it was finally screened.
That's what this paper is telling you.
Take it out again.
Go down, go up.
I don't think so. 2027 Rivers Governorship. Trauma as APC committee screens Fubara Wike Alice screens. Was he eventually screened?
That is what I'm telling you. I'm asking the same question.
I don't think so, because for him to stage a walkout, he must have smelt a rat. Yes, for him to stage a walkout, something happened that was not on his favor. Let's go. Okay, deepening security, counter-terrorism and bilateral relations with the United States. Deepening security, counter-terrorism and bilateral relations with the United States. Okay. Yeah, we can see the picture there of them.
Vance and Ribadu, I think.
Yes. Let's see that play.
INEC deadline. Opposition parties rush to submit membership registers. INEC deadline. Opposition parties rush to submit membership registers.
Okay. Vehicle imports jumped 67% in 3 months. Vehicle imports jump 67% in 3 months. Okay, take it up a bit. Let's see what you have here.
3,715 primary healthcare centers inactive in 19 states and the FCT. Embarrassing.
3,715 primary health centers inactive in 19 states and the FCT.
This is one of the simplest responsibilities that a government can do to its people. The simplest. The basic.
Grassroots governance.
That's why they call it primary health care. At least in the local communities. You cannot even ensure that.
So if you are sick in your local communities,
now
you are on your own. And that is what this implies.
So virtually government does nothing for a citizen in this country. Nothing.
You are the local government of yourself.
Government does nothing. There's no point in leadership in this country. Because the leaders are self-serving. Self-serving. They are not serving the interests of Nigerians. They are not serving everybody. They are just serving themselves. If they cannot ensure that at least primary healthcare centers are active in our communities, what the essence of governance?
All right, next newspaper, please.
Very simple. In a country like Nigeria.
New Telegraph.
World Health Organization rallies nation as cruise ship virus scare test global outbreak operation. WHO rallies nations as cruise ship virus scare test global outbreak operation.
Okay.
NEDC raises alert over hantavirus cluster. Another virus coming up. May God help us.
May God help us. All right. Let's just go.
What's about Jonathan in that angle? Presidency. Jonathan may pick PDP nomination from this week. Jonathan may pick PDP nomination from this week. Poor services Nigerians must get value for money. Federal government wants takers.
Okay. Next newspaper, please. I think we don't have much on the New Telegraph there.
Yeah. APC clears Fubara
for primaries.
Now
so Fubara has been cleared.
Now it's established. I told you I read it before I came in.
Yes.
Then what is the no comment? Rivers government tells journalists after screening. He was asked to take a bow and go. Just like, yes, that's what, even the Senate, that's what they do when you come. Instead of asking you a series of questions, they will say, we all support, take a bow and go.
Okay.
You understand the situation?
Next newspaper, please. No other newspaper, no sports? No sports newspaper. Okay. Mr. Shaib Ibrahim, at first we were wondering why did he even why did he walk out of the primaries in the first place?
Probably.
Maybe there was an attempt.
Exactly, not to screen him. Yes, I think so. There might have been an initial attempt not to screen him, and then later on, I think they saw reason to ask him to come back for the screening. I believe so.
Okay, we're going to call it a break, and we'll go on a short break this time around, and when we return, we'll dive straight to the topic of today. This is P&B Morning Show here in the city of Abuja. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this time out. Is this woman coming? Let her come in now. Hi! Ready? Come in now, waiting for you now. All right, welcome back once again. This is P&B Morning Show here in the city of Abuja. My name is Chidi Kenneth, and just joining us today we have just now Madam Mickey.
Morning. How's your weekend?
I'm fine.
Fine, thank you.
Mr. Brian, good morning once again.
Morning, Mr. Siki.
All right, before we went on break, we were just looking at the newspaper headlines, Madam Mickey, and what was actually making most of the headlines was the issue in Rivers State. And then that brings us to what we're going to talk about today. The political battle in Rivers State has taken another dimension. At first, it was a state of emergency on the governor, Sim Fubara, then to his defection to the ruling APC. Now, he has been allegedly most since like an attempt, to exclude him from the, the primaries, even though he has been screened finally. But there was some signs of discomfort that made him to stage out of the primaries. Now, this action has raised widespread concern to what might have transpired in the past that gave rise to this political caricature on a sitting governor. Remember, before now, there has been a serious battle between the FCT Mr. Barrister Ezenwo Yesuwike and his godson Sim Fubara, the current governor. Now, the question will be, who is behind this executive caricature to a sitting governor? What is the party's leadership doing about it? Okay. And again, what will be the next line of action for Fubara? Fubara, whether you like it or not, has been screened. But before then, there was one or two body language that connotes or suggests that he may likely not be screened. And they asked him at the end of the day, he was asked to take a bow, and then he has been screened. Is he likely to win the primaries? That's another kettle of fish. That's another magana, as I would say it. Yes, the body language, the signs have shown that the tussle, the fight between him and his godfather is still on. Remember, Wike said, I will make sure the mistake does not repeat itself the second time. Even though at some point the president waded in, and Fubara later joined the APC, and all this happened just to ensure that there was peace and stability in the state. From what we are saying, we don't understand what's going on. Is it that there's one or two gentlemanly discussion behind closed doors that might lead to Fubara not returning as the governor? Or what are we going to see? In fact, a lot of issues. Gentlemen, let's hear your thoughts. You want to start first? Or?
All right. Well, unlike all other governors in the APC, Similai Fubara's screening was not an in and out issue. And exactly because it was the APC, you notice that another candidate, Tony Cole, had taken part in the screening and had a smooth sailing all through. However, Tony Cole is a rival of the FCT minister. Now, a situation whereby the FCT minister is always interfering in Rivers State politics has not...
as a PDP member?
Funnily enough, as a PDP member, has not augured...
Wike is a PDP member.
Has not augured nicely for the streamlining of politics there. Member. And like you said, the funniest part is that he's in PDP, trying to rock both PDP and APC and arriving at nothing but chaos and disorganization. Now, what happened yesterday is that the governor, sitting governor, like you said, and APC governor, like you said, Siminalayi Fubara of Rivers State, went to the screening venue here in Abuja, which was one of the Northwest Governors Lodge, Abuja lodges. And not quite 15-20 minutes, came out with a visage that wasn't easy to read, but did not look pleasant. A journalist present tried to interview him. He said, no comments, no comments, no comments, with a serious face, entered his vehicle and drove out. So that is where the first bit of news was that he was not screened. Now, the APC National Organizing Secretary was asked, please, what is the situation? What is the position with Governor Fubara? Has he been screened? He answered, what could we mean by screening? He answered the question by asking another question. A Nigerian action that never brings any tangible answer. What would you mean by screening? Has such and such a person been screened? What would you mean by screening? Everybody who presents themselves. Screening is just one of the processes. So after the screening, we are still going to bring out a report. At the end of the day, when we bring our report, we are going to report and left everybody in a cloud of doubt. At the end of the day, news started flying that Governor Fubara was not screened. However, damn it to Governor Fubara, I want to give kudos to the man. Win or lose the primaries is not the issue. The thing is, you have to fight. And if there's a fight, you don't walk away. If he had not gone to wherever he went and then was asked to represent himself, that would have been the end of the story. Exactly. Even we here in the studio will know what the report will say. Not screened or screened out. That would have been it. But he came back, and like the latest one was that he was asked to take a bow and officially, at least it's on record, that Sim Fubara has been screened. Now, looking at this, like you said, is a hand of Esau rocked by, what was that statement? The hand of Esau, but we are still seeing Jacob underneath it. So all patterns back to the FCT minister, yes, on weekend.
Okay, based on the remarks he made, statements credited to him, a few years before now. Even
now, he's repeated the statement. Well, now will not make the same mistake. He's now planned it, and he said Sim Fubara is going to be a one-term governor.
Wow. And some might argue that is Wike the entire River State?
Yeah, I don't like.
Is it the entire River State? Is Wike the owner of River State?
He's trying to play demigod in the politics of River State. And
don't you think it's far overreaching his powers?
And you will be humble, because you cannot do this kind of thing in politics. The way you feel you are strong, you have a time limit to how much power you can display as a political leader. You cannot be a demigod in politics forever. Time will come when you will fade away. And young people like Fubara, this is their time now. This clearly indicates that still this guy, Wike, has a blessing of the incumbent president. He's still working partly to the incumbency, because I can't see a reason why an incumbent governor will not be allowed to undergo primary election screening. In his own state, in his own party. You can't imagine that. It's very, very embarrassing.
A governor that was suspended for 6 months.
Exactly.
Then a governor that defected just to please the
ruling party. He joined your party now. Before now, part of the condition of the reconciliation between him and Wike was that he should sign a document to the effect that he will only be a one-term governor. I don't know whether he has signed that document. If he had signed, that is where he made the primary mistake. But even if he had signed, that is not supposed to be a constitutional something that can block his chances of coming back to say, no, I no longer respect that gentleman agreement.
Well, because for the news on weekend that we know, if he had signed such a document, nobody in Nigeria wouldn't have heard about it.
He must have displayed it by now.
Exactly. That's why I said if he had. Remember my friend, I said if he had, I knew that was
not the man that is stingy with words.
Exactly. Even something that has not happened, he will come out and blow it out, because of something that had happened.
No, I doubt.
So I remember it's one of the conditions put forward at that particular point in time.
Right.
From the Wike part, that logo, one of my conditions is that you'll only rule for one term. And there was a document to that effect. Whether Fubara has signed that document or not, that's what
Wiki is telling you, that that document has not been signed.
And I think
if this document is signed, the person of Wiki by now,
and I think
displayed it everywhere.
And I think knowing his principal, that's why probably he did not sign the document, and that's what gave him the strength to come out now.
Yes.
And even present himself for the screening. Whatever it is, we are happy that he finally undergone the screening, even as the newspapers have indicated.
You know, my own concern there is that Wike should understand that he too had his own fair share of becoming the second-term governor. He was attacked at some point, soldiers everywhere to ensure that he did not return, and eventually the people stood by him. Are we likely going to see a repeat of what happened to Wike to Fubara, where the Rivers State citizens will rise for Fubara? Are we likely to see something like that? Because they rose from Wike too, and now Wike is you know, I don't know what's wrong with our politicians. Is that way they are not learning?
What I see about Wike is just a case of a drowning man clinging onto a straw. Somehow I can't let go. Do you understand what I mean? Anyhow, he saw that his political something is coming towards an end. Because as I see it now, I don't even know whether Wike is truly in PDP or truly elsewhere. I read a report yesterday that they do not even know where. I think it's something like a cartoon. Wike is neither here nor there. Many Nigerians do not know.
Is it the one that he was?
Not that.
Two trees?
Not that. This is a different one. This is a different one. So I don't know which party. The people do not even know where he is right now. They are making for mockery of him. You have done your time. You have even served 2 terms as a governor. You have done one complete term, almost a complete term as a minister in a party that you do not actually belong initially.
Did you say almost 1 term? Because he was a minister before. This is now getting to how many times as a minister?
Yes, he was a minister of education. Yes, right. Minister of state as a minister. This should have not made you to be a political champion. You shouldn't be a stumbling block to the success of others. Somebody you yourself have brought initially. Wasn't it Wike that brought Fubara initially? He was the one that blessed him and then paved the way for him to become governor.
At some point, you called him this.
Why would you destroy something you have made, to carry your hand and made? It's very embarrassing. And this is one thing that is killing our politicians, honestly speaking.
I agree with you. Because this godfatherism concept never works.
Never works.
I have not seen any state in the federation that it has worked out.
Never.
It has not worked, and they still don't learn. As they're coming in now, those 2-term governors going out are the ones who have now captured the issue of
anointing candidates.
Yes, anointing candidates and what do they call it? Sustaining themselves on and on and
on. The mentality is that even after being power, they want to continuously be ruling that state
by proxy.
By proxy,
and it has
doesn't make sense.
Worked. It hasn't worked.
It doesn't make sense. You see it happen all over the place, all over the country,
including even he himself.
Yes,
because he was brought in and instantly the first thing Nyesom Wike did was to quarrel with the impatience Jonathan, Dr. Goodluck Jonathan, Sir Peter Odili.
And even the person that brought him, Amechi.
Right. All the people who brought him, he quarreled and they were at loggerheads with. It hasn't worked. It hasn't worked. State to blessed state, it has never worked. But so much to say. Something very worrisome again that happened during the screening is that some people who had been screened allegedly in River State under PDP have now been directed to go to the APC for screening and have been screened. These are for National Assembly.
So double screening.
So we're wondering, did the double screening actually take place? This is something worrisome and something we need to find out more details about. And if so, INEC needs to be on the alert.
Oh, so you are those who were screened at the PDP went also to the APC to be screened.
I don't think this is constitutional. You cannot contest under 2 political parties or even belong to 2 different political parties at the same time, particularly if you want to contest a seat.
Okay, now it's one thing to be screened, it's another thing to win the primaries. Now, looking at the first stage of the electioneering process is the screening, so that one can become the flag bearer of a political party. Now, starting on this note with Fubara, do you see more drama in terms of winning the primaries? Because now Fubara seems to have crossed the first hurdle, which is winning the which is being screened.
Seemingly so.
Yes, seemingly so. His name is Similary.
Seemingly so.
So now, Fubara, congratulations, you have been screened. Oh yeah, next step. Do you see winning the primaries?
Election in River State is always too tedious. is always to,
because of the interest.
most times even bloody. Do you understand? And particularly now that Wike is bent on not allowing Fubara to become what he is. And then again, Fubara himself has his own followership, in fact, a cultic kind of followership. So I can't outwardly say whether he will or he will not win, but I know he will give it a fight, a very strong fight. That's just my opinion.
What do you think? Fubara winning the primaries?
Well, the thing is, this is the first
with
time
the unseen hands. Is it, wait, in this case, are the hands unseen or seen?
The unseen hands have been are seen.
You guys are seen now. No, let's be very serious. Is it unseen or seen?
In this particular Rivers case, it is a seen hand.
It's a seen hand.
Exactly, because you actually know the hand now.
The hands are not far. I don't
Any Nigerian is very keen on politics.
Fubara going to win the primaries.
Well, you see, for the first time in Rivers history, we've always had upland governors. This is the first time we're having waterside governor. First ever. So waterside people are really, really happy. And
that's the Ijaws.
That's
the Calabares, have you?
It's not just the Ijaws, the Calabares.
There are so many.
There's so many. So not just that, but the mere fact there's something about trampling on an individual. If we ignored him all the while, the fact that you're now trampling on him will now give him that sympathy already.
Exactly.
So already some people who might have been neutral, I don't care, whoever might now be interested and say, okay, if it's because of that, we're going to ensure that let's see what's going to happen. So there's so much of that playing out. However, will he win or not is a dicey question at this current moment.
Honestly.
But whether win or lose, it's going to be the fight of a
lifetime.
Of a lifetime this time around.
Honestly speaking.
Yes, the fight of a lifetime indeed, because Wike also had the fair share of his own fight of the lifetime. Second tenor. In fact, at some point it was so serious that a woman gave birth on the day of the election when Wike was pronounced winner, and the woman named that child Yes Wike. I followed that election.
He's a very fierce politician.
Yes, fierce politician, but now what do you think will be the next move or next line of action of Fubara? If you are Fubara now, Mr. Ibrahim. I will put emphasis on rallying around my people, giving them confidence, create what do you call political voter awareness that will give it a chance. How about performance? Exactly. Because Fubara has not been. I don't think Fubara has been given the opportunity to even do, really perform or do. He has been battled from beginning. Exactly.
He has not been given enough chance to do well for his people because he has been involved in all these political crises ever since he's been sworn into as a governor.
Madam Mickey, what would be the next line of action from Fubara?
Well, for me, I would think that don't get the sense of despair and all that. Let me just throw in the towel. I mean, politics is. I mean, elections and all of them should be a contest.
Exactly.
Contest. Go for it.
Go for it.
You go for it.
Rally around his people.
But let it be on record that not that I just slumped back and no. Go for it. Let's see how far it goes.
What of the party leadership? What do you think the party leadership should be doing by now?
The party leadership should ideally be unbiased. The party leadership should not be listening to people from other political parties. The party leadership should be seen to be fair. The party leadership should give everyone a level playing field. Are they doing that? One. Are they seen to be doing that? Two.
The party leadership should not listen to people who are not of the same political party. And but in fact, since the inception of democracy in 1990 to 1999, if I'm not mistaken, to date, I have not seen this kind before.
Never.
I have not. The drama is so much. The double face is so much. I think there is a rule where you are playing anti-party. You're supposed to be expelled.
Exactly.
He was expelled, but he went back and then got that ESCO removed.
The ESCO that suspended him.
The ESCO that expelled him got removed.
And he's still on with the anti-party. Because his case is neither here or there.
Politics is a very funny game. You will become so strong that to the extent it's your strength that will also ruin you.
Politics is not even politics is not the way they paint it. It is the people behind the politics that is making it look the way it is looking.
Of course it is.
We've seen in other developed and even in other African countries, I don't think we are getting this kind of drama.
My fear over this gentleman is that he may be used and then dumped ultimately, and he'll lose all political relevance. We saw this happen several times in this country for a lot of politicians. You understand? You'll be used to step on toes. You'll be used to do a lot of bad things, and then in the end, you too will now be sidelined. This is what I see happening to him, honestly speaking.
My dilemma is now for the Nigerian people, because the yearnings, the people have been screaming, crying because of all these internal party wranglings. Why can't we just have independent candidates? Last week we had an election in the UK. 13 people emerged as independent candidates, won their seats. And these people are mostly like, should I say, some of them are foreigners, some of them, different, these subgroups that cannot actually be absorbed either in mainstream parties or will be at the back of the pecking order. But these are people that are impactful within their communities. All the people around them know them and want them. Let's have this independent candidacy. And if it's not, we don't need to take it round, let it go to the House of Reps. House of Reps will debate it for 4 years and send it to the Senate. Why can't we have a plebiscite? Then have a national referendum.
This request has been put in national constitution almost twice.
It will save them this heating of the polity every time. Imagine a simple exercise like screening. And here we are all heated up because of all the shenanigans going on.
A simple exercise like screening is becoming a national issue.
For goodness sake.
For goodness sake.
And if governors are not learning their lessons, they are still anointing God's sons everywhere.
I think this is the first time I'm hearing primary election stuff coming to be discussed nationally like this. Honestly,
primary election
this issue, screening,
state matter.
Screening, exactly. You see, this issue about independent candidacy has been brought in almost 2 times or to the National Constituent Assembly for consideration.
And what happened to it?
For review of the Constitution. They threw it out.
Let them throw it back.
They threw it out. Honestly speaking, they don't want it.
Like Miki said, there should be a plebiscite.
Exactly.
Make it a national referendum.
That's all.
Counts. Anybody is interested, tick. You have your phone. Finish. Then adopt it because you notice that majority of the people want it. Let the people come to the field. Win, if you lose, you lose. If you win, you win. Make it a fair contest.
If you do that, a lot of honorables will not return.
Exactly.
They will lose elections.
Why? I think many people will contest not under any political party. That's
what I'm telling you. That the reason why the red chambers and the green chamber does not want it to fly is because if it succeeds,
many of them will not have been there.
You can come out now. Is that not what that means?
But you said something here that's really, really instructive. If only they would listen because they don't seem to learn. You said the thing that you're suppressing today, now you're in power.
Yes.
Turn around some other time
and work against
it. And that has been happening.
A case study of Malami now. Malami was the president de facto during Buhari's time. Very powerful. Allegedly violated a lot of court rulings and today refused to fix a system that is also fighting him today, allegedly. And we saw that being displayed in a video footage where Showore was making, mockery of him and telling him, you can see now we're now on the same page. The system that you refuse to fix, we were warning you, you refuse to listen. Now, me and you don't do the same place now. Table don't turn. We had that video footage. And that is one problem with most of our political leaders have. They fail to understand that power is transcendent. Nothing, a clergyman said it to their faces. He said, all of you will become farmer one day. So why not do the right thing when you are in power?
I know. It's just like we who are on the earth, surface of the earth today. The day you are born, that day is a date is written for you. You're going to exit. But they live as if they're never going to die. You should realize that the day you're sworn in, tell it May 29th, from the day you're sworn in, a countdown has started. There's a timeline, there's a time frame. It's so transient, you can actually see it. If some of them who have 2 terms, you already know where the second term is going to end. It's totally transient.
Most of them, when they find themselves there, they'll always have an idea behind their mind that they can be able to work themselves into another term and another time, even to exist there perpetually, to perpetuate themselves in that position of power. So many have made several attempts towards that. And none of them have succeeded.
None.
Okay, none of them have succeeded actually. But
Nigeria is not Cameroon.
Exactly.
Nigeria is not Cameroon. Okay, what a place to leave it at that. And what a place to wrap it up on the first topic. Thank you very much, Mickey, and thank you very much, Mr. Ibrahim. We'll be going on a short break, and when we return, we'll dive straight to the second topic of today. This is P&B Morning Show here in the city of Abuja. Stay tuned. Right back after this time out. All right, welcome back. This is P&B Morning Show here in the nation's capital, Abuja. My name is Chidi Kenneth, and I still have with me in the studio, Madam Nikki and Mr. Ibrahim Shaibo. Good morning and welcome once again.
Thank you.
All right, before we went on break, we were still talking about issues that borders on the APC, because Fubara is a member of the APC. Am I correct?
Very.
And in fact, the issue of the APC before now was something that was a bit silent. People were like, oh, if APC was having this cruise, no noise. It was just the ADC. Now ADC is splitted into both A and N. We have the ADC, we have the NDC, and we also have the other C's that are not known. Then we also have the PDP, and then we have the PRP. We also have the APM. Just name the A's and the APC. Now it is now the turn of the APC. But we are going to move a bit from issues happening with Fubara, but still on the APC. Okay, we are still on the APC, like I said. This time around, with a bit of digression and a bit of little twists. Over time, the satellite has always been on the position, like I said, parties on issues that borders on leadership. Now it seems the ruling party is having a fair share of their own tussle. The leadership between Dapo Abiodun of Ogun State and Hope Uzodinma of Imo State has dealt a big crack amongst the governors' forum. Critics may say, could this be the beginning of the end in the ruling APC, who will eventually take the lead in the governors' forum? What does this mean for the re-election bid of Bola Ahmed Tinubu come 2027? Okay, let the discussion continue. So, governors' forum from Fubara to governors' forum.
Yes.
Dapo Abiodun of Ogun State and versus, let me use the word versus, versus Hope
Uzodinma of Imo State.
Yeah. Two political bigwigs, strategies of the same party. Two terms, both of them are also doing their second term as governors. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Now, who wants to be the leadership? Who wants to continue? But
until now, the Imo State governor is the leader of the Progressive Governors Forum, right?
Yes.
Okay, he was in that position until the night that he submitted the president nomination form. It was after that they now came back and decided to do away with him in that position. I think it all boils down to matter of interest.
So what we call use and dump.
Exactly. Because for me, personally, I would have liked to see a situation whereby he continues as the leader of the forum, because he comes from the southeast. The president is well established in the southwest already. That is his area. You understand? And the Ogun governor happens to come from the southwest as well. I think where he needs to have influence now should be the southeast and southwest and the other one, southeast and south. And for the fact that Uzodinma came from there, if you want to see a situation whereby he should have been allowed to be there, but I don't know. Up to today, no paper, no information has come to the show us for what reason they want him out in the first place. I don't know whether you have seen any reason. They haven't given any reason so far.
Madam Nikki.
Okay, well, for me to understand what's happening now, we have to dig back to the past.
Yes.
What we had in Nigeria before was the NGF, the Nigeria Governors Forum. And that subsisted with one umbrella body for all elected governors on whatever platform you came in under. Until the administration of President Goodluck Jonathan, who antagonized Governor Rotimi Amechi and decided they wanted him out. He was going for his next term, for second term as the chairman of the Nigerian Governors Forum, and actively won the election. That was the time we had a good situation where we were saying, oh, 17 is higher than 19, something along that. And at the end of the day, having won, the announcement came from above and said that Governor Jonah Jang of Plateau State was the winner of the election. Instantly, the Nigerian Governors Forum split and has never come back. However, that being said, since we're practicing the American system of democracy, they actually have Governors Forum based on party levels. So it might be a welcome development or it might not be. Since then, that's the inception of the Progressive Governors Forum, which up till now was headed by Senator Hope Uzodinma. Don't forget, Senator Uzodinma is a two-time senator in the National Assembly, a head of caucus, as well as a sitting governor of Imo State. Suddenly, from nowhere on Thursday, cracks emerged that there were two camps. One, all saying that it's time for Hope Uzodinma to give up the seat. The problem became so much that at the end of the day, President Bola Tinubu had to intervene into the situation. And that is where it is right now, where we have Hope Uzodinma still the sitting chairman of the Progressive Governors Forum, but there was a crack. There was that instance that has happened, but it has now been papered over. What we are hearing through the grapevine, admittedly, is that there was a call for rendering of account for 800 billion naira released for election for the nomination. So we don't know how far true that is. However, the nomination forms were collected. They're being signed. I think they've also been submitted. So as it stands now, Governor Hope Uzodinma of Imo State is the substantive chairman of the Progressive Governors Forum, and the cracks for now have been mended, and it's all one happy family, at least on the surface.
Okay, one happy family, at least on the surface. I like the word on the surface because beyond the surface, we don't really know what is going on there. Now, Dabo Abiodun of Ogun State and Uzo are two times governor now. Why would that, why would such political happenings take place? Don't you think it's rather too late, knowing fully well that both of them are on their way to leaving the seat? Mr. Ibrahim, was it necessary?
I don't think it's necessary. That's why I said there are always an underlying interest when you see stuff like this happening. In the first place, they all belong to the same party. They all come from the south. There shouldn't have been any crisis between them. That's my assumption. That's why I find it very strange that such crisis will take place, especially now as we move towards closer to 2027 general election. Do you understand?
Yes.
So
yeah, I
don't think
in my own thoughts, I want to believe. You see, in politics, dramas, fights like this are scripted.
To what?
Well, I'm coming. I'm going somewhere.
To what gain?
I'm going to tell you.
They are the ruling party now. To what gain will they decide to bring division within?
Mr. Ibrahim, let me tell you. You see this talking that we are talking. Politicians create issues for us to talk so they can shift your attention from the main thing they are doing. Mind you that nobody's talking about the Electoral Act anymore. Have you forgotten that the biggest problem is the Electoral Act? So dramas and issues will keep coming up. Script, I am telling you what may likely be playing out, allegedly. You keep talking in front of the newspapers, give them what to say. There are people who come out to say they create these issues, create this virus, I call them viruses, political viruses, and engage people to keep talking.
That will keep us busy.
Yes.
Making noise while they do another thing.
Meanwhile, the main thing is going on that you don't know. I'm telling you political moves. Because I'm saying it as one who at least, that might be one. I have played politics at least at the university level up to SUG NANS. So even at that level, it's the same thing.
You create something for
to engage people, get them busy,
engage them, make them making noise.
The main cocoa is going on. You might think, and this one, okay, Dapo, and even this Jonathan's issue is a political, alleged political script too. And before you know what is happening, time will be ticking, and the next thing you will see elections. No, it will interest you to know that nobody is talking about the Electoral Act anymore. There are a lot of gray areas in the Electoral Act that has the capacity to undermine credible election 2027. Have you heard of anything like that again?
Maybe things are happening on the ground that we don't know.
No, not even on the ground. Have you seen anybody still talking about the Electoral Act anymore?
But what are they going to talk about it? Since it's gone from the House of Reps to Senate to out. What are we going to say?
No, you can call for a review in terms of, to extract one or two things. And of course, if they can sign the Electoral Act in less than how many hours?
Less than 24 hours. Maybe Nigeria.
National anthem.
What are we saying?
This is a very funny country, I'm telling you.
It shows that if we have the political willpower to do anything, we can do it right. It is the fastest I've seen. Unless my eyes.
No, you're talking about clearance. I think it's a long clearance that was cemented in less than 48 hours.
Yeah, that's the part that's very annoying.
Exactly.
So it took you so long while it was before you. Then in a matter of 24, 48 hours, you had signed it and pushed it out. It's even put INEC under pressure. That's why the political parties now are now scrambling. You're wondering, so the election, normally in Nigeria, we have elections around February, mid-February, right? This one's going to be on the Saturday, 16th of January. So already everybody's under so much pressure because of the time the Electoral Act was signed out from a bill to an act. So it's so annoying. Let me put it that way. Or like you said, it might be calculative. Why did you take so long? I was there before you, and that should have been the first thing for you to handle, such that by the time you bring it to the fore, INEC will get ready, the political parties will get ready, Nigerians will get ready.
Okay. Hope Zademana is still the chairman?
He's still the chairman, yes.
Okay. And what does it mean for the re-election of Bola Ahmed? Do you see possible betrayal towards the end of this year?
Betrayal from where?
Now we have a lot of issues in the APC now. The consensus issue is there. Anointing of candidates is causing problem. Now from there we are seeing...
Some said that are already rebelling against that, mostly in the north.
We are seeing the issue of Governors Forum now. And there we are...
Which has been taken care of.
Well, it can be taken care of.
Like my sister Mickey here said, it's on the surface, but at least it has been taken care of.
That's what I'm trying to say.
As far as the eyes can see.
As an issue.
Yes.
Now we're talking about football screening again. Now, with all this, do you see any party or any trust within themselves as party members? Do you see any political trust?
It's hard to say that. It's hard to say that because politics has changed in Nigeria, honestly. In the last few years, it has changed because before now you can be able to predict certain things, but now you don't even know what to predict the way things are going now. So there are a lot of disappointment, particularly in the ruling party itself, and then there are a lot of crises that I don't think can be cemented between now and the election day, not only in the major, the ruling party, but even across other political parties. Like for now, we don't even know what is happening in ADC. Ever since the OK movement have moved out of the APC, ADC, the party has become quiet. Now that they moved to ADC, now problem has begun to resurface from the NDC again. The parties that was showing sign of being alive, the PRP, is now quiet again. Until when maybe another strong movement moved there, then we're going to see crowd. So we don't know, we can't even predict what will happen between now and the election day in January.
And from the newspaper, from what we saw on the newspaper page, front of pages of the newspaper, I beg your pardon, it's like the deadlines for candidates is drawing closer.
I think it's the end of this month, right?
Right.
Yes, end of this month.
And then what's the fate of the ADC in terms of a legal tussle?
They are still going about doing their thing. I think they are determined in fielding candidates up till today. So whatever comes, maybe they may be able to now go to the court after the election. But for now, they are busy trying to rally around their members, encourage registration, and then even see the possibility of fielding their candidates.
And remember, the last statement credited to the national chairman of the party, Senator David Mark, was that whatever the situation, they'll be going ahead with the prescribed timetable as well as their internal timetable. And at the end of the day, whatever is the correct legal position, that's what they will adopt. But for now, they're continuing with the timetable.
Which is very wise.
So as at this, what time is it? 8:15 on Monday morning. They have 3 candidates who have collected the form, paid the 100 million naira fee.
For the position of the president?
Right.
Yes.
You mean for the APC? ADC.
Yes. While for the APC, 2 candidates, the incumbent President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and one other.
Okay, so 3 candidates has actually picked a form on the ADC for 100 million each.
Right.
Yes.
Wow, that means the cost of picking a form. For the
let me remember them. Rotimi Amechi has picked.
Okay.
Has Atiku picked?
I don't know.
Okay, let me say those I'm very, very sure of. Let me say 2 candidates. There are 2 in APC for now, 2 in ADC for now.
Can we have those in APC too? Of course, I'm the incumbent president.
The incumbent president and one other. In ADC, we have Chibike Rotimi Amechi, and we have Hayatuddin. Both of them have picked and paid for their yes, picked and paid for their forms. Now over to PDP. PDP is where we're about to see some little drama, because in PDP currently we had only one, and that is Senator John Owaneno.
But we're hearing,
guess what? Thank you. You say what you're hearing, because I'm hearing it too.
We're hearing that President Jonathan might likely pick the form
of PDP.
Exactly.
So let's look into that.
It's 1 point something for
what about the NDC?
The NDC has zoned it to the south, so we're waiting for the southern candidates to emerge.
Now let's look at Jonathan coming back quickly before we
wrap up.
Go to the next segment, or wrap up for the topic and then go to the next segment of the morning show. Jonathan is consulting widely, and what was the court ruling? Was it in his favor? Does he have the right to the contest? Yes or no? The court has not ruled, because his lawyer said, number one, they were not properly served, that they heard about the case in the media, and on and on and on and on. And by the time they could file in their own, but all in all, their prayer is for them to be cleared and allowed to contest. So for now, I think the case has been moved to the 16th. Yeah, to the 16th. And after that, we'll know what his fate is. But as it is, he's continuing. Yes, like you said, he's consulting widely and consulting with the PDP widely. So he seems to be on the march. So how do you see Jonathan coming back to the ball? Is he going to spring up a lot of surprises, or is he going to spark up a lot of widespread criticism, or whatever? What do you think?
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu told him that he's very welcome. In fact, he said that he's welcome to come and contest, which means I don't think
is it a game?
I don't think that the President Bola Tinubu is really worried or shaking about his entrance into the race.
Exactly.
President Bola Tinubu seems to be very confident of himself.
Of course. From all,
what do you think might be, behind those confidence?
I think one, the power of incumbency, two, believing in the structure that the APC has in place already, and then three, he believes, we all know, that he's a very good politician. There's a nickname they give him in Nigeria?
Jagaban.
Not that Jagaban. No. It's a very stubborn politician. So he's not the kind of politician that can easily, he gave himself. Okay, he's not the kind of president that you can easily, that can easily let go.
Push away.
Exactly. Honestly speaking. Whoever wants that seat has to really work hard.
But not just that, the power of
incumbency.
He has the power of incumbency, and then there's the power of the opposition, which seems to be splintering.
Exactly.
Because he was part and parcel of the formation of the APC. So he saw how difficult it was at the first tranche. Don't forget that they had tried it earlier on, and it all came to naught.
Yes.
Then, when the APC was formed, it just took a split second. APC was formed in 2013, April. By February the next year, February 2 years later, they not only fielded a candidate but won. So it's just a case of, for the opposition to gather together as one formidable force, which is not happening at all.
He's also taking advantage of that. Yes.
The opposition is splintering.
And that's
a
more
political
confidence.
strategy, exactly.
Yes.
When you have splintered opposition, it's like, who's going to face me?
Exactly.
Splintered opposition, you have strong incumbency.
When the coalition was formed initially, that was the time that he was a little bit shaken up. Do you understand? All Nigerians felt, okay, now this is a formidable force to face the incumbency.
For the whole political people to come together under one umbrella too.
But now, seeing what happened, that come to pass, that all the parties have now dissociated, they keep leaving the party and they became disorganized. That's what now adds more confidence to the incumbency.
Yes. So that's one of the factors that that increased his confidence.
Yes. But like I always say, the only thing that the ruling party can deny Nigerians is leaving at least one platform on which this candidate should contest. I keep repeating it. I don't think the battle is now any longer between political parties and the ruling party.
The battle is between Nigerians.
I think the battle is between Nigerians who are being aggrieved.
The hunger.
And the ruling party.
The hunger.
Once there is a reliable candidate under any political party, Do you understand? Agreeable person. I feel many Nigerians will go for that rather than re-electing the incumbent.
Okay, Madam Nike, your parting words on the issue of the crack. Do you see this crack, even though the issue has been settled temporarily, and then Hope Uzodinma continues as a chairman of the Governors Forum? Do you still see the crack, continuing on the ground? Because once attempted means somebody's not seeing an ambition somewhere.
No, I don't see the crack rearing its ugly head. Rather, I see a situation whereby the APC may become a little bit too comfortable and too relaxed, feeling that, oh well, they're after all, the cross splinters in the opposition will not give us any cause for, and maybe too comfortable and maybe too laid back. There may be a dark horse that could emerge. So I would say that since the crack has been put together, they still need to stay on their toes.
All right, they still need to stay on their toes. This is where we are going to wrap it up on this segment of the morning show. Thank you very much, Madam Nikki, and thank you, Mr. Brian. All right, we shall be going on the next segment of the morning show, which is What is Trending by Josephine Ferry. Please stay tuned. We'll be right back after this time out. This is P&B Morning Show here in the city of Abuja. Is one of the most important segment, I must say, in the morning show. It is, and of course, the entire crew is around. Madam Nikki, you're just quiet with your yellow and black, and Alaji.
There's any days I'll be at the edge.
So, just so very
quietness means rest. That's rested enough.
Okay. Well, thank God for,
of course, over the week there have been, for a while now, people calling on good luck Jonathan, the former. Now,
that 7,000 naira bag of rice.
We want it back.
That 1,000 naira bag of cement. I mean, 900 naira.
Yes. Of course, that too, So all of a sudden, people are wanting him back, and that's the first video we bring your way this morning. Let's have it, please.
Any registered political party. Because of our genuine fear of a possible collapse of Nigeria as peace and unity is now gradually eluding all of us, we decided to march on your office today again, hoping you will step out to receive us and make a statement that will gladden our hearts and the entire nation. We are asking you to hear our cries and contest the 2027 presidential election. Your Excellency, this contest for 2027 presidential elections, contest the 2027 presidential elections and give us the opportunity to vote for you once again. We are sure of over 10 million votes coming from this group across the country.
What Nigerians are ready to vote is to vote against hunger. And they have been able to see clearly that your regime cannot be matched with any so far. It's been over 15 years since you left power, but your record still stands and your record still counts. So we are asking earnestly that, sir, listen to the yearning of these people. They are not borrowed crowds. This is organic support. The love for you from the north, south, west, and east. We ask that, sir, your usual person, pick a form, and we are ready to go on our own without any oiling from any angle to support you and make sure that we make a clear statement that what gives anybody a chance to rule Nigeria is based on your record. Thank you.
With humility and a deep respect, I make appeal, sir. We urge you to declare your interest in the 2027 presidential election, sir, because if there is a real fear of my generation may never truly experience what kind of leadership in Nigeria truly feels like. Nigeria needs a standard and trusted leadership, sir. Nigeria needs stability. Nigeria needs hope, sir. We believe you represent hope. We, the young people, we are ready to stand with you.
My brothers and my sisters, first and foremost, let me welcome you to my office in Abuja here, and thank you for showing interest in your country. If you have no interest in the country, you will not bother to be here. So I can say that you are showing signs of being patriotic Nigerians. And I will encourage you to continue to be patriotic to the country. It's only patriotic citizens that build their nations. Unpatriotic citizens will destroy their nation, take the money to anywhere to enjoy their life. So you must be patriotic. And things are very, very clear. The key thing we need in this country is peace. So as young people, because most of you here, more than 80% of you are very young people. I don't even know how old some of you were when I was the president. But the key thing is peace in this country, and you will continue to advocate for that. And you continue to advocate for peaceful and credible elections in the country. Because if we don't have peaceful and credible elections, most good citizens will not want to bother to get involved in politics. And as youth, we will continue to advocate for that. It's very dear to us, peaceful elections. And indeed, you, as young people, must continue to be fully involved in the electoral processes, especially your right to vote. I've observed elections in about 14 or more African countries. Some have been there 2 times. And even Southeast Asia. Nigeria have the lowest turnout of elections in every election cycle. We have the highest voters apathy. And it shows as if people are not even interested in their election. We have the worst, the least. I've never been to a country that has the low numbers we have in terms of percentage of voters. I think INEC need to do something about it, need to study it, get consultants to look at it, and what is the cause, and do something. As young people, you must be involved in the electoral process. If I ask how many of you have your voters' cards now, probably 50% of you don't even have voters' cards. And you're asking me to go and contest the election. So you must be patriotic, you must participate in the electoral process. Yes, you have asked me to come and contest the next elections. Presidential race is not a computer game. But I've heard you, and I will consult widely. But the most important thing is in Nigeria that the young people will have hope. In Nigeria that will plan for our grandchildren. These countries, people travel abroad to go and enjoy. These things don't happen overnight. Leaders after leaders plan for the grandchildren and build their country. So every year you see things being added and added until they are in this kind of semi-paradise world they enjoy it. The Jagba syndrome in Nigeria has to stop. The highest level of disdain shown to Nigerian youths abroad has to stop. Even African countries that we help, African countries that even when we are students, parts of our scholarship monies we are contributing to solve problems in those countries. And treating Nigerians as if we are all a bunch of idiots and criminals. Because probably we leaders have not been able to build our country, give hope to our young people, and even attract others to come here and work. This is the task that face all Nigerian leaders. These things could be done by any other person, but not necessarily Jonathan. But I've heard you. I will consult, and probably, of course, the race is getting close.
Your Excellency,
Yes.
for many Nigerians within their early 20s and below, it sounds like music to their ears that Nigeria was once the largest economy under your watch. Don't you feel the weight on your shoulder to accede the request of these Nigerians to contest for the presidency of 2027 again?
Thank you. I've heard them. Just like I said, you must have heard me. I said that contesting presidency is not a computer game. I have heard from the young people. I will consult. I cannot just wake up and say I want to be the president of Nigeria again. But I'm telling you that I will consult. If there's need to, you'll find.
Very smart.
He's smart. Well, that was his response after a group of youths in their numbers trooped his office over 2 days ago to ask him to contest. You heard his response. Firstly, 2 things I took note. You're asking me to contest, and I know if I'm to ask, 50% of you here don't have your voter's card.
And you're asking me to contest?
You're asking me to contest. And making Nigeria to work mustn't be done by Jonathan.
Hello.
There are
other people.
But who are the people now? Now, talking about Jonathan, it is very obvious that during his time, it was one of the best times for Nigeria because
Nigeria was the best economy in Africa.
Yes, we really, that moment, we really enjoyed a lot. Everything was just seamless, but over the years, you could see the changes, you could see what's happening. And I remember what happened during the election that took him out of office. It was rigged. And I remember there was a call for him to go for election tribunals, right? And he said, no, no blood of a Nigerian is worth him. I mean, something like that. Worth him being.
His ambition is not worth the blood of any
Nigerian. Good. So do you think if he wants to come back in court, what wanted to happen? Because for him to say, Goodluck Jonathan is a very smart man. He knows that probably he sensed it at that time. If he was going to fight for it, there was something that might have happened at that time. So do you think that thing, if he's going to come, he's still Goodluck. Nothing have changed about him. If for anything, he have become better. He have learned. He have become better over the years. And him coming back, it's going to be that, okay, this is a better version of Goodluck Jonathan. And it's going to be a better version of him leading Nigerians again. So do you think if he comes back, if only he's going to happen to the call of the people to come back, that thing in code that made him say him being the president is not worth the blood of any Nigerian, don't you think that thing will be in place?
All right, let me just give a shot on this issue. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan Azikiwe from Bayelsa State, a very seasoned politician and one-time president, who also was a victim of the doctrine of necessity after the demise of President Yar'Adua. And then that created a lacuna in the constitution. And of course, the doctrine of necessity was invoked and he became the president. Then shortly after then, he became, a duly elected president, and he served all together for 5 years. Then, of course, we had the likes of Okonjo-Iweala, who was the coordinating minister for the economy, and Nigeria became the #1 economy in Africa. Now, fast forward to this time. Shortly after, there was gang-ups, conspiracies, and those who conspired against him are the one now jeering that he should come back. Because now the cane that was used to flog the first wife was actually kept for the second. Now they brought in somebody else, and then from there, we have not recovered up to today. Things, cement that used to be 900 or something naira is now 12,000 naira. The economy, the fuel that used to be 140 naira is now 1,400 and even 450. So you can see that the economy is not smaller than anybody now. And now, I just hope we have learned our lessons. You can see the smile, the smile on his face, and the way he in a very funny manner made that comment that all of you that are telling me to come and vote, do you have your PVCs? And you are telling me to come and vote. You can see that a man who was a former president understands the power of the PVC. For those of you who think that your vote does not count, here is a former president telling you you don't have a PVC. He understands the power of the PVC. And again, he also made, I want to respect the fact that he's also making you to understand that he is not the only person that can fix Nigeria. We have other people that can fix Nigeria, as as we saw in his comment where he said it's not only Jonathan, because shows that he understands that there are a lot of credible hands there that can also fix Nigeria. He understands the issues and he knows the issues can be solved. Yes. And that is why he's making such comment. I want to say, okay, looking at the advice given from the NBA by the NBA this morning that he should not go and contest and model his hand in this state politics. That because politics has graduated from one state to another past 11 years that he left office, and that the office he left when it was 2015 and now it's not the same politics again. Now we have a politics where somebody is in one party and is influencing issues in another party. But the impunity now allegedly is of the rise. It's on the rise now. Because I've not seen that kind of politics before. Where those days politicians are careful to participate in anti-party activities, but now we are seeing clear-cut anti-party activities allegedly, and then nobody's talking. We're also seeing issues where electoral act is being signed in quick succession and money is being borrowed. Somebody's coming out to say security will stop after 2027 election. Somebody's coming out and nobody's questioning him. How did you arrive at that date?
Yes.
Is it that
why must it be up to that date? Why?
The issues are endless. Somebody's coming to tell us that Nigeria is a poor country, that the president is open to borrowing anytime.
Anytime, any day.
Anytime, any day. So I want to rest it there. I want to say, well, with all this issue, Jonathan, you are not a baby. The wife is even insisting, oh, guys, stay home.
Of course.
Stay home. Because she even suffered the most then. The law of caricature that took place. I wouldn't want to use that.
Let's not go there. Let's have Mickey on this one.
Well, President Goodluck, former President Goodluck Jonathan coming out to contest his thoughts doesn't really come as a surprise to anybody. For the youth who came out to ask him to contest, I am a little bit taken aback, if for nothing else. Like all my life, I've always heard this statement: the youth are the leaders of tomorrow.
And we are still here.
As it is now, gray hair sprouted out of my head, and I have not the leadership position. I have seen this.
I'm not even a class monitor. I'm not even a class fellowship member.
No, there have been no leadership.
I'm talking about myself.
Ever extended to anyone else. If at all, maybe when they are very, very limited by tenure limitation. After 8 years, no how, you've got to go. Then you now grab somebody. You understand? So it's still you ruling by proxy through the other person whom you've placed there. And immediately you start quarreling with him. You don't even then open the playing field. Okay, now you've tried it didn't work. No, you bring another proxy. You bring another person, and still we see that a lot, especially, I have got to say, in Lagos State. And River State is now tending towards that same block pattern. So, for the youths, well, since they've seen in him somebody who maybe will give them a fair chance, a fair opening, maybe let's see. The youths have repented. They've repented from their. Let's see the youths that have repented, or the old ones that are yet to repent.
But you should know that same youth now, tomorrow, if APC are campaigning, you will see them there. If the other ones are campaigning, the organizer says it's an organic crowd now. Of course it is. But they said it's not an organic. Let's have you on this one.
Well, Jonathan, when Jonathan and late show Umaru Yar'Adua came to power, they had a plan. They had a direction. They had a blueprint, a very beautiful one. They didn't just happen to be there by accident. Yes, 7-point agenda. They had a plan for this country. This is what we want to do. And then we are committed to doing that. So even after the demise of that President Umaru Yar'Adua, Goodluck Jonathan mentioned it verbally that, look, I will stick to those plans. We'll move it forward. At least we believe it will help Nigeria. I really did help Nigeria. It is based on that Nigeria are saying, yes, he deserves to come and do it once again. The youth coming out to say so. Having said that, the youth actually who are agitating, who are now calling on him to come and contest, because he's a very smart person, he told them, look, I'm consulting. And this is not the first time that he said he's consulting. Yeah. There are quite a number of times he has been moving around the northern part of this country, doing projects, humanitarian project and all other things. And at every point in time, northerners will say, come and contest, we are for you. Just like one of my brothers mentioned here that it is the same people that voted him out. No. Nigerians voted him out. Do you understand? But there was a reason. What was the reason? It's not even actually the insecurity at that time. Me and you had this discussion behind the scene. I said the problem was at that time that the northerners believed that it is still the time of the north to do that for 8 years, because the northern is supposed to rule for 8 years, and then the power will now shift to north.
To south.
To south. But then Jonathan advised him that no, give it a shot. We believe you too can do it, give it a shot. It was on that basis, then some people now brought the Boko Haram issue and then joined it to it. Apart from that, honestly speaking, Nigerians across the board, not just even make it tribal or ethnic, Nigerians across the board love Jonathan. He's a likable person, he's a gentleman. Yes, but I don't believe he's prepared to run this time.
No, he isn't.
Exactly.
I saw
even the statement he made here is indicative of that. He smiles and says, it's not only me that can make Nigeria better. There are other people. And then I'm making consultation. That particular statement, making consultation, has been going on for more than 10 years, even after he left power.
And he's still consulting.
Exactly. And he's still consulting. And then I would like to align with my brother CK here. For me, honestly, because of the love I have for Jonathan and the respect I have for him, and even the respect Nigerians have for him, I don't believe he's the sort of person that would love to come and taint his image now.
No,
I don't think he can.
Because the politics now is not the same 11 years ago.
Exactly. Not that. He's a politician. He can still maneuver. It's not the way
they play it now. You know, there was a little.
They have messed up the economy.
If he's coming back, he really won't be able to fit.
Exactly. It's so messed up.
It's a lot have changed.
Let me tell you something.
A lot have changed. Let's wrap this topic here, please.
We can continue behind the scene.
Yes,
that discussion continue.
All right, that takes us to our next video. Quite an interesting. I was just smiling. You know when you see something and you're speechless and you just all you could do your response is smile. I was smiling at that video. Let's have the second video, please.
How old are you? How old are you? Huh? 30 years? Really? Wow. You're 30 years? And your mom is there, your dad is there? How many do you have? How many siblings do you have? Huh? 9 siblings. Are you the last? The first son? Is any of your brothers here? You just came alone. No. Huh? Your auntie. Who's your auntie? See the old lady. Fantastic. Congratulations. Congratulations. Can we see your membership card? Yep, can you show me your membership? Oh, okay. Is that his file?
Yeah, this is his file.
Did he go to school?
That's what I want to check. His credentials.
Are you working closely with your governor? Is he aware that you're here?
I have seen when he
How optimistic are you to win the? Do you have any opponent running?
Yes, very good.
How do you want us to help you? Yes, how do we help you?
You want to help me to pass the school and
you will pass the school?
Yes, go back to the province because people called me to serve. And I'll serve. I'm not going to call myself. It's people that call me to serve them.
Yes. My God. And you want to serve them? Yes. And how many of those people are running? How many people are running against you?
In APC?
Yes, in
no,
APC.
Only 2.
Only 2? Yes. Why don't you talk to the other person to step down for you?
No, in the current member, example member.
How many times has it done?
No, the first time.
First time. Why do you want to replace him?
No, it's not from me, it's from the people.
That's okay. Write your name.
What's the level of education you are working in? I think,
yes.
What of his credentials? Hello.
Wonders are never end anyway.
They made me smile. I don't know why I was smiling, but if it's the way they were treating him, they were treating him more like a baby other than an adult that he is. You know, but even though his size doesn't unnecessarily show he's an adult, but what he says, he speaks so maturely. He speaks with a lot of wisdom and understanding. He speaks with knowledge of what he's doing.
You can imagine when they're asking, what do you want to say? He says, not for me. And see, let me tell you, me, on the contrary, this annoys me. because to me it appears as if it is body shaming. It's just like you laughing at somebody because it's too tall, or because it's too thin like me, or because it's too dark. Do you understand?
Yes.
And then for you to even scale through, you cannot pick a nomination form for primaries if you have not been cleared by your governor. We know that that's the issue of consensus. Do you understand? For the APC team to even give him the nomination form, they might have done
all
the investigation.
Is it running under the APC?
It's under the APC. They asked him, is the governor aware of you? He said, yes, he's aware that I'm coming.
There was a video of him and
Then if we are having him, you are having the governor of the APC team that conducted the screening exercise. National House of Representatives. So see, for me, I'm even angry that people will begin to make this thing as a video of controversy or interest. He's a normal Nigerian. He cannot come and claim his 30 years.
But you know, you wouldn't.
If it's actually not.
People. This is the first time, I would say, to my knowledge, though, that someone of his stature is coming out, and it's new.
I remember when Aki Apopu started acting Nigerian. People are saying this I cheat on all that. There are people like that.
Not people. Okay, let me put it this way. There are things that you cannot take away from the society. Let's give your take. Aki Apopu, you made mention. If you notice very well, they restricted them to playing roles that had to do with children. And they were casted that way.
But that would not diminish their intelligence.
I'm coming. You know, I didn't interject
to
with
behave
you.
like
I'm coming so that we don't have time. You must understand that social stigma is something that has been in existence. If you contact a particular illness now, and the public gets to know, you will be stigmatized. Do you understand? So it happens. It is strange. Why it is trending and why we are talking about it is because of the nature. Of course.
That's why I said it's new to the Nigerian.
Yes. The reason why it is even trending in the first place is because of his size. And his mannerism, at some point I was even doubting his mannerism until when he now said that last response he gave now made me to okay. I had to look at him twice when he said, it is not me, it's the people. A child will not give that kind of answer. You understand? But at first when he was talking, in my mind, I was like, are you sure? Because everything about him was tilting towards...
The way he was even leaning onto the table.
His mannerism generally. Facially,
you can see the way he maintains his calmness.
But he was so calm. Yeah,
so calm.
The people around him.
And I was, like I said, at first I was that.
See the way he's directing his people.
Even when they asked him, where are your siblings? No one around him. Because I was waiting to see his younger brother. All of them cannot be of that size.
No.
So I wanted to see his blood brother, his younger brother.
But they mustn't necessarily be there.
Or sister.
As he rightfully said.
No, I said I was.
Okay.
That was the reason why that woman was asking him that question.
But I really don't like the way they were treating him like a child. Talking to him like a child.
No.
At the point, the woman asked him, did he go to school?
Yes,
that was embarrassing.
Let me tell you. Everything at about point, everything, don't make no mistake. Everything about him gave rise to those questions. It's because it's surprising. If that kind of person comes to you now, you, Ferry, as you're looking at it now, there's no way you will not be stunned first.
There are my understanding of the fact that we have dwarfs, that they just like
you did you see the face of that guy? Not just being a dwarf. Did you see his face?
I know that everything, there is every possibility that his age is nothing like what he looks.
Everything.
Let's have Mickey on this one.
Well, for me, I remember before he came on the video, our dear gentleman here said that he took pains and made some inquiries amongst people in Zaria. And he's asked a lot of people, and they said he's actually anything from above 30. Secondly, I do not like the way the panel handled it. You know, that shock will already be there, but you swallow it within you, or you're trampling on his human rights. I'm here to come in. I want to do such and such a thing. Please let us have your documentation.
Nigerian.
Have you been to school? No, that was
can I help you?
Professional.
Yeah, totally. So in future, you know, they should take example from that and know that whatever you're presented with. In the first place, I'm so glad he said it wasn't his desire, it's the desire of his people.
Is your governor aware? Did you tell Daddy?
Well, your brothers and sisters here, because the way I'm seeing you, you know,
it is only natural.
Yeah, it's natural.
They have to keep it to themselves.
Yeah,
maybe after what they ask people around.
You know, they never knew.
You know, earlier on when
they never knew that video was going to trend.
don't know.
They even asked about
when you
whether you have been to
you
school.
asked me a particular question that do I think such and such a person, having gone through the screening, is going to win? So ask me about this one. I'm thinking he's going to win.
He will. My fingers are crossed on that. And this is where we wrap it on what's trending.
Okay. This is where we wrap it on what's trending. Well, whatever. A lot of drama. This is another drama.
This is another drama. Yes, and then see, we have to see a situation like that. We don't people with I don't want to call it deformity.
Physical disability.
Physically challenged people should always come out to contest. People like these ones will come out.
So that we don't
exactly.
eat up to the next program we're going to have is Sports Extra on P&B Morning Show. But this is where we're going to wrap it up on the morning show today this morning. Thank you very much for joining us. Please do find the time to check us out on our social media handles. Just showing right there on the screen. Then you can then follow us and like and then make your comments. This is P&B Morning Show here in the city of Abuja. Thank you very much. Do have a wonderful day ahead. My name is Kenneth Chidi, and on behalf of the crew, bye-bye and see you tomorrow.
Welcome to another explosive edition of the P&B Sports Show. I'm Abel Sunday. Arsenal edged past West Ham United with a hard-fought 1-0 victory, but was this another statement performance from Mikel Arteta's men in the title race, or are the Gunners still leaving questions unanswered? And then we head to Spain, where the spotlight is burning brighter than ever on Kylian Mbappe and Real Madrid, from the frustration to growing pressure at the Santiago Bernabeu. What exactly is going on between the French superstar and the Madrid faithful? Joining me in the studio is ever sensitive that will make sense out of this, I beg your pardon, is the sport Berlusconi himself, Arakotom, and also from the ancient city of Benin, the abracadabra of sport, John. Grab your teacup because P&B Sport start now.
We're bringing you the biggest headlines, match analysis, and expert analysis from the world of sport.
Unbelievable! It's Rodri! Manchester City are on their way!
From football to basketball to athletics, from outdoor sports to indoor sports, we all got you covered. Stay with us as we break down the latest results
and as we dive into the major sports stories making waves globally and locally. On Politics and Business Television.
Welcome back. It's still P&B Sports Show, reaching you live from the nation's capital. And the sport Berlusconi is here with us. Unfortunately, most times Mondays like this, you are away somewhere enjoying yourself, but you find time to come and see us in the studio this morning. Welcome to P&B Sports Show.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure to be here. You know, it's an honor to always be with you in the studio.
Well, of course, definitely. And the abracadabra, so we'll call him that because he brings magic to sport analysis. John. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Hector. Morning, Tom. It's always a pleasure.
Yeah, of course, definitely. But I think we should just dive into the conversation because we don't have time anymore. Tom, let me start with you. We saw how Arsenal were able to crush West Ham, but those is a very tough fight. And we saw the goal from Trossard now at Arsenal. Do you think Arsenal has beginning to show a kind of identity, this winning mentality, showing title credentials? You can put, and so you can list those coming like that. Do you think they started showing that potential that yes, they are ready for this season?
You know, prior to that match, they had 3 matches left, and now they have 2. You know, when I saw the performance, I won't call it, like you said, crushed. I won't call it crushing. I would say that the West Ham side, you know, they held their own. They showed the type of skill that they have. And then again, when you see the identity of the team of Arsenal, I think they made some changes that I feel were necessary to make, especially moving forward into the Champions League final and also into the final 2 matches that they have, one against Crystal Palace and the other against Burnley. You could see the goal from Trossard. You know, Trossard has become somewhat of the perfect clutch player for the Arsenal. If not one of the best clutch players in the English Premier League at the moment after that 83rd minute goal. I think that says a lot about him. You know, I think that was his 10th goal of the season. It stopped a scoring drought for him. So that says a lot about Trossard and with the way he plays and with the way Arteta has decided to use him over time.
Well said, Eru. I want you to talk about David. I'm talking about David Reyes, the world-class save that he made yesterday. Wasn't that? I think that's for me. I think that saves that 3 point for Arsenal yesterday. Are you with me, Eru? I think we're having some kind of glitch with Eru. I don't know what's happening to Benin right now. I don't know what's happening there, the Asian city of Benin. So, but let me ask you that same question. We saw what David Reyes did yesterday. That world class one-on-one with one of the strikers from West Ham. That was a world class save, and that should be a goal. Anytime, any day, that should be a goal. But we don't know how David was able to stop that. So from your own opinion, do you think that actually salvaged the 3 point for Arsenal?
To me, I think that was the save of the season. In an intense moment like that, in a moment when that is all that matters, you know, you just had to save your team from that. And that saving a goal from Matheus Fernandes, you know, it meant a lot. It meant so much, you know, when it came to that minute. And I think that when you look at a player like David Raya, he's one that has held his own over time. He's a player that has shown why he's there and why he's the number one keeper, you know, when it comes to Arsenal. And he has proved his own over time. And I think that it was an amazing save. If that goal had gone in, it would have shattered Arsenal's hope, or maybe slow them down, because we would have had the Manchester City. It would have been a 74, to have just been a 2 or 3 point lead for the Manchester City side, for the Arsenal side against the Manchester City, and to have given Manchester City enough hopes. So I think for him, he saved the Arsenal season for now, and he has given them hopes for now.
Well said. Are you back with us now? Eric, can you hear me? Okay, I think your network is kind of fluctuating, but can you hear me now? Okay, I asked earlier about the save from David Raya, Arsenal's goalkeeper, and the world-class save. I was saying that alone, I think that was able. That was the save of, according to what Arako said, he said the save of the season. Do you think that actually helped Arsenal to gain full 3 points? Because surely that's supposed to be a goal. Then I want you to tie this to that question where Martin Odegaard. But the performance yesterday, how can you rate him?
Okay, first of about the save by David Raya, that was indeed a world-class save. I can argue this that was the best save of the season. Given time that save for God, the pressure, the intensity of the game at that time. And you know that I want to tell you people psychological, the thing that some things do to you. It gives you a certain moral booster, it gives you a momentum increase when things like that happen. You know, it's something that everybody already talks that, oh, this going in, this goal, and then magically it goes faster to speak about. Immediately I saw that, it flashed my mind back to the 2022 World Cup, where Martinez did something similar from Turam, Argentina versus France in the last minutes of the extra time. You see, it gives you a certain moral booster. It gives you the hope that, oh, yeah, we are saying this. And it just energizes you, it energizes the players that, okay, yes, we are keeping this, all of it can go on. And I think that was very crucial to Arsenal winning the game. And then, so Martin Odegaard, his performance today, I'll give him kudos, especially for someone who has been, Martin Odegaard has been criticized a lot this season, not just by our rivals, but even by Arsenal players.
Oh, I think we're having some okay.
Yeah, I mean, very, very. Are you with me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Can I hear you? Go ahead.
And then he has been on and on injury. So giving such a performance yesterday, it was a good one.
I think Eru's network is kind of Okay, we are done. Okay, fine. Let's come back to you, Tom. We saw. Can we finally say that Arsenal already they're in control of the league, because winning that game yesterday, it shows that yes, these guys, they know what they're doing, and of course taking full advantage of Man City dropping point on Monday against Everton, and they had to just 6-2. Now, of course, even if 79, I beg your pardon, they're 79 now, while Man City 74, which is 7 point or 6 point lead. 6 point lead at the point. I'll be 5 points. 5 point lead. So them winning, just they have 2 games left, and I think they're playing Crystal Palace and is it Bournemouth or
they are playing Burnley first,
and then Crystal Palace
as their last match.
And Burnley should be he already has relegated. So looking at these 2 teams, I think there are easy way for there are easy teams or easy games for Arsenal to see that.
I disagree entirely. You know, when we watch that West Ham match, we saw something that we've been worried about for a very long time. We say that this is a team that has one of the best. You know, they have a lot of replacements. Yes, we saw that. We saw a lot of changes from Arsenal as well. But then again, Arsenal had 64% possession, while West Ham had 36% possession. Yes, possession does not always matter, but when you are a team like Arsenal is a team that should be scoring a high score, that should be scoring enough goals, like what their last match when Saka had the last goal, when you could see it was a high scoring match. I respected that against the West Ham side, but then again we'll be playing Burnley and we'll be playing Crystal Palace. These are sides that are thinking about the relegation right now. Come on, when you meet a team that has nothing to lose, they are not under any pressure, they already know where their fate lies. I think they will want to use the champions to prove a point. And I think that is where we might be at the moment. We might see a gridlock whereby they might lose it, but then again, they might win it. But that says a lot. And I think that when you look at the Manchester City side and the way they want to, and the way they play, come on, we know what Pep Guardiola is up to. We know him saying that, yes, that we've lost these, blah, blah, blah. He keeps saying things like that. And like we said on Saturday on Balls of Fire, you know, we said it might just be a psychological game. Yes, but his eyes are on the English Premier League. His eyes are on the FA Cup. He's trying to see how we can win all 3, Carabao, FA, and English Premier League. So that says a lot. So we need an Arsenal side that doesn't just hold possession. We need an Arsenal side that, despite injuries, they can hold their own. Even if White is out, you know, we can have players that can step in for White, and that will mean a lot for the Arsenal side.
Well said. Let me ask you, we have 2 games left for Arsenal. We have 3 games left for Man City, and with these games, I think Man City have more difficult games to play than Arsenal. But from your own angle, do you think there might be anywhere where either of these teams might drop points again, either Arsenal or Man City?
Of course, yes. There's a possibility of either of these teams dropping points, or even both teams dropping points. Football is not only one-sided. You can never say never when it comes to the game of football. If we're told by that Arsenal will be in this situation, if this was 10-12 games ago, by now we'd already be concluding that Arsenal have been champions already, because there was a time in the season they were leading 9 points, 10 points, there was a 10-point difference. So you can never say never. Arsenal has Burnley and Crystal Palace. Burnley is relegated already, but if you check this way, when it comes to the Premier League, there's one thing this team do. They try to cause the upset. So these 2 games that are remaining for the Arsenal side, Crystal Palace is a long game. They are not going to be easy games for Arsenal. They are not going to be walk-over games for Arsenal. The other teams, they always want to come and upsets. They always want to make the question. As well as Manchester City, they have 3 games left. And there's every possibility that they also miss points again. Don't forget, it's a Premier League encounter. Nobody's there for charity. It's not the charity organization. So, yes, there's a possibility of both teams losing points even in the remaining 2 to 3 games of the season. Yeah.
Well said. Okay, I'll just ask you a straightforward question. Just, is it yes or no? Do you think Arsenal will win this season?
I hope not.
No, just a yes or no. It's yes or no.
I hope not. I'm not going to put my money.
Eru, do you think Arsenal is going to win this season? Eru, do you think Arsenal is going to win this season or not?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I think they'll win it, but I don't want it.
Okay, it's time for us to go on a short break, and when we return, we'll be heading to Spain, and we'll tell you everything about Kylian Mbappe and the Madrid faithful. What's really going down there. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
We're bringing you the biggest headlines, match analysis, and expert analysis from the world.
Unbelievable! It's Rodri! Manchester City are on their way!
From football to basketball to athletics, from outdoor sports to indoor sports, we all got you covered. Stay with us as we break down the latest results
and as we dive into the major sports stories making waves globally and locally.
Oh, he's taken it!
Your home of everything sports, only on Politics and Business Television.
Welcome back. It's still P&B Sports Show, reaching live from the nation's capital, and I'm very much with the Sport Berlusconi and also the Abracadabra of Sports, Ruth John. Let's dive into. Oh, before we go there, there's a controversy. I just remembered now. The last minute goal, seconds goal from West Ham that VAR ruled out. Eru, from your own end, do you think that should stand?
In all sincerity, that is a goal.
I agree.
And I will say that because of one reason. I've always said it on this show that the video assistant referee in England is the most inconsistent technological advancement that I've ever seen on common in my life. The VAR referees, they are so inconsistent. I don't know, I think they act from their mood when they are in good mood or when they are in bad mood. Because that exact action that was ruled out for a foul, Arsenal has scored several things in this season via that same action. Arsenal are fast in the beginning of the season. That was Arsenal's tactics in scoring all their numerous corner kicks. They tend to strangle your goalkeeper, they overcrowd your box. And I was beginning to wonder what exactly is the reason why this goal cannot stand. But before now, you rule it as a goal. So yes, in my opinion, that goal should have been, and that was a pure bias on West Ham. I was aware that after this morning, David Moyer said the West Ham team, they are already thinking of filing an official complaint to the English FA because of that.
But my own take is, even if they fired any complaint or petition, it will not still change anything. Would they overturn the 3 points? I don't think that will, and I believe you share some sentiment with.
It depends on the verdict of the English FA. It depends on the verdict.
Okay.
I know that because decision is almost ending.
All right. We are just 4 minutes left. I wonder how you're going to talk about this Mbappe scandal. But I think I'll just give you guys maybe a minute each to see how you talk about. Let me start with you, Tom. Tom, a minute. Mbappe. They saw him at is it Italy or Spain? Is it Italy or France with his girlfriend while he's supposed to be I think he's injured. He's supposed to be nursing his injury, but they saw him with his girlfriend relaxing, and it sparked reactions all over. And considering the fact that they have a El Clasico coming up, and they are behind the champions now, Barcelona with 11 points, then but now 14. So a lot of them, and they wanted him out of that was what started the whole.
First of all, I think a lot of fans should realize that these players are not just players, they are human beings as well. They have a life outside football. If a player says he's injured, then we should respect that. If the medical team says he's injured, we should respect that as well. And we need them to understand that this is not just about football. Players, no matter how much you are paying them, you need them to be in the right state of mind. If he decides to spend time with his wife, with his girlfriend, with his mother, with his sister, or even with a family member or with anybody, I think that doesn't matter. The most important thing is that he should be healthy so that he can perform better in the future. He's one of the highest goal scorers, even with the time that he has been off for the Real Madrid side, and that says a lot about the quality of player. I think a lot of Real Madrid fans are budging themselves too much on issues that they should not bother themselves on. But then again, this is the highest campaign in the history of football, in my own opinion. But yes, did that affect their their El Clasico match. I think, yes, he did. You know, in 94 years, we've not seen an El Clasico final, an El Clasico trophy decider in Spain. And that says a lot about what is happening in the Spanish league. You know, this is the second consecutive title for the Barcelona side. And it just confirms the fact that the Real Madrid side will be going home trophyless this season. So I think that it shows a lot. His absence has showed a lot as well.
Okay, well said. In fact, I gave you 1 minute, you took 2 minutes. Aaron, quickly, please, in 1 minute, we don't have time again. What is your opinion on this Mbappe's controversy?
I think the sentiments of my brother Tom. I think the Real Madrid fans are concerning themselves with what's not important. Mbappe is injured. Everybody is not an injury that the former PCO is getting. So if in his injury, he decides to strengthen his woman or whoever is strengthen, how does that affect? There are more important issues. In the week, was there not a outburst a violence incident that occurred in their training ground that involved them already? Let them concern themselves with that. What concerns for what Mbappe is doing in his time injured? As far as concerned, it does not go against the policy of the club and does not go against the rules of the game. I don't think that would be a problem. I don't think Paul attention is focused on him and this because he's one of the biggest things in the Real Madrid. And being that he's the highest risk priority season, and with over 40 days, they may want to be on the special list for him. So I think there are people thinking that who are not injured. You could just give them 2 days on the day. No, carry here
and unfortunately, we don't have time again. We don't have time. I just hope we'll push this topic to tomorrow and we'll talk about it again tomorrow extensively. At least we'll go down. And that's the size of our show this morning. I want to say a very big thank you to the Berlusconi of Sport, Arakotom, and much. Also the Abracadabra of Sport from the Asian City of Benin, John, thank you so much for your contribution on the show this morning. And to our viewers that are watching us, thank you so much for keeping up to our programs. And of course, you can follow up and drop your comment on all our social media platforms on YouTube and Facebook at Politics and Business TV.English, on IG at P&B TV_English, on X at P&B TV_ENG. And the next program is Devices with Madina Azaki. I'm Abel Sunday from me and the entire team here in Abuja. Say goodbye.
We didn't come this.
A very good morning and welcome to The Voices, coming to you live on Politics and Business TV, right here in the nation's capital, Abuja. My name is Madina Azaki. Now, the political drama still continues, like we told you, and that you should you should pick your, role very well. Don't be a spectator. Now, the campaign has not even started, and we are seeing, how, in some places it's so much volatile, in some places it is calm, in some places it's a mixture of both. And we're seeing some big wigs, being attacked. But let me welcome my team in the house. Madam Felicia, it's good to see you. And Mr. Casey, it's good to see you. Even though you will not escape that interview. I'm going to deal with the two of you for starting this program very, very late. Don't tell me you are not happy. So yes, for coming to studio very late, I'm going to deal with you. It's a Monday morning. We are all happy to be here together. If you are ready, so you are introducing me now. Yes, the latecomers, the people who I have to call, they said they understand the viewers very well, and they understand the viewers, and they are coming to the studio very late. So next time you will not come late. But let's go to the videos and see exactly what happened. This just tells you that we're in for it's interesting time. We're in for interesting time ahead. Very, very interesting time. So let's see if the technical guys are ready. Let's see if let's the video roll, please. All right. So, number 4, I've been number 3 of Nigeria. He's been attacked. Number 4 is almost been pulled, down from the stage. And when we tell people that whether you're a president or you're a governor, whatever position you find yourself, try and do the needful, because a day of reckoning
definitely
will come. Even though some people will say this is not new now. We are used to this kind of game over and over. No matter how volatile it is, we are used to it. Somebody will say, if you're Donald Trump, will get shot and escape by the whisker. What is this one compared to that? Yes. So your thoughts?
Well, first and foremost, let me say that it's political season. And one thing about politics is that the politicians you are a product as a leader. And there are products that are not sellable.
Even if you try to force it?
Yes.
But you can package it well?
No.
Oh. Are you saying that Tinubu is not sellable?
I didn't say...
So you said some product now.
I'm going somewhere.
And I'm taking you to the place. I'm cutting the journey. I'm cutting the journey short for you.
Allow me to get here by myself.
Okay.
Our political leaders should understand that Nigerians are becoming wiser. When they say the world is a global village, starting from your GSM, we now see what is going on. Now this is the product of social media. And you can't gag it. If you gag the mouth, can you gag the phone?
No.
Now people are beginning to see what is happening. This is hunger versus leadership.
That's what is playing out.
That is what is playing out.
Hunger versus leadership.
Hunger, frustration, bad road versus leadership. That's what's going to play out. You see, one of the characteristics of most politicians is that self-deceit. When you begin to lie to yourself, the street will not lie to you. And this is what the street is going to offer to you. Because, of course, I'm sure the person in question that was attacked will go home and give himself a rethink. People are tired. People are hungry. People have decided to cross the Rubicon, cut the chain. What will happen, let it happen. I told you before now that the generation where we are today, nobody's interested. That's why people don't want to work. Nobody wants to be insulted anymore. Give me my pride and my name. Take your money. But give me my pride. Even your child, the way you talk to your child now matters.
So if people don't want to work, who is going to work? And how will they make money? Will all of us be a yahoo?
No, let me tell you what's about making money. It has gone beyond. Those days we were streamlined. Go to school. Read book.
Go to school. Tell your teacher you are a fool.
Today, an athlete is a big boy. A footballer makes money.
But we had football in the past.
There was no money for them.
Yeah, but they still work for it. Because when you go through the kind of training you go through it, for you to become a star.
Ordinary Nigerian league, national league players have money. They have houses, they have cars. They live better than graduates.
So is it everybody that will be a footballer and everybody will be an athlete?
I gave football as an example.
But I'm also telling you that considering the percentage, I think we should stop disabusing people's mind that people don't want to work. I want us to disabuse that because not all of us will be yahoo.
Let me tell you what.
Not all of us will be.
Allow me to portray that so people understand. People don't want to work for somebody.
But how will you make money for yourself?
No. Therefore yesterday, I was looking for a carpenter. One came and I engaged him. The next day he couldn't make it. He called me and said, I sent another one. And while I was sending another boy brought another one. I've begun to see, I'm talking about fine, good-looking young guys, well-educated guys doing carpentry now on their own.
No, that is work.
That is work. What I'm telling
and he learned it somewhere.
That's what I'm telling you. He learned it somewhere. Apprenticeship. I'm trying to tell you that people don't. The idea in Nigeria when you say work, even in your family, they mean work to earn salary. That's what we now work in Nigeria. The self-dependency is not as popular as salary in Nigeria. I'm referring to 30 days.
30 your salary.
Yes, people don't. It's not fashionable anymore now. People don't want to.
So why are people applying? Because when you go to when there's a vacancy for a job, whether private or public, you see the number of applicants that were applied. Some of them, the people they can't, especially government job, they can't even see them.
Okay, let me tell you psychologically why it is like that. Among the 3-4 personality traits, the highest is the S. S is the largest in the world, and L's are known for salaries.
So there are people. A lot of people.
You say why?
Yeah, but let's come back to the topic.
S and more.
So let's come back to the topic. So let's not disabuse people, man. You can be self-employed if you want to, but that doesn't take the fact that a lot of other people want to work and earn a salary, and they want to infuse their.
For example, you work for yourself now.
That's what I'm saying. But I worked somewhere. I didn't just wake up from the blues and started working on my own. I worked somewhere. I did volunteer for 5 years. Nobody paid me. But that I'm saying, yeah, but the one has gone gaga, but it is not reflecting in people's pocket. The gaga is reflecting in the Yahoo boys and whatever you can think about, not the main people. How many percent? No, but you have to care. You want to. You don't want to have a child that is a Yahoo.
No.
You don't want to have a child that is a drug person. You don't want to have that. Yes, the money is there, but you don't want to have that. That's if you are a parent with conscience. I don't want to see my child coming home with a car of 20-30 million. He will explain to me where he got that car from.
My child has already told me that,
yes.
Daddy, I'm going to be a TikToker.
So that's where he's also preparing.
I'm going to be. I said, okay, yes. I'm with you. I just bought her a phone. I said, okay, start practicing.
Yeah, a lot of people are doing that. Some will fall along the line because this country also doesn't support that in one way or the other. So, but let's go back to hunger versus leadership that we are seeing, right here. For the Speaker of the House of Representatives, to be attacked the way he did, it shows a clear, signal. He was thinking the guy was just touching his agbada, not knowing that he wants to pull him, and he would have pulled him down, if not for those that have been a national brand. But he himself would have gotten injured because that stage is very high for somebody to pull you down. Sometimes when this is a lawmaker, Speaker of the House of Representatives, controlling 361 people that he controls, and they are supposed to be making laws for the country. Now he has seen the laws that he's making, the output or the outcome of the laws that he's making. So when people go to the National Assembly with this mindset that I'm just going there to make money, they forget the primary reason while they are there. Do you think lawmakers who are looking at him now be asking themselves that we have really made a mistake?
For me, I would say those looking, in the first place, as you rightly said, that is hunger playing versus politics. People are tired already. They are tired. What people need is what they will put in their mouth, and that's all to survive. So the politicians that are listening, that have watched this video that is trending, should be a lesson to them that people are fed up already with all the lies that they are telling us. We are not after all the lies telling and all that. And again, the man himself, even with what people are saying, that it's like he's ill. So he just needed to divert the speaker's attention to himself for want of money to take care of himself or whatever. But
who is ill? The man that pulled him?
Yes, the man that pulled him.
Okay, you read the story.
Yes, I read the story.
Oh, he's ill.
Yes, that the man is ill. And he only wanted some attention for his medical
so he had to find himself to the front of the front.
So how he even got there to tell you that it's hunger? There's something beyond that.
But let me why would he go to the speaker's house?
No, I don't want. That is one of those make-up stories.
Yes.
If let's assume it's true.
That he's even ill.
8,763 PHCs not functional. Public health centers not functional in the country. 8,763. That's a whole lot.
That's if they are functional, but
not functional.
So if the man who is
not even functioning.
Okay, so if the man who is supposed to make the laws that are supposed to make this,
and provide oversight,
and these are functional, nobody will go and pull his.
Nobody will pull if the public health center of that man
is working.
That it is working. He will not be there to pull anybody.
Because he will just walk into his healthcare and get some treatment. But you see, this is not the first time. But that brings us to the security that we have. What kind of security architecture do we have? That somebody can walk to but somebody will tell you, even in the US, somebody attacked a dinner.
Security, I will answer you that security is just an attempt.
Okay.
The security in itself, there are two things that cannot be given by man on earth: security and power. God must be involved. And he doesn't have any explanation for that.
How it comes.
Yes. So, people don't understand how God is wired. If you study very well, you will know that if God wants to give you the solution to a thing, He can even allow 10 people to die and then give you a solution to fix that thing. And he remains God. You can't question him. Do you understand? So you must understand how God works. He's a God of many sides and no explanation to man. Do you understand? So that is what however, down to this story now, this will also serve as a deterrent to other honorable. If they can do it to the speaker, who are you?
But let's also come back to because politicians will also think differently. They will say their opponent is the one that organized all of this.
Yes,
no, that's what I'm saying, that their opponent, the people from the opposite party, the other party, are the ones who organize it, that realistically speaking, people are okay. Because I don't know what they go and tell the president or they tell to speaker.
For that kind of talk. What is opponent? APC has the highest senator, highest governor. So which opponent do they have? The opponent, they have opponent actually. It's hunger now.
Oh, the opponent is hunger.
It's hunger. Bad road, no light. I didn't sleep with light this morning.
I didn't also sleep with light.
So that is the opponent.
Okay, not the physical opponent.
No.
Because for them, they will say...
That's 2 governors. Where did you get opponent from? That even is where the other political opposition party is even trying to survive legal battles. So where did they never even finish their own internal wala. So where did they get opponent? See, this is where Nigeria is more or less allegedly looking like a one party state. So where did they get up? If you talk about opponent, there is no opponent. Is he a PDP? Is he a DC that is trying to find out? Is he a DC that is just fresh? So where's the opponent?
There's also hunger versus them.
His light of light.
And health. Let me talk to Valera who said the man is sick. So the man that is sick has energy to draw somebody down.
In fact, maybe I'm sure he reserved the energy, the little energy he had to
put somebody off the stage
him out, just to pass his own message.
No, don't reserve. Let's put on your thinking cap.
Yes.
Logic. Yeah. A man who is sick will not penetrate through the crowd to get to the front. What energy does he have? Probably sickness.
Because that place is going to be over full.
Sickness comes with hunger now. Where is the energy to get to the front?
And to the level of drawing somebody.
Drawing somebody of that size.
Because the speaker is not like me.
See, tell us to the dogs, I beg. See, let me
look at it now. Look at him. Look at the weight. He almost pulled him out. He almost.
Leave that talk.
But that also brings me back to...
If you say he's sick mentally, he's still part of the problem, decay in the system.
Yes.
Because 8,763 FHC, no working.
Primary healthcare centers.
Not
working. Do this politician do a scorecard?
That is why I told you that. Are you close to most politicians? As an MC, I've met plenty. And when they try to give me phone number, can I have your phone number? I don't give. I embarrassed one day. Honorable member. Can I have your number? I can get your car. I say no, sir.
Because you won't call me.
It's oddly as well, they're looking at me. One of them wanted to react, and I told him, look at me, broadcast on radio. So don't go there. Immediately I mentioned that, he pulled back immediately. Because of course, I could mess him up. I said, he pulled back immediately. Because one of the oddly wanted to be, overzealous oddly. Why should I refuse your? I don't have right to refuse your boss. And later, one of them now came behind. We met at the lodge, went to eat myself. One of the oddly came to eat himself. And then asked myself, why? I said, would I give somebody a number that you call and will not pick?
For what?
For what would I give you?
And that reminds me.
My phone book is too important. I have 200.
At least you should call people who are
that will pick. Why should I give a politician that will give you another number and pass his phone to another person to talk to you?
And I remember some years back, I went for an interview courtesy of an organization that I do programs for. And they said, this is our minister. Please take her own view and add it to what you're doing for us. So I went. I was waiting for the minister. The next thing, the PA came out or the secretary came out and said, Madam said you are going to reschedule this interview tomorrow. She has everything. And I told her I'm not going to come back. I told her I'm not going to come back. I'm not going to come back for this interview. My program is going to be done today and submitted. And I'm not going to come back for the interview. So I left. And I went back to meet the DG of the place and told him, your minister isn't ready. And I'm not going to wait for her. And he said, go ahead. That's a very good one. So after some time, some of the journalists who cover that ministry started calling me, you are turning down minister invitation. I said, so for what now? And why not? This is my own time. This is my own time. I can't come here, wait for you for 1 hour, then you tell me to come back tomorrow to do what. But that's one for those of us who are professional in our own field. who can survive doing what we know how to do best, even though it is difficult. Let us be realistic about it. I'm talking about the man, because for that man to pull the speaker down, he'll be telling you in his mind, he'll be like, I voted for you on that day. I know how much I did to be able to bring even the other voters around. I know how much I did to campaign. You see, there's a sense of, yes, so that there's a sense of entitlement when you see those kind of things happen. I'm in the forefront when your campaign, even your the day your campaign and your election happened. I was in the forefront. And today, because you have a number of security agents, a number of PAs, SAs, I can't have access to you. And that brings us to the question of access. When the House of Rep or the senators or whatever it is, they are supposed to be very close to their people. How many of their people can have access to them?
And you have access?
Just a House of Rep member.
No, what do you have?
And you are disconnected from the people who did so much for you.
From the local government. Yes. People have no access to them, not to talk of getting to the House of Rep and all that. So it baffles me. Those that have, that elected you into that post, why can't you have access to them? Those were the promises you made to them. Yeah, you should be available to. But at the end of it all, when people get to those seats, even if they have to be your classmates, like one of my classmates that we did PGD with, in fact, he's even in Katsina State right now. Immediately you got to that seat, we had no access to him, none of us. So all of us just closed our hands and forgot all about him.
See, let me tackle this in two ways. I don't have any issues with you people, the way the politicians behave.
You don't have issues with
it? That sounds also right. No. That's a man that went to drag him, that might feel so entitled. When they were advising, what did you do?
Advise him to do what?
Don't vote this person, vote this person. What did you do?
He voted for the person he felt it was
no, see, let me tell you, I'm going somewhere. Nigerians, till today, we are not educated. We are the worst set of people when it comes to selecting leaders in Nigeria. We are the worst. I'm saying it with bitterness in my heart. In Nigeria, if you bring a correct person that
you will not win vote,
that you know that this person, you know in your heart of hearts, wallahi, I can tell you inside 200 Nigerians, 150 will consider tribe and religion first.
If not 190.
If not 190. So what are we coming to say now? I'm tired of talking about all this kind of nonsense. Because I see it play out everywhere on the streets, everywhere around us, everywhere. You see PhD holders analyzing issues like idiots. Now, what was I saying? And you know this person, you know. PhD holders, you see an imam, you see a pastor. I beg, politicians, I beg, continue, Jerry.
In fact, I say. Politics everywhere.
If you see
everywhere, politics everywhere.
Let me ask you this question. You think I don't know what the seat is if I see the color of the seat?
You know.
As smart, as sensitive as...
But you are a chop politician now.
I'm not a chop. I'll vote, no. I told you I supported Muhammad Buhari. I said if El-Rufai was on the ballot.
You vote for him. I wanted to call you over the weekend that in 4 hours, 47 million was raised for him. So I don't know, is he contesting? Because I saw over the weekend that within 4 hours, they've raised 47.5 million for him to buy form. So I don't know.
He has capacity now.
I'm not saying, does he want to contest? That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying, everybody knows his capacity.
A lot are flying around. If Jonathan can come out and say, I'm coming.
Okay, he also can come out. But will he be out of that detention?
And in fact, this is the most dramatic political era I've seen since 1999. So, as I am now, I am running a very open play mind to the politics. I'm looking at it, looking at the ship, the way the ship is steering. It's interesting. Just make sure you're not caught in the web. Be sensitive and be wise. But like I was saying, at my age, if I see deceit, I don't know.
So, but you know, sometimes deceit can be covered. You talked about personality trait. You are one person who used to talk about personality trait. So if you understand, somebody else doesn't understand.
That is why, see, let me tell you, that is why you see, that is why you go for what you don't know. Don't go for what you know already.
Okay, go for what you don't know.
Yes.
But there's also the saying that the devil you know is better than the Messiah you don't know. Or the angel you don't know.
There are common traits we see in politicians that we know is deceitful. We know. A man that will not visit you for 4 years and after 4 years is coming to say, come to do campaign is deceit. The man you have not cited for 4 years.
Campaign is deceit.
What is campaign for? Somebody coming to stand on the podium after 4 years, you have not seen him. Someone that you cannot access after 4 years. I met one of the honorables that wore boxer, knicker, no shirt, and sat outside his house when he was contesting. He's a popular honorable senator in this Abuja. Then I was in SCG, I was SCG PRO.
At that time?
Yes. We went to the cost visit. And when he got there, he sat down with knicker and his stomach outside because he wanted us to support him, to deliver Gogolada for him. We delivered Gogolada and he won, and we came, sat at reception for 6 hours.
The shop maker disappeared.
And he was making a comment in his office. What do they want me to do? What do they want me to do? Don't can't say I'm busy. They can go and come back some other time. Not knowing that we are the reception hearing everything. And when he came and said, oh, gentlemen, how are you? I studies everything. We've already seen the sacrifice. So, when somebody is telling you, show your PVC and take rice. Somebody is coming to give you rice after 4 years.
And you are showing him or her your PVC.
I'm not saying you should not take. After all, you need the rice to eat. But you should know that that person is deceiving you now. You should know. You don't have to say, I'm telling you that in this country, one of the reasons why me, if I have my way to Japa, I won't lie to you. I won't even think twice. Is because you sit down and look at elderly people with big degrees.
Lying.
Not just lying. They will see good and choose bad over unnecessary, mundane reasons.
And they want to convince you. That
You will
that's good.
see 67, 70 years old man telling you, oh, no sanctity, no respect for that gray hair. I'm so sorry.
But let's come to the people themselves. Why we blame the politician? We ourselves. We
That's what I'm blaming.
Aside from the one you say we don't see deceit or we are covered with sentiment. For those of us who will say a politician is just there to bring the money for us to share. Because let us be very realistic. The people who vote the House of Representatives and the senators, they expect them that they go to Abuja, bring this money and share for them stomach infrastructure. They don't want to know whether you are putting up a project, whether you are executing a project. That is your headache. That is your business. So the man who felt he's not well or he's hungry, must he go and pull down his speaker for him to be fed? Must he go and pull a speaker down for him to go to the hospital? Aren't we expecting so much? Because these legislators did tell us that, look, our job here is to make laws. Our job is not to bring money from Abuja and come and give you. Even though, we've had this constituency project, and the constituency project is one that is supposed to ensure that there's a project in your constituency. You must implement it. You must be part of the implementation.
Who sat down and watched under his nose, and this kind of electoral act was passed.
I know you're coming there.
No, you're telling me a speaker who stood, and this kind of electoral act was passed. And you say something. I'm not making excuses for that man. What he did is wrong. He shouldn't have approached that way. But I am telling you, man, as one who is on the street, people don't cut chain. Have you read it? No. Pride has taken over. People don't longer care now. After all, you die by accident or by kidnapping. Nigerians have gotten to a level where you look at the river, you just tell yourself, I'm going to jump inside. I don't care whether there's a shark or a crocodile inside anymore. You push a ram to the wall, what happens to you? The ram.
It comes back.
That is where we are now.
So, but how will this campaign play out?
In fact, I was just going to mention about him, as I earlier mentioned, that it goes beyond what the man did. Maybe it could be that there was a promise that was made to him, to that particular man, and it was not fulfilled. So, out of anger, or let me say, even the hunger, desperation, he had to get his way into that place by dragging him out. Thank God he didn't make him fall. If not for the support of those right behind him, yes, he would have fallen. So really, there's a lot beyond that. I just hope that we'll take time to watch the video very well. You could see the desperation on the man's face. It's very annoying. Someone comes to make beautiful promises to one. If I were him, maybe I would have done worse than what he
You go to an event and pull the speaker down. Because he didn't care for
not even minding whether he was shot or not. He even did a little.
Somebody clapped.
He did a little.
mast.
And said he will not come down.
He will not come down. I am telling you now, 20 years ago, suicide was strange to us. Now we are seeing suicide everywhere now.
Let's even go to see the kind of constituency project even these lawmakers, bring to their communities. We have seen somebody who gave charcoal, bags of charcoal.
Pants.
Wait, hold on now before we get
Pante
with picture. Even though they told us that it's an AI, that the pants are not carrying any whatever it is. We have seen charcoal, bag of charcoal with pressing iron. We have seen pante.
We have seen palm wine.
We have seen palm wine.
Yes.
We have seen tire, bicycle tire. Somebody looked at
wheelbarrow.
No, wheelbarrow is even okay. Somebody who brought bicycle tire. This one, these children used to play with. And gave it to his constituency. And then the constituency people say, okay, let us start playing now. Old men are 65. Let us be running around with the tire. Since this is what you can, and live longer. So you want us all to play. So I wonder who gives them that kind of advice, the one who gave Pante and say it is an AI. Maybe he will add a bra to
many
it.
homes are broken by now.
for wearing a pants with a governor's picture. Now he says no, it's your dividend of democracy. And the person who gave charcoal, another one gave a kettle for praying. This rubber kettle, the one we use in the mosque. He brought plenty and gave the mosques to say, okay, you guys can pray well. He didn't know that and pray for you. His common sense didn't even tell you put even a borehole there. So if you put a borehole and put taps, people don't need those robbers to come. They can just easily go there, do the ablution in a very clean environment and do their prayer. They will be praying for you without you even asking. I remember a prayer, one that I saw. It's even tuwo, wraps of tuwo, no soup. This social media, you see so much. I saw wraps of tuwo. They were giving people as constituency project 2 3 for you to go and look for soup.
Now, it still boils down to what I said at the show. Politicians should understand that they are like products. The way we go to the market, nobody will take his own money
and buy what he doesn't like. Except if your money is not enough.
Yes.
If you can't get grade A, you go for a grade B.
If you go to a shop and somebody convinces you and says, buy this very detergent. It is this, that, and you buy it and you go home, it doesn't foam. You will come back and react in that shop. Madam, why you go say this kind of nonsense thing to me? That is what is happening to some politicians now. You say, no, I will put air conditions in your classrooms. You will now market yourself, make some form of hyperbole and exaggeration, and then again 4 years, nobody sees you. We have seen videos where they stone vehicles of politicians. And then after 4 years, you are back. Nobody sees you. You are looking fresher. You are looking cleaner with security everywhere. And everything you have promised, none came to pass. You will get things like this. Even worse.
I know in Zamfara, I saw in Zamfara where one was beaten thoroughly. His jeep was broken to pieces. He was given a beating. I think he was even injured.
Honorable beating.
Honorable beating, yes. So some people will get honorable beating, some get senatorial beating. But let me come back to Madam Felicia in terms of promises being made and kept. I'm sure so many things will be running in the mind of the speaker. I'm sure he won't even be able to say what he wanted to say because of the shock, that he was greeted, with at that place. But when he leaves that place, are you thinking that he will sit down and say, call this man for me? Let me even ask him, what is the problem? What did I do to him that he wants to almost kill me there?
Yes, before I answer your question, let me go a little bit back to what happens in some of our constituencies.
Okay.
As we were talking, what was coming to my mind was, I was just looking at the bridge that separates, there's a river that separates my own village under Jamal local government area of Kaduna State. It has separated the village into two. People from the other side have to cross to get to the other side of the village. It has been like that. One of the politicians from my constituency made a very beautiful promise, laid down promise to the people. He was going to construct that bridge. Do you know that for the past almost 15 years now, if I'm not exaggerating, that bridge is there halfway. It's just in the middle. He started it just in the middle, then spoiled like if you are coming towards the bridge, you see water. People cannot even pass that bridge. It's of no use. So I could imagine the amount of money that was spent just to start construction of that bridge without ending it. So like for me, in fact, the kind of insults that my people are even pouring on him, I'm telling you,
project.
And I want
there are a lot of projects.
He left that from my village, went and concluded in one of his own village. So it's really very painful. If he had just left my own people, villagers, to continue swimming the way they were swimming to cause that water, it would have been lovely. But again, that notwithstanding, the deed has been done. Coming back to Tajuddin Abbas that was attacked, for me that calls for, if I were him, yes, he should call the man to really listen to him. Maybe there was something he did to him or he said or promised him that he didn't keep. So he should call him and listen to him very well to know what exactly is the problem. If only he could do that, I think it will help him a lot.
And again, let me even add to that. It might not be Tajuddin Abbas that is even provoking the man. Because from what we gathered in Tajuddin, most of leaders like this, when they go to campaign, they also campaign for the principal.
And so the hatred of the principal is transferred on.
Yes.
Okay, since we can't get to your principal.
No, see, I know of a place that you cannot call the name of some politicians now.
In Nigeria.
You will collect slap.
Resetting slap.
You know, we will call it Ola Thunder.
That's what you will see.
There are places you dare not mention the names of some. You don't say it. Is that bad though? You don't see it because people, you see, that goes to show that our leadership, please.
Before you go to our leadership, please, does that not also call for? You talked about Boju Boju project. Boju Boju project is as a result of.
I hope they know what Boju Boju means.
Yes, Boju Boju is fake now. Fake shallow project that they will just promise. The less you understand. Doesn't that also talk about strategic campaign, as we saw in some places where they say no light, no vote, no rice, we don't need your rice anymore.
I think I sent you a newspaper collection of.
Yes, of what the president said, and I had to tell you that look, we had another topic. Don't go and bring this topic because we have confusion is in that platform. Before they would think is another topic added. So that's what you sent to me is also a Boju Boju project because it didn't work. And the person, I don't know what he's going to say to people when he comes back for the campaign, when the campaign starts and he has to go and tell people what he did. I mean, in terms of his scorecard, but doesn't it also say we should demand for we should demand for a strategic campaign to say, look, this time around, what are you giving us? The time frame. How will you implement it? We're not interested in that. The campaign we're interested in the one that all of us will shout, dance, tie t-shirts, wear face cap.
I don't think it's getting. There's one other video where the VDM was also giving delegates tons of money to go back to where they came from.
And I've not seen it.
I will send it to you. I will send it to you.
Delegates for a program.
They came for a particular national convention. I wouldn't want to call so you can see
one of the party's convention.
Yes, big party.
Yes, and they have to give them transport. They don't have transport.
No money to go back. He gave them $100. The women knelt down. $100 each. Knelt down on their flank. Say, no. He was even still having about $2,000 in his himself.
How many people did he give the $100?
9 of them. $900.
At least he's kind enough.
Yes.
He's a very kind person.
I have the video. I'll send it to you.
No, I think that will be our discussion tomorrow.
So let me just can I come in a little bit to what you said about having a strategic campaign
for you who want to be a political who want to join politics any moment from now.
Any moment.
I think you are learning. I hope you are learning because they won't slap. They want people see you.
I'm not finished most of it.
Yes.
Okay. No,
you won't slap.
I'm going to. You said, why are we not demanding for
strategic campaign?
We are.
So why are we not having with? I'm not seeing that playing out.
No.
Maybe for a few people.
No. Dragging of that Agbada is demanding.
A strategic campaign.
That is his own. Must you come and speak English?
Oh, strategic campaign is not about speaking English.
No, dragging, making Bahama so. That is demand. You see, when communication is either verbal or non-verbal, attitudinal or body language. When somebody is telling you, what are this person in Bama so? What are this person in Bama so? What other demand are you talking about? It's for you to now go and find out what generated that Bama so.
And work on it.
And work on it.
Do you have the time?
Yes, of course, because those people there
would they even trust you again?
Thank you. They don't
because you have only for about 7 months.
They don't have this communication skill enough to put English together, East and West together to communicate with both of us are doing. So that Bama so is...
They are communicating in their own language.
That is the demand. And we are going to see worse Bama souls.
That's what I'm coming to. We are going to see worse Bama souls in that part of the country. Some of them will be more volatile than what
you see what I like about my northern brothers. What I like about them. You know,
you can't take them for granted.
Our own from the southeast, we have already rejected before coming. So there's no point coming to even do
campaign. Don't waste your time.
We have rejected you. That's why you saw the city boys went to
and got beaten even with their fridge and all that.
We reject you before you come. And you know we don't have respect
for people.
No, we don't have respect for personalities. To hell with your money. You are a chief, you are a speaker, senator. Now for your pocket, that's the way this any woman we don't have respect for. We only respect you for the fact that your virtues, your character, who you are. And that's why I told you, I said, if some people think why they are supporting a particular candidate in PTV, go and give us. I have a serving minister and a
put him on the ballot.
Bring him. Wallahi, he will not get 1,000 votes in the whole 5 seasons. I can beat my chest. Anybody can come and bet.
Then your northern brothers.
The northern brothers, I love them for it. They are blunt.
They will show you.
The Southeastern will not dare go and drag their brother. That one is even small. Another one will go and grab you and hold you and be shouting, why yo? You will beat him with that. He will hold you there. I love them because they are blonde. They know how to make a mess
of the person.
Yes, they do. They know. And I think the North is growing drastically. The political awareness is changing.
You are talking about the political nerve of Nigeria.
Yes.
So you should respect so much.
At first, at the earlier stage, they were herders. So they get, the Northerners have respect. They do. For their emirs.
But politics-wise, they also play it well.
No, before, people should understand, this old-time ideology and propaganda has changed. Gen Z has affected has Gens everywhere. Even the non-educated Northerner is a Gen Z Northerner. He has phone. I hope the Northerner is more informed than any part of Nigeria.
Of course, no.
They have BBC outside before if anybody had any BBC.
100 years ago.
And the Northerner, the full animal is radio.
Every Northerner.
In the cow. So he understands, he listens to Labari.
Even if he's the president of Nigeria, he has a small transistor radio.
It is not free the South. We don't listen to news.
It's your business.
We build radio stations for those who listen to it, just like Kola Nut. The Northerners grow it.
No, the Southerners grow it.
The Yorubas grow it.
And the Northerners eat
it. Igbos worship it.
The North eats it.
So radio, Southerners build it.
Northerners take it over. And provided the market and sustainability.
Gives it value.
Gives it value. Otherwise, it won't have value.
Yes, sir.
But that is not two-way coin. There must be a balance somewhere.
No, we are building
you produce, I eat, or I produce, you wear, something like that.
So you see, the moment we come in front of the people after 2 bottles of alcohol, we tell them, did you hear what happened last week?
Say happen where?
He didn't even read it.
No, he's just talking.
He didn't even listen to it.
Yes, before we wrap up on this.
Yes, you made mention of respect. I'm happy to hear that, and again, apart from the respect,
people say they don't respect people. They say you're happy.
Are you happy? No. But like in the North, there's respect, of course. But again, when it comes to, it's dying down. It's dying. Yes, it's dying. Because now people no longer even respect the emir. The emirs, let me say it. Because as we were talking, I remember just 2 years ago in the area where my parents are in Kaduna State, the emir, the chief of the place, was beaten up. In fact, before beating him up, the screen of his vehicle was smashed. Yes, scattered. By who? By the youth of the community. Why? Because people got tired of lack of light, no electricity. For how many years? A place where electricity was 24/7. From Abuja, I used to enjoy going to Kaduna just to go and do some work. But all of a sudden, the transformer that was given to the community was sold out by the emir to another community altogether. You understand?
He took his own transformer and
sold it. I'm telling you. So they beat,
money,
in fact, they beat hell out of him. They had to squeeze him. They had to squeeze him out of his house. If not, they would have killed him.
Here in Abuja, it happened.
So this is what people do behind the scene. But as we'll wind up on
so
this,
that's to tell us
we have a Gen Z population which is very large. Rather than staying on the phone and criticize people and insult them, can the Gen Z population come out on the street and galvanize themselves and say, look, we will be moving from communities to community, sensitizing people on what to demand, not what to expect this time around, what to demand from politicians at every level. You see, it is very easy to stay on the phone and have 10 million followers. While you don't have anybody.
See, Madina, let me answer you that sentiment. Every part of the country has been waiting for the North. Nigeria cannot change until the North change because the North plays a very huge role.
They determine the direction.
The North. And because we do respect, the Northern elites have deliberately held the young ones captive.
And the young ones now pulling out.
That is why I said...
That's why I said the Gen Z. When I say Gen Z, no. When I say Gen Z, I'm talking about both sides. I'm talking from the north, from the south, from the east. I'm saying that come out on the street and galvanize people.
I speak both all the languages.
Yes.
That's the reason why I'm taking my...
If you say some people held you for many years, come out of your shell.
Excuse me, that is why next election is going to be very interesting.
That's what I'm saying.
But before now, this question...
The story was different.
Yes, this question...
So how do we maximize the social media in terms of getting the demanding for what we need?
I'm telling you that I am so happy that God is beginning to answer our prayers. I wouldn't want to go into the answers and everything. The North is now, the young ones in the North are Gen Z now. Go and meet an average Hausa boy there in his small wooden kiosk. He can operate the phone very well.
Even the one with the wheelbarrow.
Yo, boy,
he operates more than you.
He knows Google now. He knows everything.
Yes.
Do you understand me? Now he's not beginning to see. He's not beginning to have that self-awareness. You understand? And I'm happy because that is the change we all have been waiting for. That lie that one equal Allah, this is where the God has kept you
and stayed here forever.
Stayed there forever.
Has changed.
The equal Allah has disappeared. But when equal Allah now,
because there is prosperity everywhere.
Oh, why is
this how you can get?
So I'm happy.
Let me just cite two examples as we wrap up. I saw a video where a shoemaker saw a Benz. I don't know in which part of the country. He now kept his box of shoemaking. He kept it. Went to that car, rubbed it, and prayed, and said, "God, give me this car." He went to a car that was parked in a garage somewhere on the road. He rubbed it, and prayed that God should give him the car. So he's also motivating himself that look,
he's not being I can be like this.
And that is one. When you talk about marriage, just click to me. You know, the late Ayatollah Khomeini of Iran, when his son, the new supreme leader, wanted to marry, he gathered a lot of politicians and the big guys in Iran and was telling them that somebody wants to get married, a young man with good character and all of that wants to get his son, but he said it indirectly. He said a young man wants to get married and he doesn't have the money to get married and he needs a wife from a good home. Everybody kept quiet. Only the speaker of that country at that time raised his hand and said, I'm ready to give him my daughter. And today, the man who said his son, who said the man who doesn't have money to marry a wife is now the supreme leader of Iran. So sometimes we have to be very careful with how we look at people, because when we look down on a shoemaker and we look down on, you know, a wheelbarrow person, or we look down on the woman who sells okpa across the street, let us not forget that she might be producing the next president. As far as this country is concerned, or the cobbler might be.
I've not seen any former president's mother that is rich.
Thank you very much. They have not even shown us their mothers. They have not even shown us their mothers for which to even determine what
their mothers were not rich when trading them. Their mother trained them 1 or 2 petty trade.
Yes, from this simple trade, and that is where. So these are the kind of the people we should respect.
We let her have shoes.
He now has shoes with iron.
Shoes.
And that would be a good place to wrap it. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll go back to another drama that somebody is speaking the truth to us and saying when they are pushing you to build houses across the world, know that the day of reckoning is coming. The day you go down 6 feet under the ground, when you go 6 feet under the ground, those houses will be inherited by somebody. If only this reality were done on us. But that will be after the break. Stay with us. Welcome back. It's still The Voices coming to you live from Politics and Business TV here in the nation's capital, Abuja. And our focus before now was indirect communication as far as 2027 is concerned. The real indirect communication has started. So don't wait for somebody to insult you, because nobody's going to insult you. But the non-verbal will send, non-verbal send very fast communication. Body language, everyone speak louder than voice. And I think Nigerians are beginning to send it across the divide. And somebody else will pick it from that point and escalate it to another level. So when the campaign start proper, more non-verbal communication will happen. Then another person also, this time around, he spoke. He didn't say non-verbal. This one spoke to our minds and said, when you are busy amassing wealth and building houses and building everything, remember somebody else is somewhere thinking of how to inherit it. All your sweat, somebody will just pick it up one day. And that's the end of the story. So if the video is ready, let's watch it and then we can come back and talk on it.
If you're a man here, whether a married man here, lift your hand up. Eat what hungers you. If it's the chicken, if it's beef, if you're a married man, eat and rest. If you die, your best friend will be sleeping with your wife. Stop hustling and hustling and hustling. Most of men now that are in the grave, another man is taking over their wife. If you're a married man here, eat and drink, pray. Don't kill yourself. Too much of stress. The news we are getting every day. This person wake up and die. This person die. Everywhere. Don't struggle too much. Check your BP. Check your sugar. Take care of yourself. Your children will be happy to see you alive than in the grave. If you die, your best friend will be hammering your wife. Take care of yourself. Don't kill yourself. So many men that hustle and have property today, they are in the grave. Because men don't stop. They fight. Even if they have one house in Ghana, they want to have in Burkina Faso, they want to have in Abuja. Before you know it, the man died. The wife will become landlady. Most of women are enjoying the stress of their husband today. But the men that suffered are in the grave. Check how many landladies in Lagos today. Landlady this, landlady that. The person that built that house, most of the men that built those houses are in the grave. Now the woman is landlady. Because the organ who suffered to build the house, the man is in the grave. Take care of yourself as a man.
Some hope truth there. Take care. I know you are excited that he's speaking your mind because you are serious. So he's speaking your mind. But let's look at what he said, the context of what he even said. He's not talking about the struggle itself, the stress that men go through, but he's sending a message that this primitive accumulation of wealth, that all of us, this rat race, that all of us are involved, including us here, all of us are involved one way or another. That's this is the end result. The end result is this. I remembered I lost a cousin sister, and the man was crying because she has 5 kids for him, and he was crying and lamenting, what is he going to do with this kid? Where is he going to go from here? And he remarried 2 weeks later.
After the tears.
In fact, we were shocked to the marrow. 2 weeks. We were thinking he was not going to marry, that we are going to be the ones begging him to marry. 2 weeks, he surprised us.
When he was crying, the girlfriend was there.
And we didn't know.
For people like you who are not into the entertainment world, people like us with this and this,
who told you I'm not in the entertainment world?
I don't know. I'm not aware.
So if you're not aware, why do you conclude I'm not in the entertainment?
Much as I know.
I know I'm not an MC, but I know most of the songs.
Okay. Oh, Jersey more than like
yes. No, in fact, all the songs in the 90s and 80s.
Shit.
Yes, the ones I don't like are these ones
I
here.
told my wife this. I do. Even day before I said I had a meeting with my daughters and I told them this. I made them to understand that if they make me angry, I will just shift all the attention of my resources to myself. I cannot come and kill myself for anybody.
What I can do, I can do.
My younger sister, I hope she's watching me. The husband is like that. In every 100,000, he keeps 40,000 for himself. Because we have come to realize, and one of the things that gave rise to this is because of the changes we have seen now. The Gen Z wives are no longer loyal like our mothers. Those days when a woman's husband dies, she closes her legs and stays till she dies. No man will cross her.
And raise her children.
My mother is an example. Today, the woman is even praying for you to go so that probably you are not very active in the other room. So that
she has a boyfriend outside.
Yes! Women are even deliberately becoming widows now.
Deliberately becoming widows?
There is a group.
Please enlighten us.
We have cult groups, secret cult groups, where the condition for you to become a member, you kill your husband, they will empower you. It's existing now. Secret cult group. You think all this movie they act, they are just acting to entertain you. They're telling you what's happening. Of course, the movie is a reflection of the society now. The movie is already, go and see it. There is a cult group already existing. For part of the membership, you can give you 6 months to buy your husband. And then become the landlady of the property. And there's a condition.
That's if your husband has money. What if your husband doesn't have money?
No, they don't pick any happy women.
So when some men wake up and they realize they have stroke, they have this, would it be tied to this? Aside from the stress? Could it be tied to this kind of demons?
I will go to the aspect of that stress. Like I told you, I told my daughters, I told my wife, I said, look, that was the day I got angry when I looked at my wife. I said, look, I asked me a question. I said, you, what do you want to become? She answered me, you. What do you want to become? They answered me. All of them were telling me their dreams. I said, you know, right now, all your dreams are tied to me now. If anything happens to me,
you're all gone.
You're all gone. You end up, your dreams will just change.
Overnight.
No dream is casted on stone. No. So when I tell you, take care of these things, don't joke with it. And you're looking at me. You want to be this, you want to be a doctor, you want to be a lawyer. You end up becoming a cook to somebody if you don't take care of your father. That let me tell you the truth, if the devil wants to attack your destinies, he doesn't come to you. He just go and meet your father and end him. And my wife was looking. And I told my wife, I said, look, if you don't take care of your husband to go, there was something happened. I sent one of them to go hang my jacket. And she went and hung the jacket anyhow.
And you came in very angry.
And I was in the parlor. I knew she was going to do that. Because I know, of course, you know your children.
Yeah.
The one that is detailed, the one that is nonchalant.
The one that is careless and all that.
And I followed her. I said, why did you do this? I said, I knew you were going to hang it like this. So, of course, as a father, that's the first thing. You must study your children. I know all my children. Everything plus, minus, strength, negative, I know all about them. So that my son-in-law will not come and tell me stories. And I'll be telling you that the way you talk with command. You talk with command. If a man slaps you, your husband slaps you, I will not come.
If I won't add another one to it,
I will not come. You, if you behave well, in fact, there's a rule in my house, not before teenager, as you're entering teenager, I'm buying your phone. But I'm going to analyze your character before I buy it. The one that is older than my second daughter, I've not bought a phone for her. The first daughter. The one that is the cancer one, I've not.
Okay.
Because she's very secretive.
So anything can happen.
Yes, she can.
Okay.
So now
that you have laid the
now that I've laid the foundation to them, I said, look, you want to be good wives? Start practicing with your father.
How you take care of your father?
Yes. Don't wait until you start practicing with your father. And that went a long way in their mind. Now going to this issue. It is everywhere now. I told you that for the past few months when I was using my car before I packed it down, I just go to church. I've been giving lift to so many women. Everywhere women are they're just chicken out of the marriage as if it doesn't matter anymore. And thank God for a man, it's better for a man to just divorce you without even killing you. Probably you don't have anything, that's why she did not kill you. If you have properties, probably she will kill you and inherit your property. There are some parts of Nigeria, I don't want to call the place, that their women are popular for being landladies everywhere.
Yeah.
I don't want to call the party. Anybody watching me knows that place.
Okay, before we come back to you, Madam Felicia, the pastor and Mr. K are talking about us. We, the women. At what point did we become so realistic, so materialistic, so greedy, so disobedient? Now I'm telling ourselves home truth because all of us grew in our houses. We saw how our mothers are respectful, endured. They stayed with their few clothes. They were never, looking for something from outside. They were contented with what they had, and they were able to raise us to this point. And that is why at least we are good to some level. We have sense, and we're averagely good. We can't say we are perfect, but we're averagely good. At least the society can look up to us and say, look, these are good people. Fast forward to our own generation. At what point did we become materialistic that to the level today we want our husbands dead just because we want to wear the best clothes and the best food in the world?
If you not get money, hide your face.
Thank you so much for the question. This is a very lovely topic, and I must appreciate the preacher that is calling on men to take care of themselves. When Mr. CK was talking, my mood changed immediately because I would say
changed from where to where?
No, from a little bit I became sad within me.
Okay.
Because I was just trying to recall a particular place where I worked. I happened to be in charge of widows. And honestly speaking, then I used to there was something I came up with. I used to say in Hausa that Neminji wahalallan halittan Allah. That the literal translation is like saying the suffering creation of God. That's a man is a suffering creation of God. You understand? Because a whole lot is on the man, and these are women, just a whole lot. These are men when the women are waiting. When I listen to those women, some of them, I'm telling you, a particular one confessed to me that she was praying at a certain point in her life. She was praying for the husband to die. Thank God you have mentioned it is a society for women, who a cult. I never heard of that, but it's an eye opener. I was just wondering. I was so keen to know why was she saying that. She said the man was really maltreating her. She was a woman in the home, but at the end of it, or when you look at everything that was going on in the house, she was more or less a man. Instead of being physically, she's a woman, but in action, she's a man. The man could not even fend for the family. He was never there for the family. He was just going about with other women out there. And at the same time, he could not even sit down with her to have a chat. Like a woman, the way a woman would sit down and be recreating with her family, her children, or even the husband. She could not even say a word to the husband. So, sincerely speaking, she said she was praying for the man to die. And at the end of the day, the man died.
And she's happy.
She's happy. She's happy now. I'm telling you, it's like she has gained freedom since the death of the man.
But that also brings us
how we got there, as you were talking. Yes, our parents, they were so contented with the little our fathers were giving them.
Even the maltreatment.
Yes, the maltreatment was not really there.
Let me
I used to tell them, it was this. No, but it's not up to you.
Let me tell you.
It was so mild.
I was
it's not mild. There are women who raise their children with a lot of battery.
I was cooking my own points there. The kind of maltreatment women, our mothers went through are now. Women are not don't even have maltreatment.
They don't. Who is beating anybody now?
No, there's of course a lot of laws protecting women.
In those days, they'll beat you with your eye red and blue. You go home and come back.
They'll say, no.
Take it easy, be patient.
A man can even bring a woman to the house. Concubine. You will welcome her. Now, ordinary phone. Hello, babe. You even tell your side chick's name with driver. So that the woman will not know. Now, let's come to this. What kills a man most? And I'm going to educate most women now. It's not hard work. Stress does not kill him. Stress does not disturb a man. Because a man have locomotive strength to walk.
Okay.
What kills a man most is talk. The Bible says it's better for a man to stay in the house and has no roof than to stay with a woman who talk. If you every man has there's a way you talk to me now, mother, I will just get up from here now, and that is the end of work. I'll walk out on live TV now. Because we are not wired like that. Any woman who knows how to talk to a man can maximize the beauty of that man. A man can sweep for you, a man can cook for you, a man can do it if you know how to talk to him. That's our
So what is this talk that will kill a man? What are these words that you say to a man that will kill him? Either instantly or gradually?
Tone, one. What content, two. Men, because naturally we have ego and we have pride. Naturally. It's in every man, even the smallest 10 years old boy. So a man wouldn't want you to approach him for, publicly and make a mess
out of him.
He will not take it. That same thing. That's why they have atmosphere for miracle. I used to teach women. I said, what you will tell your husband in the bedroom, he will not take, because there's that thickness that this is my house. Take him to the garden. That same thing, tell him you will do it. That is a man for you. Take him on a stroll. Just stroll. Take him, just stroll with him from here to. That same thing you tell him. Women who understand these things, it will appear as if you are doing jazz.
You are not doing any jazz.
You are not doing jazz. You just understand dynamics. Relationship dynamics. Communication dynamics. The same thing you tell a man in his sitting room. The same thing you tell a man when he's broke. Tell him when he has money.
You will tolerate it.
You will tolerate it. The same behavior, the same thing. Break a glass cup when he's broke. Why did you break this glass cup? He's thinking of how to replace it. He doesn't have money now. Break the same cup, say, take it easy, don't get yourself injured.
Because he has the money.
Because there's money in his pocket. So women must be constantly sensitive to a man. Constantly. I taught my wife that. I said, watch me. My wife will learn it a lot. My wife knows when I enter the room, I'm not happy. She will say, again, what happened? That is the baby in a man. Go and bring it out. You call a man baby and you're not bringing that baby out.
Then we are not doing anything.
You're not doing anything now. There's a baby in a man. Again.
So harsh.
As I tell him, you're removing his tie. So again, who provoked you? Sometimes I'll get angry because when a man comes into the house and is provoked outside, ordinary spoon on the floor
will aggravate
start this quarrel. It is not that spoon. Just be calm, watch him, and said, "My dear, also calm down. Who provoked you? What's happening? Don't worry, we'll fix it." That same man,
he has found comfort zone.
That was when you were angry or some other time. You must say, this one you came again.
Yes, as usual. And I'll provoke after this one too. And I'll provoke after this one.
See, people, when you are angry now and you come in and you are talking, I look beyond the talk. I try to figure out. I think I used to teach people, some of my colleagues. I used to tell them, when you are just angry, I said, look beyond the talk. Somebody other from the lift.
Somewhere from home.
I've done something. The nearest person will collect it. There are people like that. I'm also like that. So I understand when somebody. It's not sweet though, but you just have to understand the person is like that.
But let's come back to, here we are in a society where the men population is decreasing rapidly. By the seconds. We have more women.
People tell us targets killing more men.
Killing more men. And then we have daughters. You have 5 daughters. She has 3 daughters. Me, I have 2 daughters. Another person has 5 daughters. Another person has 2 daughters. Everywhere is D. And we want these girls to marry. And we don't have men.
And we have ones badly trained though.
Badly trained. The ones that will be homo. Those that will say they are it is homosexuality they are going for, they are not even interested.
The ones that are not homos that are badly trained.
Badly trained.
So I used to tell my daughter, I wonder the kind of man. You see a man that wants to come and marry now, pierce earring,
and plait his weave his hair or dye his hair. There's a restaurant, a place somewhere. If you dye your hair as a worker, they will shave it for you with cutlass and send you out. You make the mistake of dyeing that hair to that place, you will see what will happen to you. So people are beginning to correct those kind of, nonsense that we think that we are. But you raise the point. We have men who are trained by single mothers that don't even have time for them. And they are the ones that will come and marry your daughter.
You are complaining,
about who is training them. But to the issue that he also said, I remember His Eminence, the Sultan of Sokoto, some years back, he went to a lorry for a function. And he was telling the women there that, please, don't push your men to acquire wealth. Don't push them to, it is you people that are pushing these men to acquire wealth. either through the right means or through the illegal means. Stop pushing these men. And because every man, like you said, when he comes home and the woman will say, you this useless man, is it not your mate that bought his wife a car? And then the man will immediately you say useless man, that's the end. That's the end. You have finished him at that. Are we not expecting, I'm talking to you now, Brother Felix, yes, are we not expecting so much from this man? Are we not expecting too much?
We expect, in fact, we expect so much. Okay, you want to answer? No, go ahead. So let me.
Okay, so why are we expecting so much from a man?
Thank you very much.
Because we feel he's the head?
The world has turned it to become so.
Okay. The globalist, as usual.
You know, I told you something. I gave an analogy that when you graduate after school now, 3 years after school, you call all your class guys. They are still looking for a job. Call all the class girls. They are somewhere up the other working. So more women. Every company wants to employ 8 girls and 2 men. That is where the world is going to now. So now the world is shrinking the pockets of men because every man's confidence is in his pocket too. There's a kind of money that went on my hand now.
You will not even tell us hello. You just walk out of this place.
That awareness will just come in. Do you know I'm a big boy?
You can't talk to me anyhow.
The way a man talks to you, just forget, watch that man. Apart from those ones that have stupid village ego. Real genuine ego, just watching that man, he knows what is what. That's why he might not be rude, he might appear simple, but you see it's subtle, but the pride is there. Hello, how are you? Even though it's subtle, but there's pride inside. Now, why women are doing that is because first of all, we must understand there are different kinds of women. There are women who are naturally materialistic. You're getting married to a Taurus woman. You're getting married to a Libra woman, get ready. Just get ready for materialism. A Leo, get ready. Although a Leo's own is better because she can fend for herself. A Libra woman is worse. And they can't bear it. Gemini, too, like that. Once it doesn't go, if you are talking to them.
But wait, these personality traits that you're talking about, all our mothers, I'm sure they have these traits. So why didn't it come out?
It's played in their time, but because
I'm sure it but it didn't come out.
It came out. So that then, of course, your demand will work with your immediate environment.
Okay, because there's no social media to amplify that.
Now, the world
you buy one small.
The world is capitalist general enough. The church has made it worse. The mosque has made it worse.
The school has made it worse.
Private school has made it worse. So the society has made it worse. Then it was manageable, not that it was not there. Because then we have women who tell you, I need wrapper for August meeting. So that was their level of materialism at that time.
Wrapper for August meeting.
And the husband will go and get it and clamp and wine and sell 10 keg to buy wrapper. That was a level of materialism at that time.
Okay, so the level changed now.
Now it's now Rolls Royce. It's now Spa. It's now all kinds of So our August meeting wrapper there has metamorphosed into SUVs now. That is the August wrapper. Everyone wants to drive SUV. In fact, I remember when I was going to travel one day. My wife said, I can't travel with you by transport.
You have to use your car.
Because if I want to travel every December, I start planning from January.
Okay. Good man.
Now I plan. I know I'm going to travel. If I'm not going to travel this year, I've started from January.
Okay.
So I'm going to travel and I prepare my mind, everything. So my wife said, I know this year we're not going to go
with bus.
With transport, no charter bus. We will drive down. And that is why somehow the Igbo men marry late.
Because they want to be comfortable.
No, the Igbo woman is not an average, correct, Anambra, Imo, not all Igbos. He's not ready to start life with you like that.
Okay, so as we wind down, we have just 2 minutes to go. We have just 2 minutes to go, Madam Felicia. How do we protect our men now that a man has told us that words kill men faster than the hustle? The hustle and the stress, yes, it contributes to the health, somehow. But the words are the one that kill the man.
Can make us
and all of us you nothing, and all of us are guilty of that. Let's just be very, very plain here. All of us are guilty of that when we talk to our men in our own ways.
I think the first thing is that we should be to some extent mindful of the use of words. As you gave an example of your wife. If a husband comes into the home and you just watch his countenance, you should know that this man may be coming in with something.
Okay, that is one. For the men who didn't measure up to our demands, you know, some of us while getting married, were promised so many things. Yes, a very big house, a very big car,
some of them gave parenting. The father gave you good frame. Some women will tell you, I cannot be rubbing
Vaseline when I come to your house.
I cannot be using locks.
I cannot be using locks to take my bath. So when we give the men higher expectation and we felt there, because our marriage is broke, because you couldn't buy me a house. Yeah. You couldn't buy me the car that I wanted. The marriage had even barely kicked. You know, somebody said the real marriage kicks up after 10 years.
I have to you now.
Yes. Call your wife, madam. After 10 years, you good bad. So any marriage before 10 is not marriage. We are still studying. We are still studying ourselves, and then we scatter before we even start. Are we not the ones who are the driving force? How do we protect that? If I can't buy me the house that I'm looking for, is that a reason for me to walk out of the house?
No, I've mentioned one. The second one is that we shouldn't expect so much from these men. Honestly speaking, the way I was in my father's house before I come into marriage, I should just forget it. I was okay.
So why
yes, I was using my best and everything. Yes,
become a transactional.
As a woman, you know, you are not ready to adjust.
Let me even tell you something. It's a mindset problem, and that's what I appreciate now.
1 minute, yeah.
It's a mindset problem. You know, coming to that was a day you say, watch anytime you say, CK, come help me do this. You will just see me behave like a toddler.
Yes. Because but you're a drama man, so drama people no, we have to wrap up on this.
No, madam.
But again, we will come back to discuss. Yes,
it's not a drama man. The same CK, try another hard way. You'll be shocked that the drama will disappear.
That's your ego. Yes, so. But when I say, CK, please now come and help me do this.
One lie, I will even do jara. That is a man for you.
Okay.
And women should learn that men.
I think we are going to have a men talk, a men women talk, so that you can help us. We can put sense into our brain.
Every woman that conquered a king in the world from history conquered the king with her mouth. No woman conquered the king with
energy or body or not.
With her mouth.
Yeah. Okay. So finally, today is Mother's Day. Unfortunately, we didn't say it at the beginning of the program. So I say Happy Mother's Day to ourselves, to all the women in the world.
Happy Mother's Day.
I saw a message yesterday, and the woman was saying, I am proud because I'm a mother and she's holding a baby. I want us to some kind of disparage that attitude. They said a mother is not the one who necessarily give birth to a child, but a mother is the one who raised children, even the ones that she didn't even give birth to them. And we should make that very clear, so that when we say Happy Mother's Day, we're not just talking about the women who God has blessed them with children, but also those beautiful women who raised children that are not their own, and they are the best mothers because they have no biological. Yes,
what means to raise,
to raise children. And some of us became mothers. A girl child is already a mother because you are fending for your. You are taking care of your younger ones in your mother's absence. Sometimes you even fend for them. So Happy Mother's Day to all the beautiful women in the world, in Nigeria and everywhere. We wish you fabulous years ahead. And for those of us who don't know how to talk, I think Mr. Siki has taught us this morning, that learn how to talk before you kill the man. So when the pastor was talking about stress and accumulation of wealth, I think he should also add that women should know how to talk. So on that beautiful note, we are going to wrap today's program. We'll see you tomorrow bright and early. From all of us here, it's bye for now.
It is a beautiful day here in the city of Abuja. Good morning and thank you for joining us on the program Business Focus, where we track the trends, numbers and decisions driving the economy and shaping the future of business. Today's focus is the federal government threatens to cancel delayed World Bank loans after 6 months. The Accountant General of the Federation, Shamseldin Ogunjimi, issued the warning in Abuja during a meeting with the World Bank delegation led by its team manager, Trek Lane. In a statement on Friday by the Director of Press and Public Relations Office of the Accountant General of the Federation, Bawa Mokwa, Ogunjimi stressed that the loans are not grants but financial obligations that must be repaid, making timely processions critical to Nigerians' fiscal planning. He cautioned that prolonged delay could undermine the government's interest in assessing such facilities. If approvals take more than 6 months, the Nigerian government may no longer honor such arrangement, he said. The AGF noted that as a responsible borrower, Nigeria deserves prompt consideration of its funding request, urging the World Bank to fast-track its approval procedures and ensure timely release of funds for key development projects. Ogunjimi also disclosed that the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation has begun addressing concerns earlier raised by the World Bank, particularly regarding public financial management and audit reporting. According to him, the 2023 audit report will be submitted to the Office of the Auditor General for the Federation within 2 weeks, while work on the 2024 and 2025 reports is ongoing. He further assured the delegation that issues surrounding the digitalization of the government integrated financial management information system were being tackled, noting that obsolete infrastructure is being replaced with modern technology to enhance efficiency and service delivery. Earlier, Lane congratulated Ogunjimi on his recent appointment as African chairman of the Association of Accountants Generals and urged the OAGF to sustain reforms aimed at improving financial transparency and accountability. She also emphasized the need for timely submission of professional financial statements to strengthen public financial management system. But before we delve into the focus of the day, let's take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll see what is happening in the equity market. Stay tuned. Welcome back from that short break, and thank you for staying tuned. And now to the equity market. Nigeria's equity market maintained a strong performance today as the benchmark NGX All-Share Index traded around 243,000 to 245,000 points, remaining close to the record height reached last week. Meanwhile, market capitalizations hovered around 156 trillion naira, reflecting sustained investor confidence in the market. And to the top gainers, Airtel Africa surged by 10%, finishing the session around 3,323.40 naira, driven by strong investor demand in the telecom space. CAC PLC also rallied, gaining 9.99% to close at approximately 193.20 naira as bargain hunting lifted industrial goods stock. In the agro-industrial segment, Zichi's Agro climbed 9.97% to settle around 27.58 naira, reflecting renewed interest in agricultural-linked equities. And to the top losers. On the losers chart today at the Nigerian exchange, shares of Guinness Nigeria led the decline, dropping 10% to close at about 402.60 naira per share. Sunu Assurance also recorded a 10% loss, settling around 4.05 naira per share amid sustained sell pressure. Meanwhile, Carverton Offshore Support Group declined by 8.33% to close at approximately 5.50 per share. And to commodities, rice prices remain elevated nationwide as a 50 kilogram of bag of rice of local rice is currently selling between 60,000 naira and 112,000 naira, while imported rice is priced higher, ranging from 95,000 naira to 133,000 naira. Beans also remains under pressure with a 50 kilogram bag trading between 85,000 naira and 110,000 naira in most markets across the country. Meanwhile, maize offers some relative relief with a 50 kilogram bag selling between 34,000 naira and 50,000 naira, reflecting regional variation in supply and transportation cost. And to the currency market, at the official and market rate level, the exchange rate stands between 1,359 naira and 1,376 naira per US dollar. Meanwhile, live market averages across trading platforms today showed the naira trading closer to 306 naira to 363 naira per dollar today. And this is it from the equity market. We go on a short break, and when we return, we go into the conversation of the day with our guests joining us via Zoom. Stay tuned. Welcome back from the break. It is still the program Business Focus coming your way live from Politics and Business TV. And joining us live via Zoom is our in-house economist, Yoshua Ali. Of course, I know he's not a new face. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Thank you very much.
It is beautiful having you again with us once more.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. So today's topic, we're looking into the fact that the federal government threatens to cancel delayed World Bank loans after 6 months. Now, my first question will be, sir, how significant is this warning from the federal government in the context of Nigeria's relationship with the World Bank?
Nigeria's relationship with the World Bank has been peaceful for a very long time, and then also commendable. But however, the Nigeria Update Report, which revealed certain deficiencies with regard to revenues and their application and the distribution, has now opened a new chapter. But unfortunately, and fortunately for the economy, any obligation that a nation signed with the World Bank has a specific tenure. So that tenure, if it is not honored at the right time, and then the consequences is also very visible. So there is need for nations to understand that, of course, it is easy to negotiate, but it is also careful to look at the relationship and dealing with the bank.
All right. Could canceling delayed loan agreements affect Nigeria's credibility with international lenders and development partners, saying that the federal government is threatening to cancel if faced with further delay?
If government is eager for the World Bank to look in on requests, then there is need for the policy makers to at least under doctrine of negotiation to bring about their concern. It is just a concern for the World Bank to honor most of the obligation. And you cannot also query the situation because we have new Minister of Finance, who is eager to translate most of the fiscal gains into economic reality. So it is important for us to understand that it is just an attempt by the government to call the attention of the bank to honor most of the deal signs with the bank.
All right, talking about economic realities, what sector of Nigeria's economy are most dependent on the World Bank funding?
Critical infrastructures, of course. The power sector has been deficient of resources for a long time. The same thing applies to roads and constructions, which are main target of most of the appropriations of 2024, 2025, as well as 2026. The one also fundamental aspect of our appropriations, which also attracts the attention of the bank, is the security. So when you put this together and the laxity that is strong in the bank, it is important to quickly address the issue by raising concern.
All right. How could delayed World Bank loans impact infrastructure like healthcare, education, and poverty reduction across Nigeria, with the fact that Nigerians have been ranked top 3 biggest borrowers by the World Bank, and we have an outstanding loan of about 18.3 billion in US dollars. 18.3 billion to 18.7 billion thereabout loan outstanding that we haven't paid. So if all this while these monies have been borrowed and we haven't seen it, it's not obvious in our system, how do you think this delay right now will affect the systems? Are you there, sir? I think our analyst is experiencing a little challenge with the network. But of course, if you're just joining us, it is the program Business Focus coming to you live from Politics and Business TV. And we are discussing the topic, discussing about the fact that the federal government have threatened to cancel delayed World Bank loans after 6 months. That is to say, if after applying within the period of 6 months, if there have not been disbursement by the World Bank, they are going to cancel it. And the question is raised and concerns are out there by people. What have been the implication? What is the implication? Okay, since over the years Nigeria as a nation have been collecting those loans and we haven't been seeing the dividends of those loans. It haven't been obvious, especially in our health sectors, in the security system, in our electricity. It's not obvious. Okay, I think we have our analyst back. Are you with us now, sir?
Yes, I'm back. Sorry.
All right, it's fine. So I was saying, seeing the fact that we have almost about 18.3 billion to 18.7 billion US dollars outstanding loan as a nation, how will it be that the delay of the World Bank disbursing the funds, how will it affect our healthcare system? How will it affect the poverty reduction and all? Seeing that over the years, these monies have been collected and it's not obvious in any system in Nigeria.
You see, it is important to know that our budget has so much of deficit, and in taking care of the deficit, either domestic sources are required or international, that is exogenous. So our system of revenue generation with the new fiscal reform must address the inefficiencies that is always coming from foreign engagement. So it is good to know that most of the infrastructures, if they are not funded, then definitely they will continue to be a liability to the economy. So, and it is also important to know that the 2026 appropriation of the federal government has so much of deficit to about 25 trillion. So when you have this large chunk of deficit, then definitely any delay from the sources of the revenues, which are from outside, must be taken into consideration at any stage. If it is not taken, then the devastating effect of that delay is going to translate in the aggravations of delays, aggravation of deteriorations, and aggravation of inconsistencies in policy alignment. So it is good, all of us, to identify with the Nigerian government that since we are able to make our relationship normal and formal with the bank also has to address us formally and normally so that our commitment could be balanced with the resources which we are anticipating.
All right. Whose fault is it? The discrepancies in the budget, whose fault is it?
No, it's not a fault, but it is an inefficiency.
It's all inefficiency.
It has to do with inefficiency in revenue generation. Because if we are generating our revenues, then of course we don't need to borrow. And also from us, the taxpayers, if we are paying what is due for the government as at one due, then definitely also we are going to assist the facilitation of revenue formation so that after the formation of the revenue, it can be distributed. And if it is distributed, we also have the opportunity to put our eyes on all projects under Freedom of Information Act. There is no any controversy as to what the bank is likely not able to do, and then what the Ministry of Finance is also inefficient doing. But we need to know that both the fiscal authority and the monetary authority have to put their engagement together so that we will have a balanced development and also a balanced prospect.
Is the federal government justified in demanding a faster disbursement timeline from the World Bank?
Pardon?
Is the federal government, should I come again?
Yeah.
Is the federal government, I asked, justified in demanding faster disbursement timeline from the World Bank?
No, what the federal government must do is to advance agitations. This agitations is normal because you have a medium-term expenditure plan. You under fiscal responsibility. That fiscal responsibility is a law that allows the federal government to source revenue within and outside. But the policy makers or those in charge must put an agitation. That agitation can be put in this direction, and so as for the bank to understand the need to listen to the economy and also facilitate what the economy is bringing, so as to facilitate or fast track the development prospect, because it's one of the main targets of the bank to bring about holistic human capital development, giving a lot of consideration with regards to health, with regard to education, and with even regard to social welfare.
All right. Are you with me?
Yeah.
All right. Even though I can't, I can barely hear you. All right. I think we're experiencing a little bit of a network issue. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
All right. Permit me to digress a little bit. How can we relate this whole loan issue? You made mention earlier that the deficiencies in generating of tax and then generating of yes, of course. How can we relate that to the subsidy removal? Because of course, when Mr. President resumed office 20 2024, one of the first thing he did was to remove the fuel subsidy. And then after a few months, they came to say they have generated a whole lot of money from the fuel subsidy removal. Now, if there are discrepancies in this other side, why are we not seeing? Is it possible? I am just asking I am curious, and as I believe other people too will be curious to know. This money is removed from the fuel subsidy. Can they cover up for those other parts where there are discrepancies, especially where the taxpayers' money is not covering up and we're not generating enough income as a nation to cover up? Can't the subsidy removal, can those monies, can it cover up? Is there a way it could cover up? Just curious to know.
You have under consolidated revenues. These revenues are shared. Whatever the subsidy money which federal government was paying, it was the agitation of the state governors for subsidy to be removed so that their revenue sharing can increase. So it is good to know that that revenue that we were able to save from the removal of subsidy was shared by the 3 tiers of government. And before the subsidy removal, the sharing formula was about 170 billion to about 700 billion. But after the removal of subsidy, we are now seeing 2.23 trillion is being shared. That is where the money is going. So the money is not with the federal government. The only thing is that the revenues which we ought to be generating through value-added tax and other forms of taxes, the new fiscal reform is taking charge of them. And it is yet to produce a result.
Wow, sorry.
Yeah.
All right. Could this move signal a shift in Nigeria's borrowing strategy or foreign financing approach?
No, we have two options. The first thing is to try and put value to our exchange rate, because what makes us to spend more is as a result of our exchange rate fluctuations, which also is causing a lot of economic dangers. That is one. The second aspect also is to try and regulate our spending under fiscal responsibility. If we can regulate our spending in terms of appropriation, then definitely we can reduce the volume of borrowing. The third one is that the efficiency we are expecting from the new tax reform, it is expected that when new funds are coming, definitely the volume of our deficit should be reducing. So if we put this together, our revenue is increasing, our deficit is shrinking, and at the same time also we are manipulating, or we are regulating our foreign exchange. Then definitely we will reduce borrowing. And the last one, which is a political will, is that the political will of our government should be devoid of much of borrowing, especially from international institutions. It's very dangerous because the debt servicing will be taking away all the revenues, all the additional revenues. The debt servicing will be taking them, and if debt servicing is being taken into consideration, it's going to take a longer period. That longer period is going to wipe out all the prospects, the new revenues. So it is good to know all these consequences, and then try as much as possible to strike a balance between our income and our expenditure approach to corporations.
All right. With Nigeria's rising debt profile, should the country be reducing dependence on multilateral loans altogether? Are you with me? Should I take that question again?
Yes, take it back.
All right. I said with Nigerians' rising debt profile,
Should the country be reducing dependence on multilateral loans altogether?
No. It's good to engage multilaterals.
Okay.
But we engage multilaterals in a situation where you are deficient. It is not a mandatory it is not a mandatory engagement. It is an exigency situation. So, like I said, multilaterals, either World Bank, IMF, African Development Bank, and any other financial institution is optional. It's not constitutional. And the better we do away with them, the better with our revenue performance, and also the better our own future economic endeavors.
All right. How important are World Bank loans to Nigerian fiscal stability and economic growth plans?
The World Bank will continue to remain a vital role because the World Bank is watching the entire world economy and also facilitating our trade and export, which also significantly affect international trade functions. So, but the World Bank will remain also significant in trying to advise morally to our financial leaders, giving them certain information that will assist the revenue generation, that will assist our expenditure, and at the same time also assist in the efficiency of executing most of the strategic engagement of our economy.
All right. Permit me to ask, what are the negative sides of collecting those loans, if there are?
There are a lot of negatives. You know, like I said, it's optional and also exigency. One of the most fundamental negatives to this borrowing is debt servicing. In debt servicing, it is treated in compound interest. And this compound interest will be eroding all additional values that you have in revenue generation. And when you reach that stage, you will realize that most of the funds that you need to put for development purposes, which can translate into economic efficiency, are removed. And therefore, it is better for economy to do as much as possible, do away from domestic debt as well as foreign debt in whatever ramification.
Well, permit me to ask out of curiosity, since we keep, as a nation, we keep collecting these loans from the World Bank, and the loan has been accumulating, just as I mentioned the figures earlier, we have about 18.3 billion to 18.7 billion US dollars debt that is lying somewhere, and over the years it has just been serviced. We haven't seen the federal government making attempt to pay off those loans yet. At least not to my knowledge. I stand to be corrected though, not to my knowledge, but we've heard of them servicing in large sums of money. How is that making any sense? Because to a common man, I know it's not making any sense.
But you see, we can learn a lesson from what Nigeria did in 2003, when we have some trade advantage, especially with our crude oil. The crude oil surplus was used to write off our debt of over 12 billion US dollars. So, if we can do that in 2023, what is not available now is what is available now is floating exchange rate. This floating exchange rate will not give us much advantage in terms of trading, because we are paying higher and we are consuming at higher prices. And not only that, the World Bank, as it is today, is an institution which Nigeria is a signatory. IMF is also an institution which Nigeria also is a signatory. And the sharing capital of all these nations is also very significant to understand. But like I said, short based on medium-term expenditure framework and based on Fiscal Responsibility Act that provide us the source for this revenue, we are in a very critical condition to translate those gains directly. But if these gains are translated in physical, structural improvement in our social structures, which include our educational system, our value system with regard to manufacturing, and at the same time our road networks, and at the same time also with our power supply. These are some of the things that can translate to you and I. If I have stable power, I have no issue not to complain about why we are taking debt to put efficiency into power sector. The same thing applies to our own networks. These are some of the things that if these loans are provided, we are going to add value. But the most critical part of it is our security. Are you secure? Am I secure? Is the next person secure? So if we are not secure and we don't have money to purchase the equipment that can give us minimum security, and we have to take that loan. If we take that loan to provide minimum security, that also enhances our social being, our social context as far as economy is concerned.
How does servicing those loans affect Nigeria's budget for infrastructure, health, and education? Are you with me?
No. Yes, I'm with you, but you repeat the question. I didn't.
All right. I said, how does Nigeria servicing the World Bank loans? How does servicing those loans affect the Nigerians' budget, especially for healthcare and infrastructure?
Because monies that were generated, that are expected to put back into the economy, are taken outside of the economy to service debt for a very longer period. This is too negative to any economy, and that is why we are calling the attention of policymakers that the deficit in the budget is high, and there is need also to regulate our expenditure to align with what we are generating and what we can fund directly from the taxpayers, and also not only from the taxpayers, from the sales of our crude oil and other relative trade inputs.
All right. Over the week, the president of Ghana came out to say that his country is almost done paying off their IMF loan. And on the other hand, we have Nigeria. We are neighboring countries. We're almost like brothers between Ghana and Nigeria. And we have us here in Nigeria. We have us going for these loans. What is the rationale? I know that yes, there is, just as you made mention earlier, there are those discrepancies that needs to be covered up, and that's where the need for the loan comes up. But what is the rationale of us always wanting to go for those loans? Especially seeing, I still emphasize the amount of outstanding payment of those loans we still have.
What is making us? Nigeria is the biggest economy in Africa, and it's also a signatory to the World Bank. And once you are a signatory to the World Bank, all your financial dealings worldwide is being monitored by the same World Bank. And because we created so much of a gap between our revenue and our expenditure, that is the deficit. You have high deficit, and you cannot raise that money within that economy. Then definitely you have to go out, and that's why we are saying that if we put efficiency in our revenue generation, we now cut our code. Let me use this adage. we cut our coat according to our size. So we look at what we have and we try as much as possible to create an avenue where our revenue can perform the functions that we are looking in our development prospect, not just to have an ambitious plan. You know, once you have ambitious plan, you want to do everything at the same time, then definitely you have to borrow. It's like a household that doesn't have a car, a household that doesn't have a house, a household that doesn't have education, a household that doesn't have water to drink, a household that doesn't have electricity. I would say you want to have solar of your own, you have to have electrical vehicle, you want to have a very furnished house, and you want to have a very clean water, and you don't have enough money. What do? You go and borrow. And if you borrow, you are borrowing at a cost. And that cost is you have to cut it based on what your income can take. If we do that, we regulate that, then our economy can perform. But remember, there is no way we shy away from the World Bank, because the democracy that you see today, that is called Western democracy, has so much attachment to the World Bank provisions. And that is why it's not easy to shy away from any loan. Even the Ghanaian president that is making that statement, he is making it at the cost of his own mandate, because the World Bank is an institution that not just monitoring the economic prospect, but it's also monitoring the political prospect. How you understand that? If you look at the World Bank has a president, and all central banks of all nations have governors, and all commercial banks, they have chairmen, and that is exactly what you find in every democracy. You have the president leading the nation, you have the governors leading the state, and you have the chairman leading the local government. So all this is what brought about the modern democracy and modern capitalism, and you cannot share away from that.
All right, so that leads me to the next question I have here for you. How important are the World Bank loans to Nigerian fiscal stability and economic growth plan? And how have we seen this importance showed itself over the years since the period of borrowing from the World Bank and other loans givers?
The World Bank is assisting Nigerian fiscal stability by creating a window to have additional revenues to perform our fiscal responsibility. And at the same time also, the World Bank is giving a moral suasion doctrine, that is doctrine of advisory services. And that is why in 2026, the World Bank Nigerian Development Outlook brought out that over 32 billion that we raise is shared before distribution, pre-distribution sharing, and a lot of income is going out.
All right, so I'll let you go soon, sir. But before we do that, what risks does Nigeria face if global interest rates rises or revenue drops? Okay, let me take that question again. What risks does Nigeria face if global interest rate rises or revenue drops?
In the global interest rate has its own implication, and domestic interest rate has its own also implication. Lower interest rate always provide lower prices. Higher interest rate always attract investment. So it depends on the angle you are looking at. But internationally, the global interest rate is fair, and anytime one global interest rate is looked into, you look at your exchange rate, and you look also at your volume of trade, and that will determine the prospect of the gross domestic product at a particular period.
All right. Looking ahead, what should Nigerians expect in terms of government borrowing and external financing strategies?
What Nigeria are expected to do is that you start studying from the states. Look at the debt profile of your state, you look at the debt profile of Nigeria, and you look at the development prospects so far. Once you are able to look at these two angles, then you will now make a decision on whether to continue to be proactive for the state to borrow or not. Because, like me in particular, I am of the opinion that the level of borrowing is becoming too much, even though it is healthy, but it is not friendly. Because if we want our fiscal reform to be sustained, we need to limit external borrowing so that the performance of local revenue generation can begin to yield results by creating more revenue and at the same time providing windows of investment in critical infrastructure, which include basic health facilities, security, including the performance of agriculture and other critical sectors of the economy.
All right, this is almost where we draw the curtain. But lastly, what hope should the common man hold on to? Because in anywhere you wife, for instance, you are in a bus and you just raise the issue, the federal government is about to collect another land, another loan, sorry. You hear people, everybody saying his own opinion, they will sell us in Nigeria very soon, China will own us very soon. A lot of people with different opinion, and you won't blame them. There is no, the common Nigerian right now, the hope we are holding on to sincerely, I wouldn't categorically say is our leaders. We are holding on to the fact that we have each other and the fact that we go out daily to look for our little lively means. But what hope should a common Nigerian hold on to seeing these amounts of borrowing? Just as you've rightly said, personally you feel the borrowing is too much, but even though it's for a good cause, how many people will understand that is a good cause though? A lot of us don't understand. But what hope should we hold on to?
Nigeria should be hopeful because there must be Nigeria before borrowing. And those who are borrowing, they know that Nigeria has the potential to pay. Nobody wants to deal with the bad sector. So even by borrowing, it is showing that our economy has some strength. But what is hopeful, most of the common people in Nigeria, is that they should be watchful from their constituencies. They should go back to their constituencies, discuss and dialogue with their political leaders, and at the same time also create awareness of why it is important for them to contribute their quota in terms of payment of small taxes. When you pay small taxes, you can stop nations from borrowing higher denominations for the economic use.
All right, thank you so much, in-house economist Yeshua Ali. I hope I got your name correctly.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. Before I let you go, I hope you know today is Mother's Day.
Pardon?
I said before I let you go, I hope you know today is Mother's Day.
Congratulations, my mother.
Good. All right. Just wish a mother, a woman close to you. Anyway, just wish her a happy Mother's Day. You know they say we are the movers of this earth. Without us, there's nobody.
All mothers are important.
Yes.
Mothers, we cannot discuss economy.
Of course. All right. Thank you so much, and do have a lovely day, Yeshua Aliyu.
Thank you very much.
All right, to our viewers, it has been an ongoing conversation. Of course, it's still out there. FG threatens to cancel delayed World Bank loans after 6 months, and it has been the program Business Focus that comes your way weekdays at 11 a.m. on Politics and Business TV, live in Abuja. This is where we draw the curtain on the program today. Well, you're late today, but of course we can do this tomorrow as we bring to you more updates in the business world and what is trending, of course, in the nation's economy. I remain my humble self, Fari Josephine, and from all of us here in the house, We say do have a lovely day ahead and a blessed week, of course. Stay tuned as more programs comes your way shortly. Bye for now.
Abuja. Good afternoon. Many thanks for joining us. I am Nikki Atta. Now, the headlines. 2027, door closes on aspirants and intending defectors. African Democratic Congress, fate of contestants still in the balance. Protesting aspirants in Yobe-Gombe dispute consensus. State's capital spending plunges 58%. Shetima Obasanjo governors to attend 2026 Southern Kaduna Festival. Power tussle grips Philippine Congress amid moves to impeach Vice President Sara Duterte. Details of these and more after the break. Do stay with us. Welcome back. As the door closes on the submission of party membership registers by political parties to the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) today, it is feared that many aspirants may be excluded from contesting the 2027 elections. These include presidential, governorship, national, and state assembly hopefuls whose fate has not yet been determined owing to the uncertainties in their various parties over unresolved leadership disputes and the near impossibility for the parties to meet the INEC deadline on the conduct of primaries. Although the deadline for the submission of party registers was yesterday, a non-working day, and when INEC offices will not be open, analysts say it can be done today as per the Electoral Act 2026 Section 77, which stipulates that failure to meet the deadline means a party cannot field candidates. Although the deadline was yesterday, INEC offices not being open, analysts say this can be done and pushed to today, being the next working day, Monday. Subsections 4, 5, and 6 of the provision say that each political party shall make such a register available to the Commission not later than 21 days before the date fixed for the party primaries, congresses, or conventions. Only members whose names are contained in the register shall be eligible to vote and be voted for in the party primaries, the congresses, and conventions. A political party shall not use any other register for party primaries, congresses, and conventions except the register submitted to INEC. The Supreme Court, in a ruling on the leadership tussle within the ADC, has recognizing David Mark as the national chairman of the party, but referring the matter back to the Federal High Court from where it emanated for further hearing. Now, INEC had previously deleted the names of Mark and his National Working Committee from its portal, pending the determination of the matter with Nafiu Bala Gumbi, who is claiming to be the national chairman of the party. Now, the High Court had, on resumption of hearing on Thursday, adjourned the matter sine die. Analysts are now saying that with no date fixed for ruling on the matter, and considering that all primaries are supposed to be concluded by May the 30th, this may affect the chances of the party and the aspirants contesting on its platform. It It is believed that that was the reason and the fear that made Peter Obi and Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, both presidential hopefuls in the party, to defect to the Nigeria Democratic Congress (NDC), but Atiku Abubakar and Rotimi Amechi have chosen to remain in the party along with many other aspirants. Protesting aspirants in Yobe, Gombe. 6 Yobe State APC gubernatorial aspirants are protesting the choice of an anointed candidate. They are Senator Ibrahim Bomei, IGP Usman Al-Khali Baba, Bashir Sharif Mashina, and Lawan Kolo Dedam. The 6 aspirants also said that after failing to reach an agreement on consensus, there should be free, fair, transparent, and credible direct primaries in line with the APC guidelines on direct primaries. This is seen as a confrontation with Governor Maimala Buni. In Gombe, Dr. Jamil Isiaku Wama was chosen as the consensus governorship candidate for the APC ahead of the 2027 election in a process led by Governor Inwa Yahaya. As governor, a former MD of KEDCO was endorsed, other aspirants protested. They include Senator Saidu Ahmed Al-Khali and Professor Isa Ali Ibrahim Pantami, as well as Dr. Miriam Saad Mustafa. In another arrangement, Senator Danjuma Goje was not chosen as the anointed candidate for the senatorial seat and also publicly rejected the consensus demanding direct primaries. On to other news now, and Vice President Kashim Shettima, former President Olusegun Obasanjo, and no fewer than 5 state governors are expected to attend the 2026 Southern Kaduna Festival, scheduled to hold from May 28 to May 30th, 2026 in Kafanchan, Kaduna State. The organizers of the annual cultural festival, the Southern Kaduna Leadership Council, disclosed this in a statement signed by the chairman of the Central Planning Committee, Rear Admiral Ferguson Babai, retired on Monday. According to the statement, Shettima will serve as a special guest of honor at the closing ceremony, while Obasanjo is expected to attend as Father of the Day. Minister of Federal Capital Territory Nyesom Wike, alongside the 5 governors, would attend the event as guests of honor. The event themed Embrace Diversity, Build Bridges, the 2026 edition of the festival, is aimed at promoting peaceful coexistence, dialogue, unity, and economic collaboration amongst the diverse ethnic and religious communities in Southern Kaduna. You're still watching news analysis right here on Politics and Business Television. Abuja. Still to come, the Central Bank of Nigeria has urged state governments to reduce their reliance on overdrafts. Details of these and more after the break. Do stay with us. You're welcome back, and now to some business news. The Central Bank of Nigeria has urged state governments to reduce their reliance on overdrafts and short-term borrowing, warning that reckless fiscal behavior at the subnational level could undermine the country's transition to an inflation-targeting monetary policy framework. This was contained in a press statement issued by the CBN following an engagement with subnational stakeholders facilitated through the Nigerian Governors Forum Secretariat in Abuja. According to the statement, the Deputy Governor in charge of the Economic Policy Directorate, Dr. Muhammad Abdullahi, said state governments must adopt stricter fiscal discipline to support price stability and ongoing microeconomic reforms. He's urging states to reduce reliance on overdrafts as well as short-term financing and to ensure that borrowing decisions align with debt sustainability thresholds, improve budget realism and revenue forecasting, prioritize expenditure, and better synchronize fiscal calendars with prevailing macroeconomic conditions. That's according to the statement. We move on right away to some foreign news at the moment. In the foreign scene, supporters of Philippines Vice President Sara Duterte have wrestled control of the country's Senate, throwing into question a bid to impeach her that was until now widely expected to pass through Congress. Senator Alan Cayetano, a former foreign secretary during the administration of President Rodrigo Duterte, who is Sarah's father, and the country's head of state from 2016 to 2022, has been elected as Senate President. The appointment came even as the Philippine House of Representatives was poised to impeach Vice President Sara Duterte for the second time. This impeachment vote against Duterte, which is scheduled for Monday today, is the latest episode in the ongoing political feud between the Duterte family and the incumbent President Ferdinand Marcos Jr., plunging the country into deeper political turmoil even as it faces serious economic uncertainty owing to the global energy crisis. Now, let's join Tom Aroko for some sports news.
Good day, Nigeria, and welcome to the P&B Sports Desk. I'm Arakotom, and today, Monday 11th, the sports world is absolutely buzzing. From a high-stakes title race in the MPFL to a historic night in Spain, we've got it all. Let's get into the headlines. We start at home where the Nigeria Premier Football League title race has officially narrowed to a two-horse race following dramatic matchday 37 results. Yesterday, Enugu Rangers remained top with 65 points after a 2-1 win over Bengal Insurance, but Rivers United are beating down their necks just 1 point behind after a 3-2 thriller against Wiki Tourist. It all comes down to the final day on May 24th. Meanwhile, heartbreak for Bayelsa United and Wiki Tourist, who have both been officially relegated to the NNL. Turning to our stars abroad, Victor Osimhen is the man of the hour. He just celebrated a historic title triumph with Galatasaray, netting 15 goals this season and crediting the Galatasaray Spirits for their dominance in Turkey. Back with the national team, head coach Eric Chell is officially scouting Ako Adams and Umar Sadiq. Both send loud messages to the coach this weekend with match-winning goals in La Liga. They are looking to secure spots for the upcoming Unity Cup in London, where the Super Eagles face Zimbabwe on May 26th. On the global stage, Barcelona and the Kings of Spain in a decisive Clásico last night. Barca secured their 29th La Liga title with a 2-0 win over Real Madrid, thanks to goals from Marcus Rashford, Ferran Torres. It's a bitter pill for Madrid coach Arbeloa, who faces a trophyless season. And in England, the Premier League title race is a VAR earthquake. Arsenal narrowly escaped with a win at West Ham after a controversial late equalizer was chalked off, a decision being called the biggest in VAR history. In athletics, the queen of the track, Toby Amusa, headlines a powerful Nigerian squad heading to the African Senior Athletics Championship. And for some history, Kenyan Sebastian Sare has done the impossible. He's become the first man to run a sub-2-hour marathon during his victory in London. Truly a monumental moment for African sports. And finally, for the NBA fans, the Knicks have made history with a franchise playoffs record of 114 points to complete a series sweep. That's the whistle for today's sports update. From the local pitch of Enugu to the historic track of London, you are now up to speed. I'm Arakotom, and this is P&B TV. Stay active, stay passionate, and stay with us for more news and analysis.
Thank you very much, Aroko Tom. That was the most interesting package on sports today. You're still with news analysis on Politics and Business Television. Right away, we are going to delve into the focus of the day. And today's focus, we're going to be looking, because as you know, this is a political era, so it's going to be very political right now. We are looking at what has been termed the unjust consensus process by the APC, specific reference to the Gombe APC governorship ticket, which just happened last week. Now, as we are all aware with all the trending news and videos, we heard that the former Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, Professor Issa Pantami, said that he's ready to lay down his life. He's ready to lose his life fighting what he calls an unjust consensus process by the Gombe APC for the 2027 governorship elections. His exact words are, "I will challenge this injustice of Gombe APC governorship consensus even if I lose my life doing it. If it's direct primary, everybody knows we will win. If there's no justice, I will fight it legally as a fight like never seen before in Nigeria." Well, he's upset because there is this issue of consensus candidate, which is just like moving the goalpost right at the time where you're about to strike your goal. We want to look at not just Gombe, but the overall effect of these kind of policies within parties and how they're going to affect not only the politicians, but also the electorate who will, at the end of the day, be the ones voting for it. Well, I have in the studio with me today, Honorable Abdul Hamid Donkerko. Now, Honorable Donkerko is the former Northeast Coordinator of the APC. He's also the Secretary of the Coalition of All Political Parties. He's a ranking member of the ADC. He is also contesting for the seat of the House of Representatives from Gombe State. Honorable, many thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me today.
Thank you, Honorable. Now, you're from Gombe State. Let's start with that consensus arrangement and what Professor Pantami said in his reaction to it. What's your take?
Well, thank you for having me today, and I'd like to tell you or to inform all Nigerians that during the coalition, Fantami, I was the one that registered him during the coalition. He was with us. He was a former APC member, as I earlier said, and then he turned to coalition. The coalition, began in order to have all Nigerians. We said there is no Nigeria. It's more Nigeria than any Nigeria. So he was in the coalition. I don't know what happened. He now turned his back against the coalition. There was a time he was in ADC. He was coming for ADC meeting.
Right. We've seen photographs of him at some of the meetings.
Yes, but after some time, I don't know what happened. There are people that are accusing or saying a lot of things that had happened between him and the leadership of the APC-led administration of what, transpired, him going back to the APC. So today, is he going to contest against Jamilu Isiaka Gomna, the current consensus candidate in Gombe State?
Yes.
I don't think Fantami have the capacity to do that.
Yes.
But mine is just that consensus is party affairs. If the party understands itself to give a leverage to a particular candidate in order for them to have an easy transitions, it's allowed. But again, if you, as a party member who purchases the form, wanted to contest, you can argue with that and do the direct primary election. But Fantami, of all competent terms, as he said that he is going to fight with his own life and everything, what has he done in the political activities? This is just the time he just began the political journey. He was a cleric, not a political, he's not even member of any political party. If he is a member of any political party, he should show us his own, what do you call, membership registration card of any political party. So as far as I'm concerned, their situation is an APC problem. He can as well, is allowed for him to, argue, go for direct primaries, of which I know Jamilu Isiaka governor is more competent, is more political, is more achievable candidate than that of the Fantami.
Okay, but you see, some people are arguing right now that Governor Inua Yahaya and the consensus candidate are from the same ward, same local government, like brother kind of a thing. Now, how much does that matter politically?
Well, from my understanding is that I'm not a spokesperson to APC, but then what we're looking at is that a competent candidate, someone that will going to deliver for the people of Gombe State, someone that will represent them, to give them a head good, but not a cleric that is a genius in his own path of clarity. Because he's a cleric, he's an Islamic cleric and everything, so he knows what he knows the best. He should have allowed, the political activities for those that understand it the best. For me, there is no difference, because the constitution does not stop the governor or the man, Jamilu Isaac Governor, from contesting whether they are from the same family. But mine is that the entire APC is having problems.
Right. We're coming even to that. Okay. Now, look at not just this policy of consensus, looking at all other policies of the APC as a party.
Yes.
What do you think has been the effect on Nigerians who, when the APC came in, Nigerians were full of hope, you were an official of the APC before you decam. Were you also, did you see a clear sense of drift? A move away from the movement that the APC represented? That's question one. And then question two, how do you think that affects the common Nigerian?
Beautiful. During former President Muhammadu Buhari, I followed him and I supported him to 26 different states. Our hope was he is going to be a messiah to Nigeria, that he's going to make a difference, that he is a former military officer, former, an intelligent officer,
yes,
and a politician that will not, politicize the life of Nigerians. But politics now, drifted his own journey, and he started traveling for medical tourism abroad. I thought he said that he is going to make sure that Nigerians become the better of all African nations. But today he failed. So from that time I was attending to your TV programs. I normally say this, not because I'm an APC or PDP, or we should have a leader. We should support the leader who led by example, but not a leader who failed by example. So we should allow those that will going to contest and make a difference in our lives. So I have seen the drift, and I would not allow myself to be part of those that will fail the states of the nation. Mine is that there is no Nigeria, I told you. It's more Nigeria than any Nigeria. Hausa, Yoruba, Igbo. Today, the reason why I left APC is because President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I supported him, I followed him, 22 states as well. Mine is that President Bola Tinubu, the day he assumed office, he removed 100% subsidy. Where is the subsidy money going? Who is benefiting from the subsidy money? He said, if I didn't fix the light in Nigeria, NEPA, or the light in Nigeria within 6 months, you shouldn't vote for me. Do we have power today? No. He allocated 15,600 billion to Lagos Calabar Coastal Road. He allocated 700 billion projects in Lagos, new Lekki Airport. He allocated another 700 billion for Bank of Industry. We have it in Abuja here. Today, he is borrowing.
He's actually behind us.
Yes, today he's borrowing money. We remove subsidy. Every Nigerians are bleeding. The budget of healthcare facilities in Nigeria is 218 billion. It's only 36 million that has been released to them. Who is fooling who? It means it's not even up to paracetamol money to National Hospital. So why would I continue to support someone that has failed Nigerians? Security. We don't have security. Our military officers that are risking their lives are being killed every day. Nobody's saying anything. Their sons and daughters are having multiple passports. They are not Nigerians because you have multiple passports. Even if you are Nigerians, do they vote? Who is protecting who? Our police officers are hungry, begging. They don't have barracks. Our military officers are, renting houses. We don't have schools. We don't have infrastructure. We don't have nothing. That is the reason why I said we have to fight them in order to, democratically, diplomatically, in order for us to have one Nigeria. Had Tinubu has started doing something in the Igbo southeastern part, then we now said the northern part are not patient enough. But he didn't win Lagos. He didn't win Ocean. He didn't win Ogun State. But today he's busy packing the entire money back to Lagos. He's not the president of Lagos. He's the president of Nigeria, representing Nigeria. The governors that supported him, especially the former governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, he said a lot of things against the northern people. He said, we are the leaders. He swore to his Lord that Tinubu must win the election. But today, he's behind the bars. Tinubu locked him. So, what are we having? We should have a one country for the entire Nigerians, Hausa, Yoruba, Igbo, and all other tribes. Not just about where one comes from.
Yeah. But many Nigerians could also take you up on that, because we've noticed that president after president, maybe from Jonathan time upwards, but from then on, the specific reference to Muhammadu Buhari, they were doing the same thing. Nigerians were really complaining during his administration that, he's trying to northernize government. So, Muhammadu Buhari?
Well, thank you so much. When you're talking about that, and I will now, drive you back to even the ministerial appointees.
Right.
During his time. Right. He failed before appointing them because he spent about 5 months or 6 months before appointing the ministers. But he is Mr. Nice because he is Mr. Nice to the ministers.
Okay.
To a lot of people. But the problem is that nobody is accusing him of corruption. But people are accusing his own administration, his own leaders and governors and ministers of corruption.
Right.
He didn't do nothing.
Yeah.
But today, what is going on? Ganduje, because he's an APC personnel, he's a free man.
Sins are forgiven.
Yahya Bello, he's a free man, accusing and challenging the EFCC. So the problem is that even the administration should have, make sure that Nigerians are getting a clear view of interest. Nigerians are suffering. People are dying. Hunger all over the country. What do? We have to vote them out.
Okay, but I want to ask you something. What is the ADC going to do differently? I'm asking that question because during the 2023 general elections, every single candidate contested on the, on the bid of removing fuel subsidy. So it's not necessarily about Bola Tinubu removing it. Everybody said subsidy must go. Okay, it's about what do we do with the money. What will the ADC do differently with the money?
I was supporting the removal of subsidy. I really support the removal of subsidy because there are some people that are benefiting from subsidy removal.
Few people, while the rest were starving too.
So mine is that if we're talking about removal of subsidy, what do we do with the money?
Right.
The money is being squandered or cornered to a particular places of where they are not explaining today. Nigerians must be told, must be given a clear evidence of where their money is going. When the subsidy was valid, we can go and get our PMS, almost like a free. But today, you have to walk through the bone to get your fuel. But after getting it, where do you benefit from the removal of subsidy? No healthcare facilities, no infrastructure, no security. I think the ADC is planning a head go for the entire country. I can assure you, if ADC will win this election, they will give you a head go. Reason number one is that we have leaders of all competent terms. We have a leader that his heart is huge. His heart is exposed. he's had this vulnerability to radical union, which is Al-Hajj Atiku Abubakar. My reasons, number one, is one thing. During the coalition, people are not even forthcoming. But after they announced that Atiku Abubakar is part of the journey, people started, coming like a rain. Peter Obi and Konkoso came in because they want to give a leverage. They thought they were going to have it open. But, if they are good enough, why are they afraid? It's the same thing with APC. You have 31 governors, protecting you. You have EFCC, you have ICPC, you have soldiers, you have army, police and DSS. Why is Tinubu afraid of this ADC?
Bringing us to the question. So who is the person? Who is afraid of free, fair, credible elections in Nigeria?
Bola Ahmed Tinubu is afraid. APC is afraid. Let me tell you something. We have leader. I told you. I said Atiku's heart is huge. Atiku's heart is exposed. Atiku's heart is vulnerable to radical union because I understand that he is a man of all competent terms. I know that they know that he is the only person that can defeat Tinubu. I know, and Tinubu understands Konkoso and Obi cannot do nothing. That is the reason why he's panicking. His heart is beaten. You have 31 governors, well, then why are you afraid? Why are you accusing them of all sorts? So if really they understand that this, they should tell us what they are doing with the money. I don't want to call them that they're stealing the money, but I think they're packing the money because we all have to ask them. Nigerians are bleeding. In short, Hausa, Yoruba, Igbo, and all other tribes are not happy. Nobody is happy in Nigeria. But let me tell you something. God willing, ABC will going to give us a head go. Reason number one is not because I'm supporting Atiku or because I'm in ADC. Even during Buhari, I benefited from APC. But I tell you, I have been coming to your program. Yeah. I tell you, even when they are wrong, I said it.
Yes,
I normally say it, and I will continue to pave a way for Nigerians, for our people to benefit from this. What we call democracy. Democracy was defined as a political system which maximizes two things: freedom of association and freedom of expression of interest. Today, when you express your interest, what do? They attack you. If you say something, they send DSS. If you said something, they block you. If you say something, they use INEC or they use EFCs. Why can't they give us a level playing ground? It's only Atiku that is giving Bola Ahmed Tinubu sleepless night.
Arnold Abdulhamid Dankweko, always a pleasure speaking with you. So, in a nutshell, you are telling us that Pantami is not very serious about his bid to lose his life in order to win that, and also that Nigerians are yearning for good governance.
For change. Yes. We have to
change the change, right?
Yeah, we have to change those that are riding on Nigerians' future, because I think APC-led administration are riding on Nigerians' future. We all have to hold our hands, coagulate ourselves as Nigerians for us to have a better one nation, strong nation. Not just about partisan or where one comes from. Nigerians now, Hausa is calling Igbo, Igbo is calling Hausa, Yoruba. So we should have a one strong country,
right?
That is called Nigeria.
Thank you very much. I think that's a good place for us to leave it because we're totally out of time. It's always a pleasure speaking with Honorable Abdul Hamid Dankweko, who is the former Northeast Coordinator of the All Progressives Congress and is also the Secretary of the Coalition of All Political Parties. He is now a ranking member of the Africa Democratic Congress, ADC, contesting for the seat of House of Reps from Gombe State, and we are wishing you the very best. Thank you very much for gracing the program today. Hope you come back when we call you again.
It's a pleasure. I will.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, just before we go, I have to remind you of what we told you earlier on in the headlines on our news analysis today. 2027 door closes on aspirants and intending defectors today, Monday. African Democratic Congress, the fate of contestants still in the balance. We also told you protesting aspirants in Yobe and Gombe dispute the consensus. Shetima Obasanjo and governors to attend the 2026 Southern Kaduna Festival. State's capital spending has plunged by 58%. And on the foreign scene, we also told you that a power tussle has gripped the Philippine Congress amid moves to impeach their Vice President, Sara Duterte. For more updates and in-depth analysis, follow Politics and Business Television.English on YouTube and Facebook. You will see our links on the screen. Instagram, at P&B TV_English. TikTok at P&B TV_ENG. Remember to subscribe and do stay informed. My name is Mikiata. Stay on for our next program.
Alright, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen and ladies. Once again, I want to personally welcome you to Stories Time on Politics and Business Television. My name is Constant, no leave, no transfer, unbearable, hospitable, and whatever ever you want to think of it. My name is Malam CK, aka I am not aware. The question I want to ask you, are you aware? So, I'm not aware, that is why you are aware. You're aware. I want to give shekere. All this shekere to all my listeners. Thank you very much for encouragement. Because throughout last week, wallahi, you have been very fantastic and fantastic, even surprise-tastic. So thank you very much. So, before I continue, as a question with the man, I always like to throw a salute to give all of you one by one. Let me start with my northern brothers. Ya yara ya aiki ya komi da komi, ya miyan kuka, ya tuwon shinkafa, ya plus yaya is ya yale. To, my Igbo brothers, cha Igbo kwenu, ha, cha Igbo mamanu, ha, where's wenu? Wannan kere maka afya, ke maka ita, hope yini na gasere de wore, ungwano, waleta, Alright, my Yoruba people, in case I told you want to greet Yoruba man, you have to stay 1 meter ahead so that she will not do for you without any she can point something. It's not me that say it to just do for a kusha omonko Ibagirinko Ishenko Amalanko Pamonko Owa plus Owa is what? Is Owam But now, my greetings to the middle belt people, the one where she stay for middle belt. Let me start with my people from Baggy people. But before that, I want to treat my middle belt to Benway. You see, when I say Anya, Abole, Manchi, Anya, Daudu, Anya, to Anya for Idoma is another something. Kuma Anya for Igbo is I. So whatever Anya, and then Chigma and Naikwa Egan soon Yakwa Mapa. Wonderful. Oh, no, can't be what type of this? And when you go here, you go here. Ryan is a dangerous animal. If you pray with Ryan, she's going to chop you. Lord, that's one for Bono for Boca Division. Now, while I don't feel a bicycle, because what the story I want to bring to you is like when mechanic marry Taylor, what are they going to burn? You want to know what mechanic and Taylor should burn? So, inside mechanic and Taylor, when they marry, what they are going to burn is mechanical. So when BIO should marry NEPA, what are going to burn? What are they going to burn? BIO and NEPA. Imagine BIO should marry NEPA. My brother, well, I don't know what they are going to burn because that Peking go, anywhere that Peking go, she's going to collect a punk like this. You quack him because of BIO and Abaswala. NEPA come out. Last night, you want to hear something? I did not sleep with the light. Did you sleep with light? If you know that you sleep with light and you are following me alive on my social media, and do Allah like and follow me. Click on my television because I don't know what happened. Just last week here, the new minister of light came away. She can't tell me well lie 100 days. I'm going to fix the national grid. That national grid, you know, in the national grid, is every time she's good like this, collapse. Because the one when she, you know, when somebody she has drink 3 bottles of something, you know the something go. So if you don't know, go and ask Google. When she drink national grid, she's doing like this. Every time she's collapsed. Every time national grid she's collapsed. Now last night I did not sleep with light. Mr. Tegbe, to Allah I want to beg you, bring light. Bring light to by all means necessary. Bring light. We must have electricity. So, but that is not the first story I want to query. The first story go, guess what? Well, life so much something. Don't say I tell you. They wanted to screen the governor of River State. Allah so much something. They will not screen him for APC primaries. But thank God, Ubara, she has been screened now. Before there is a rumor that they don't want to screen him, they want to commit him. But at last, so they have screened him. Shekere for you. Shekere for you, Ubara. Shekere for you. Now, another story I want to tell you before I continue. How many of you know that wallahi, there was now before ADC, there's wahala in ADC. From ADC, Peter Obi and Konko, so she can't come out to go to NDC. Now ADC, when they shout to Kai Peter Obi, wallahi, you are very scoopish. Peter Obi, you are not qualified. Peter Obi, make one, this one, that one. Now, APC, she have started having a problem. Just recently, Hope Uzodinma and Dapo Abiodun of Ogun State were like 2 of them. They were dragging Fawa, who is going to be the governor's forum. But last, so we heard that they have settled the matter. Koba and everything she's come back. Wallahi, wahala everywhere for this politics. I don't know why this political season there is so much drama. This is the most dramatic political season ever since 1999. If you agree with me, say aye. If you don't agree, say me. So the eyes have it. Stay on the APC, Mataba. Stay on APC. Don't touch that. Because one shege yaro, I don't know what is wrong with that boy. When the Speaker of the House of Assembly, Tajudeen Abbas, His Excellency, was going to do campaign in Zaria, one shege yaro, one small boy, the boy they don't have respect. That the boy just go, draw his cloth. Allah, show us the video, mechanic. Come and see what somebody. Show us the video. Somebody out of verse, Angava, go and draw the cloth of speaker. You don't have respect? But that goes to show to Allah, all the politicians, all of you that you are doing political work, please, I want to beg you to Allah that maybe try as much as possible to deliver the dividends of democracy. If you are a senator, do Allah senator well. If you are honorable, because one that this time around, Nigerian people, you don't want to hear story. Even though we are doing story time, don't come to your constituency and come and do story. Like somebody went to constituency and give gas of ante, some coin give them charcoal. Is charcoal a national constituency? The video I'm talking about is not that video, my mechanic. That is the video, the one that the Speaker of the House of Assembly, His Excellency Tajuddin Abbas, she was doing campaign. Somebody from nowhere, when Shege Yaro just draw him. The boy is not a paper. Look at it. Allah plate again, Allah. Oh, I don't know why that boy do that something. But that boy should be arrested and tried for attempted drawing down of a honorable from upstairs to downstairs. That is worse insensitivities, and that is executive and nonsense. So now, some people go and talk, say the boy is because she's hungry, she doesn't have money for medicine. That is why she wanted the speaker to help him with the money. If you want the speaker to help you with money, is it why you want to draw his agbada? You don't have respect. But thank God for the quick action of security men. Look at him. Kai Shegeyaro. Kai. This boy don't have respect to Allah. But please, I want to beg all my political leaders, try and do well to Allah. Now I will go on break because it's 10 minutes. When I come back, I'm going to continue from where I stopped. I have the big one. Don't touch that dial. Get ready for the big one. When I come, we continue. Check it out. Welcome back once again. This is Story Time on Politics and Business Television. My name is Madam CK, aka I'm not aware. Constant, no direction, no duplication, no whatever. We are just there. In case you are aware, that is why you are where you are where. Now I want to show you one video. For all of you that you are selling drugs, be careful. Now one boy, she go and carry drugs, she go sell her for one village for Ghana. And you know this village for Ghana, wallahi, they are not tolerating nonsense. Allah, when they catch this boy, if you see what they do to the boy, wallahi, I'm about to marry, they beat him very well. They tie like a goat. Deal with him. And I want to advise to all of you that you are selling drugs. Please stop selling drugs. Stop selling drugs to our young Nigeria. These drugs, the quality are ice. They call it Colorado, you are laughing, go. This one, this is advanced wee. Yeah. Somebody will smoke it. Next thing we hear a message is from Kaduna State. Somebody come out and you say Ronaldo, she's from Ebonyi State. That is what Kolos can cause because you have Kolo. Now, one idiot should call it Tramadol. Tramadol is one that is the senior brother of Panadol. Because that one, when you drink out, wallahi zaka shama hauka, you'll be hearing from left and right different spirits will be talking for you. One day Iska, one stupid in Nigeria, she went to sell Tramadol for one village for Ghana. Wallahi, the rest is history. When they catch him, go video man tell us, show us what they did to you, so that all of you are telling Tramadol. That is what you are going to happen to you very soon. I don't want to know why in Nigeria we are not even beating them, but Ghana, they don't take nonsense. Do Allah show us?
You been Nigeria, man. Yeah, where? You been where? Oh,
Father, I thank God and beg you people. This is the last one. If you don't see me, anything you want to do plastic, I beg you.
Go change area.
Every day now, day. I
You
don't
not
get
gonna
this
sell them
place.
again. You sure?
I swear. I
You not gonna
swear.
sell them
I
again?
don't go sell them again. Ow, my head.
Huh?
Ow, ow, ow. I swear I don't go sell them again.
You not gonna sell them again?
Batu, I beg. No, Batu. I die. Ow, ow,
Okay, that video is a boy that went to sell drugs, destroying the lives of young children. Now you see the way she was doing Jangulova. Wallahi, they deal with him. I want to advise all of you to Allah and Nabi. Don't go and sell drugs. This is where what happened to people who sell drugs. But don't show it. Allah is okay. It's okay. Please, I want to beg you. Don't go and sell drugs. Drugs is a killer. If you sell drugs, they catch you in Ghana. That is what is going to happen to you. Don't say you are not aware, because if you are not aware, that is why you are going to be where you are, where we were. Now I want to bring another video for you. That one has to do with you see the compression of a video of sleep. Those of you that you are not taking your sleep serious, let me tell you something. Come and hear what a doctor talk about sleep. Wallahi, sleep, she's the #1 medicine for any woman being. You have to take your sleep very seriously. One man, you are not sleeping. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, you are not sleeping. So, you are going to see something that's not going to happen to you. For those of you that are not sleeping very well, see what is going to happen to you. Just see it. For you that you're not sleeping, see it. Video, play it.
Today, we're talking about something many people overlook: sleep. It's a basic biological need, just like food and water. Good sleep boosts immunity, improves brain function for better memory, and supports your heart health by reducing the risk of disease. Lack of sleep leads to fatigue, poor concentration, and over time, increases the risk of chronic conditions like diabetes and hypertension. To sleep better, maintain a regular schedule, reduce screen time before bed, and ensure your environment is quiet and dark. At MIMS Pharma Hub, we prioritize your well-being. Prioritize your rest today. Like and follow for more health tips.
So, like and follow. You see, if you don't sleep, wallahi, you are going to be losing memory. Somebody tell you good morning, you think it's good night. You don't sleep, you are going to develop hypertension. You don't sleep very well, your immune system, that is your blood, she's going to be doing a willow. She will dance a willow. If you don't sleep, wallahi, you can have diabetes. So to Allah, I want to advise you, for those of you that you are looking at me live on television, go and sleep. While CK say, find time to sleep. You work morning to night. You work. You don't want to sleep. Wallahi, you are going to kill yourself. And talking about this sleep, that take me to the next video. Another man now should take it to another level. That man, she say, all of you, especially man, because we understand the economy is not your friend. This man, he can't talk, say, go and sleep. A man, when you want to chop what you worry you. Chop and sleep. Because if you die as a man, another man, she's going to carry your wife and she's going to fire her. Me, I don't want somebody else to call my wife. That is why I want to be alive. So I will enjoy her until I am tired of enjoying her. I'm not even going to, even at 90 years, well, I'm going to be performing my civic responsibility. 90 years, I will be very vibrant like this. Mechanic, play that video here. Advice to all the men. Advice for talk.
If you're a man here, whether a married man here, lift your hand up. Eat what hungers you. If it's the chicken, if it's beef, if you're a married man, eat and rest. If you die, your best friend will be sleeping with your wife. Stop hustling. Most of men now that are in the grave, another man is taking over their wife. If you're a married man here, eat and drink, pray. Don't kill yourself. Too much of stress. The news we are getting every day. This person wake up and die. This person die. Everywhere. Don't struggle too much. Check your BP, check your sugar. Take care of yourself. Your children will be happy to see you alive than in the grave. If you die, your best friend will be hammering your wife. Take care of yourself. Don't kill yourself. So many men that hustle and have property today, they're in the grave because men don't stop. They fight. Even if they have one house in Ghana, they want to have a
Whoa! You are ready to go? Go! Don't work too much. Try and chop what worry you as a man. All the fellow men in Nigeria, I'm talking to you. Go and sleep. Don't over-labor yourself. Don't go and do big work. Every time you want to impress your wife, you work money to money. Your life, if you die, you ready to go? Another man will take over. Well, it will be like election. One senator go, another senator should come. That is what is going to be your case. Man, do Allah go and rest? Oh, like me, if I finish from here now, I am going to rest. Josie, go and rest. If you don't rest, another man is going to continue from where you stop. That is the advice I have for you. It's not me that says it. All of you that you want to build a big house, you want to buy big motor, you want to drive big jeep. It is a good far, but to Allah, if it does not come, don't go and kill yourself. Don't go and kill yourself. Try as much as possible to rest and sleep. That is where I want to leave it on sleep. Now, the last story I'm going to say, I'm going to go on break. When I come back, I will give you the last story and then I'll pack my car and come out. For now, take care for you. Thank you very much. My name is Tim Madam CK. You're welcome to Story Time on Politics and Business Television. Sharp before I pack my car. Now, election is coming to 2027. Now, a lot of people are bringing different videos, trying to advise people to make your choice. Mind what you vote. If they bring rice, chop rice. You bring money, you collect money. But you follow your conscience. Because I don't know why somebody should bring money for you now. First year, you do bring money. Second year, you don't bring money. Third year, Kuma, close to the election, somebody is bringing money for you. Do Allah show your eye? Show your eye, shine your eye well. Now, the video I want to show you is a video of our president when she was telling us of condemning PDP about light. And then a newspaper where somebody went to bring all the newspaper where the president promised us about the light and what he should talk about the light. Do Allah display that to you? Do you have it there? I send them to you, Mana. No, it's not this one. It's not this one. Okay. No, this one. It's not this one. There's one that has to do with where the president was talking about 16 billion and there is no light. The link there, she's there, Mana. Okay. Why I'm waiting for it? Have you seen it? Okay, let me continue. While the mechanic is trying to look for it, and there is a video I sent you a link. You see it there where the president was saying something about electricity, and she was telling us that even PDP 16 billion naira, they could not even produce light that can produce popcorn. Kai, Allah Sarki, that is very degrading. But the questions that people want to ask now: do we have a light now? Because wallahi, I can't remember the last time I see light in the evening to even watch my television. My television, the bouquet, she has expired, and now I cannot even renew it because why? There is no light. The kind of mosquito that she's biting me now, I never seen her before. But why the mechanic? Have you seen it? You have not seen it. My brother, at 2027, you have to shine your eye because there's a song that said, finally, oh, she's about to go. Finally, oh, a lot of people did do calculation. Now, last but not the least, President Jonathan, she has come and she has said, all of you that want me to contest, do you have your PVC? Go and get your PVC because your vote count. Let everybody not tell you your vote does not count. It's a lie. Kariani, your vote count. If your vote does not count, they will not give you rights. You see, last week we were showing a video where they say, Operation Show Your PVC, they will give you rights. That is to tell you that your vote should count. Your vote is count for not nobody deceive you. That is where I'm going to put full stop. But for now, to Allah just manage a small story that I bring for you. My name is still Malam CK, aka I'm not aware. I'm going to see you tomorrow where I'm going to bring other good juicy story for you. But for now, just manage this one. Thank you very much for watching me. Follow me live and direct on my social media handle that you see it on the television there at 008 at 9 start, and then Politics and Business Television.TV.English or Politics and Business TV.English. You are going to see me there. But for now, goodbye and take care to you. See you tomorrow. My name is Malam CK, aka I'm not aware. Bye bye for now.
A very good afternoon to you and many thanks for joining us. I am Felicia Michael Dunker. Now the news in details. A federal high court in Abuja has dismissed a suit filed by APC member Fubara Dagogo seeking to nullify the party's recently conducted National Congress. Justice Joyce Abdul Malik ruled that the court lacked jurisdiction to hear the matter because issues relating to nomination and participation in party congresses are internal affairs of political parties. The judge upheld the preliminary objection filed by the defendants and dismissed the suit marked FHC ABJ CS 591-2026. The court also awarded 10 million each against Dagogo and his lawyer, Chief Sir OAU Oyema, making a total of 20 million payable to the four defendants. Dagogo had alleged that he was denied the opportunity to purchase nomination forms and contest for the position of APC National Vice Chairman, South-South. He asked the court to nullify the Congress outcome and award him hundreds million naira in damages for alleged embarrassment and mental torture. The Ondo State Police Command on Monday strengthened security in Akure ahead of Vice President Kashim Shettima's visit to inaugurate the Onyerubulem flyover constructed by Governor Lucky Oyedatiwa. Shettima is also expected to visit Afenifere leader Paul Robin Fasoronti during activities marking his 100th birthday celebration. Police spokesperson DSP Abayomi Jimo said the command had put in place robust security measures to ensure the safety of the vice president, the celebration and guests attending the events. He noted that PMF personnel, tactic teams and EOD CBRN operatives had been strategically deployed across key locations in Akure. Security personnel from the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, Federal Road Safety Corps and Omotokun Corps were also seen monitoring major roads leading to Fasoranti's residence. The Oyerubulem flyover project was originally flagged off by the late former governor Oluwarotimi Akeredolu in July 2023. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu arrived in Nairobi, Kenya early Monday ahead of the African-France summit scheduled to hold between Monday and Tuesday. His aircraft landed at about 12:15 a.m. local time at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, where he was received by senior Nigerian and Kenya officials, including several ministers and top government aides. Tinubu is attending the summit chaired by French President Emmanuel Macron and Kenya President William Ruto. The event themes African Forward, African-France Partnership for Innovation and Growth will focus on issues such as energy transition, green industrialization, digital transformation, climate action, and reforms to global financing systems. The president's visit forms part of his ongoing three-national diplomatic tour covering France, Kenya, and Rwanda. After the Nairobi summit, Tinubu is expected to travel to Kigali for the African CEO Forum from May 14 to 15, where business leaders, investors, and policy makers will discuss strategies for accelerating Africa's economic growth and regional integration. Troops of the Joint Task Force Operation Fasanyama have neutralized several terrorists during a precision airstrike on a terrorist gathering in Tumfan village, Shinkafi local government area of Zamfara state. The operation was carried out on May 10, 2026, following credible intelligence about a high-level meeting of terrorist leaders from across the West African sub-region. According to a statement by the Media Information Officer of Operation Fasanyama, Lieutenant Colonel Aliyu Danja, the terrorists were meeting at a concealed location hidden within dense vegetation and mango trees along a stream channel. The military said the gathering was aimed at coordinating attacks and criminal activities across communities in the northwest region. The statement added that Sector 2 of Operation Fasanyama, in collaboration with the air component, launched its airstrike after acting on an intelligence. A battle damage assessment confirmed that several terrorists were killed, while others fled the area. Ground troops have since continued clearance operations as the military reaffirmed its commitment to sustain offensives against terrorists and bandits. And that wraps up for us today the news updates. Stay with us for our next program. I am Felicia Michael Dunka.
Good afternoon and thank you for joining us on the Global Market Update. I am Fari Josephine. The U.S. financial markets are starting the new trading week on a cautious and slightly weaker note following last week's strong record-breaking rally that pushed major indices to fresh highs. Investor sentiment at the open remains muted as traders balance strong corporate earnings and ongoing artificial intelligence-driven optimism against rising geopolitical tensions and higher oil prices. Early futures trading points to a mixed picture across Wall Street. The S&P 500 futures are slightly lower, down about 0.05%. The Dow Jones futures are also under mild pressure, slipping between 0.1 and 0.2%, and the Nasdaq futures are broadly flat to slightly lower, showing relative stability in technology stocks despite today's cautious turn. The broader market outlook remains supported by strong earnings performance and continued strength in the tech sector, particularly companies tied to artificial intelligence. However, concerns around global tensions and energy prices are keeping investors on edge, contributing to a pause in momentum after last week's rally. The technology sector, driven by California's Silicon Valley, continues to play a central role in recent gains across the U.S. stock market. Artificial intelligence and semiconductor companies remain the key growth engines, with major tech firms and chip makers still reporting strong earnings performance, supporting broader market strength. However, after recent record highs, there are early signs of profits taking as some investors begin to lock in gains and reassess valuations. Despite this pause, sentiment in the tech space remains broadly positive, with AI-driven demands continuing to underpin long-term optimism across the sector. The Texas Gulf Coast influenced the global energy markets is currently the most volatile sector, with sharp movements driven by rising geopolitical tensions. Oil prices have climbed about 3 to 5% recently, mainly due to renewed instability in the Middle East. A key concern for market is the Strait of Hormuz, a critical shipping route for global crude oil, where any disruption raises fears of supply shortages. This uncertainty is feeding directly into higher crude prices and increased market volatility. In the United States, especially Texas and the Gulf Coast, which are major hubs for oil production and refining, the impact is significant. Higher oil prices could benefit producers and energy companies in the short term, boosting revenues and margins. However, the same price surge also raises concern about inflationary pressure across transport, manufacturing, and consumer goods sectors. And now to market dynamics. Around the world, stock markets remain close to record height, but the rally is becoming increasingly narrow. In the United States, gains continue to be driven mainly by large technology and artificial intelligence companies, while broader market participations remains weak. This means fewer companies are powering the overall market rise, raising concerns about the sustainability of the rally. Crude oil prices are holding at elevated levels, driven by ongoing geopolitical tensions in key producing regions and concerns about supply disruptions. This is important because higher oil prices translate directly into increased transport, manufacturing, and food costs worldwide. Analyst says oil is once again acting as a global inflation trigger. Inflation pressures are still not fully contained across major economies. Central banks, including the U.S. Federal Reserve and the European Central Bank, are maintaining a cautious stance on interest rate cuts. The message from policymakers remains clear: rates may stay higher for longer if inflation remains sticky, especially with energy costs elevated. The US dollar continues to show strength, supported by high interest rates and global uncertainty. This is putting pressures on many emerging market currencies as higher import costs, especially for energy, strain local economies. We go on a short break. Stay tuned. And welcome back from that short break. It is the Global Market Update on Politics and Business TV. And now we go to Asia, where markets closed the session with a mixed but generally stable performance as investors weighed global growth signals and shifting risk sentiments. In Japan, the benchmark Nikkei 225 closed around 62,400 to 62,420 points, slipping about 0.4%. The decline reflects mild profit taking after recent gains in technology and export-driven stocks. In Hong Kong, the Hang Seng Index was broadly steady, ending the day slightly higher by about 0.05%, as investors remained cautious but continued selective buying in key sectors. Over in mainland China, the Shanghai Composite Index rose to about 4,225 points, gaining about 1%. The advance was supported by strength in industrial and technology-related shares, reflecting improving domestic sentiment. In South Korea, the KOSPI delivered the strongest performance in the region, surging between 4 and 5% to around 7,820 points. The rally was driven by heavyweight semiconductor and AI-linked companies, extending the tech momentum seen globally. In Singapore, the Straits Times Index edged higher, gaining between 0.1 and 0.4%, as banking stocks provided steady support amid a cautious trading environment. Meanwhile, in Australia, the ASX 200 slipped modestly to around 8,680 to 8,700 points, down about 0.5 to 0.7%, pressured by weakness in mining and commodity-linked stocks. And European stock markets are starting the new trading sessions on a cautious and slightly weaker note as investors continue to weigh rising geopolitical tensions and higher global oil prices. Across the region, sentiment remains fragile, with more measured indices either flat or in mild negative territory. The pan-European STOXX 600 index is trading around 611 points, largely unchanged, reflecting a market that is steady but lacking strong direction. In Germany, the DAX index is under pressure, trading between 24,300 and 24,500 points, down by about 0.9 to 1.3%. And in France, the CAC 40 is also weaker, hovering around 8,100 to 8,300 points, reflecting a decline of roughly 0.7 to 1.3%. Meanwhile, in the United Kingdom, the FTSE 100 is relatively stable but slightly soft, trading around 10,200 to 10,400 points, with losses of up to 0.6%. In the commodities market, Brent crude oil remains a key driver of concern. Prices are up between 2 and 4%, trading above the $100 per barrel mark, as supply fears and geopolitical tensions continue to support energy prices. Overall, European markets remain range-bound and cautious, with investors waiting for clearer signals from global politics, inflation data, and central bank policy direction. And now to the Africa. Global financial markets today present a mixed but cautiously stable picture as investors continue to weigh strong commodity prices against ongoing geopolitical and inflation concerns. Crude oil remains elevated, with Brent crude trading around $61 to $62 per barrel, while WTI is hovering near $58 per barrel. These levels continue to keep energy costs high globally, adding pressure to inflation, particularly across African economies that are heavily dependent on fuel imports. In the precious metal market, gold remained exceptionally strong, trading between $4,400 and $4,700 per ounce, close to historic height. That reflects continued globally uncertainty, with investors seeking safety in traditional safe haven assets. Silver is also firm, trading around $78 to $80 per ounce, supported by both industrial demands and investment flows. In the agricultural commodities market, prices remain firm but volatile. Wheat is trading between $510 and $615 per ton, while corn stands at around $440 to $460 per ton. Soybeans are priced between $1,040 and $1,020 and $1,040 and $1,200 per ton, reflecting steady global demand and supply constraint. For Africa, the impact is clearly mixed. Commodity exporting nations such as those in West Africa continue to benefit from strong cocoa and mineral prices, while oil-producing economies gain from elevated crude levels. However, importing countries are facing rising food and fuel costs, adding pressure to inflation and weakening local currencies. Overall, the global outlook remains balanced but fragile. Africa is benefiting from strong commodity exports but continues to face challenges from high import costs, currency pressure, and persistent inflation risks. And now to the global commodities. We begin with the energy market, where supply is concerned, particularly in the Middle East. Brent crude oil is trading in the range of $101 to $105 per barrel, while West Texas Intermediate or WTI is priced around $95 to $98 per barrel. In the gas market, natural gas is hovering between $2.7 and $2.8 per MMBTU, and gasoline is averaging about $3.5 per gallon. Analyst says this sustained high levels continue to reflect tight supply conditions and global risk premiums in energy trading. Moving to precious metals, the market remains strongly supported as investors seek safety. Gold is trading at exceptionally high levels, around $4,700 to $4,720 per ounce, reinforcing its role as a key safe haven access. Silver is also firm at $79 to $81 per ounce, while platinum also stands between $2,030 and $2,070 per ounce. Palladium is holding steady at approximately $1,500 per ounce. Market Watchers says demand for precious metals remain driven by global uncertainty and inflation hedging. The industrial metal sector prices continue to reflect strong demands from infrastructure and technology industries. Copper is trading around $6.2 to $6.3 per pound, supported by electrification and artificial intelligence-driven infrastructure growth. Aluminium stands at about $3,450 per ton, while nickel is around $8.7 to $8.8 per pound. Zinc is priced near $1.52 per pound, with steady industrial consumption supporting prices. Finally, in agricultural commodities, markets remain active amid global food demand pressures. Wheat is trading between $590 and $620 per bushel, while corn is around $465 to $455 per barrel. And to And now to soybeans. Soybeans are strong and at approximately $1,170 per bushel. In soft commodities, sugar is averaging 14.5 cents per pound, and coffee is trading at elevated levels above 270%. Pounds overall commodities markets remain broadly supported across sectors, driven by a mix of geopolitical risks, strong industrial demands, and ongoing supply constraints. And that wraps up today's episode of the Global Business Update. I remain Fari Josephine. Thanks for watching, and do stay tuned for our upcoming program.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the World in 30 Minutes on Politics and Business Television. I am Sadatu Suleiman Kamba. Many thanks for joining us. First, the headlines. US-Iran peace talks stall as war enters 73rd day and Gulf tensions escalate. Putin suggests Ruda for EU peace talks on Ukraine. France and US confirm hantavirus cases linked to cruise ship outbreak. UK Prime Minister Starmer under pressure after Labour's election losses. Philippine lawmakers vote to impeach Vice President Sara Duterte. Details of this and more after the break. Stay with us. Welcome back, and now the news in details. Diplomatic talks aimed at ending the conflict between the United States and Iran have stalled, as both countries accuse each other of making unfair demands. The war involving the US and Israel against Iran has now entered its 73rd day. Iran recently responded to a US proposal by demanding an end to the war, removal of naval blockades and sanctions, while insisting on keeping control of its nuclear program and foreign policy. However, US President Donald Trump rejected Iran's proposal, calling it totally unacceptable, while Iranian media described the US offer as an attempt to force Iran into surrender. The continued tension has also affected global oil markets, with Brent crude oil prices rising above $104 barrel. After Trump's remarks, security concerns in the Gulf region are also increasing. The United Arab said it intercepted 2 drones reportedly launched from Iran, while Qatar condemned a drone attack on a cargo ship in its waters. Kuwait also reported intercepting hostile drones in its airspace, showing that the conflict is creating wider regional instability. Former Qatari Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Sheikh Hamad bin Al Jassim says the ongoing United States-Israel war on Iran is part of a long-term Israeli strategy to reshape the Middle East rather than sudden conflict. Speaking on Al Jazeera's Al Muqabala program, he warned that the crisis surrounding the Strait of Hormuz is one of the most dangerous outcomes of the war and could affect the region for decades. He also cautioned against what he described as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's ambition for a greater Israel, and called on Gulf nations to urgently create a united defense pact. Sheikh Hamad said he had earlier warned Gulf countries about the possibility of war and urged diplomatic solutions with Iran to avoid military confrontation. According to him, a hardline group within Israel, led by Netanyahu, had for years pushed for war with Iran and tried to involve the United States over Tehran's nuclear program. He argued that Netanyahu eventually convinced Washington by promising that the war would be quick and would lead to the collapse of Iran's government within weeks. Sheikh Ahmad compared the situation to failed American attempt to force political change in Venezuela, warning that the conflict could have long-term consequences for regional stability. Russian President Vladimir Putin has proposed former German Chancellor Gerhard Schröder as a possible mediator between Russia and the European Union in effort to achieve peace in Ukraine. Putin said he would personally prefer Schröder to help restart discussions with Europe, although the idea has been met with doubt by EU officials. European Council President Antonio Costa recently stated that there was still potential for the EU and Russia to negotiate on both the Ukraine conflict and Europe's future security structure. Putin also said the 4-year war in Ukraine could be coming to an end and expressed readiness to hold direct talks with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, either in Moscow or a neutral country. However, he stressed that such a meeting would only happen after the terms of peace agreement had already been agreed upon. Meanwhile, both Russia and Ukraine announced separate temporary ceasefires around Russia's Victory Day celebrations, while US President Donald Trump proposed a 3-day pause in fighting as part of broader peace efforts. Despite these moves, both sides have accused each other of violating the ceasefire agreement. A French woman and an American man have tested positive for hantavirus after traveling on the MV Hondios cruise ship, where a deadly outbreak was reported. French Health Minister Stephanie Rist said the infected French passenger's condition was getting worse, while health officials are working to stop further spread of the virus. Authorities in France said 4 other passengers tested negative, but 26 people who had contact with the infected woman are being monitored. The United States Department of Health and Human Services also confirmed that 1 American passenger tested mildly positive for the virus, while another showed mild symptoms. Both passengers were transported in special biocontainment units during a repatriation flight to the U.S. Officials said all 17 passengers from the MV Hondios on the flight would undergo medical checks upon arrival as countries continue to efforts to safely return travelers affected by the outbreak. United Kingdom Prime Minister Keir Starmer is facing growing pressure to resign after the Labour Party suffered major losses in local elections. In a key speech on Monday, Starmer accepted responsibility for the poor result and admitted the party had made mistakes. However, he defended Labour's major decisions, including staying out of the United States-Israel war on Iran, and said the government was still making progress in areas such as reducing NHS waiting lists, child poverty, and immigration. Starmer warned that Labour was facing strong political opponents, especially Reform UK, led by Nigel Farage, and the Green Party, represented by Zach Polanski. He said Labour remained a mainstream party of power and promised new policies to support jobs for young people, strengthening ties with Europe and take control of British Steel. Starmer also said Britain should continue standing with countries that share its interests during difficult global challenges. The Philippine House of Representatives has voted overwhelmingly to impeach Vice President Sara Duterte for the 2nd time. A total of 257 lawmakers supported the impeachment, far above the number needed to send the case to the Senate, while 26 voted against it and 9 abstained. The impeachment comes amid an ongoing political conflict between the Duterte family and President Ferdinand Marcos Jr., increasing political tension in the country during a period of economic uncertainty linked to the global energy crisis. Lawmakers accused Duterte of violating the constitution, betraying public trust, misusing confidential government funds, failing to declare her wealth and involvement in bribery allegations. She also linked to alleged death threats against Marcos, First Lady Liza Arenita, and former House Speaker Martin Romes. One of the strongest accusations involves private bank transactions worth more than $110 million that were reportedly flagged by the country's anti-money laundering agency. Despite the impeachment vote, questions remain over whether the Senate, now controlled the Duterte allies, will proceed with a full trial. You are still watching The World in 30 Minutes live on Politics and Business Television Abuja. Still to come, European Union restores stronger trade ties with Syria. Stay with us. Welcome back. The European Council has ended the partial suspension of its cooperation agreement with Syria, restoring broader trade relations after nearly 14 years of war. The Council said the decision is an important step toward rebuilding ties with Syria and supporting the country's economic recovery. The agreement had previously been partly suspended in 2011 after former Syrian leader Bashar al-Assad cracked down on anti-government protests that later developed into a civil war. At the same time, EU foreign ministers met Syrian Foreign Minister Assad al-Shabaini, beginning a new phase of political dialogue between both sides. Relations between Europe and Syria have improved since al-Assad was removed from power in December 2024. Earlier this year, Ursula von der Leyen promised European support for Syria's recovery after meeting interim Syrian President Ahmed al-Shara in Damascus. United States President Donald Trump is set to visit China from May 13th to 15th in what will be the first visit by U.S. President to China in nearly 10 years. The trip comes at an important time for relations between the world's two largest economies. Top executives from major American companies, including Boeing, Citigroup, and Quam, are expected to join the visit as both countries explore possible business deals and ways to maintain a fragile trade truce. The visit also highlights the long-running trade tensions between Washington and Beijing that began during Trump's first presidency. In 2018, Trump imposed large tariffs on Chinese imports, starting a trade war that later saw both countries place tariffs of more than 100% on each other's goods. The tensions increased again in 2025 when Trump introduced new global import taxes affecting both allies and rivals. Although some tariffs were opposed after Trump met Chinese President Xi Jinping in South Korea last October, both countries have continued to change threats, keeping global market uncertain. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has called on citizens to reduce fuel use and save foreign exchange as global energy prices continue to rise because of the Middle East crisis. Speaking in Hyderabad, Modi urged people to work from home where possible, avoid unnecessary foreign travel, and buy less gold. He said these measures would help India manage the growing cost of oil imports, especially as the country depends on imported oil for about 90% of its needs. The rise in oil prices has seen link to the continuing United States-Israel war on Iran and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, an important global oil route, for more than 2 months. Modi encouraged citizens to use public transport such as metro systems, share vehicles, through carpooling, and reduce fuel consumption. He also advised farmers to cut fertilizer use by half, saying patriotism during difficult times means living responsibly and supporting the nation's economic stability. Missing U.S. soldier found dead after Morocco training exercise. The remains of a missing United States soldier have been recovered from the Atlantic Ocean after he disappeared during military activities in Morocco. The soldier, Lieutenant Kendrick Lemont Key Jr., was found near the shoreline about 1 mile from where he and another soldier reportedly fell into the ocean during a recreational hike. The two soldiers went missing on May 2nd after taking part in African Lion, a multinational military exercise held annually in Morocco. Military teams from the US, Morocco, and other partner countries are still searching for the second missing soldier. According to the Moroccan military, the soldiers disappeared near the Cap Dra training area outside Tantan, an area known for its mountainous and desert terrain. More than 600 personnel have joined the ongoing search and rescue mission following the incident. British pop star Dua Lipa has filed a lawsuit against Samsung Electronics, seeking at least $15 million in damages for allegedly using her image without permission. The lawsuit, filed in a California federal court, claims Samsung placed a copyright backstage photo of the singer on the packaging of a television product, making it appear as though she was endorsing the devices. The image in question, taken as Austin City Limits 2024, is said to be fully owned by Lipa. Her legal team argues that the use of her image helped boost product appeal, citing social media reactions suggesting customers were influenced to buy the TV because of her appearance on the packaging. Lipa also accuses Samsung of violating her publicity right after she reportedly discovered the issue in June last year and demanded the company to stop using her image, but says the company refused to comply. And that wraps up the program. But before we go, the headlines again. US-Iran peace talks stall as war enters 73rd day and Gulf tensions escalate. Putin suggests ruder for EU peace talk on Ukraine. France and US confirm hantavirus cases linked to cruise ship outbreak. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer under pressure after Labour's election losses. Philippine lawmakers vote to impeach Vice President Sara Duterte. From me, Sadatu Suleiman Kamba, do have a lovely day and bye for now. Jama'a masu kallon mu assalamu alaikum, barkamu da kasancewa da ku a labaran yammaci daga nan gidan talabijin na P&B a tare da ni Sa'adatu Suleiman Kamba. Da fari ga muhimman kanun su. Shugaban ƙasar Najeriya Bola Ahmed Tinubu ya isa Kenya domin halartar taron koli na Afirka da Faransa. APC ta kori 'yan takara 65 a zaben fidda gwani a jihar Rivers. Gwamnati ta tilasta yi wa ɗaliban sakandare gwajin ƙwaya wato a ƙasar Najeriya. Sojojin Najeriya sun musanta rahoton kisan farar hula a har-haren Neja. Shugaban ƙasar Amurka Donald Trump ya yi watsi da martanin Iran kan buƙatar kawo ƙarshen yaƙi. Sabbin 'yan wasa hudu sun lashe La Liga a karon farko a Barcelona. Yanzu kuma sai a labaran bi da bi. Shugaban ƙasar Najeriya Bola Ahmed Tinubu ya isa Nairobi, babban birnin Kenya, gabanin taron koli na Afirka da Faransa da za a shafe yini biyu ana yi. Shugaba Tinubu ya samu tarba daga jami'ai a gwamnatin Kenya, misaliya wanda kuma shine sakataren da ke kula da harkokin da suka shafi kasashen ƙetare. Akwai kuma ministan harkokin waje ta Najeriya ambassador Bianca da jakadan Kenya a Najeriya ambassador Isaac Farashina. Taron zai ƙara ƙarfafa ƙudurin Najeriya na zurfafa alaƙa da kuma haɗin kai da sauran ƙasashen Afirka da kuma Faransa. Sannan kuma tsohon mataimakin shugaban ƙasa Atiku Abubakar ya buƙaci jam'iyyun adawa a Najeriya da su sake tunani kan shirin miƙa takarar shugaban ƙasa a shekara ta 2027 ga yankin kudu. Yana mai cewa hakan na iya raunana damar kayar da shugaba Bola Tinubu a zaɓe mai zuwa. A wata sanarwa da mai magana da yawunsa Olusola Sani ya fitar ranar Litinin. Atiku ya bayyana cewa kiran da ake yi na baiwa kudu tikitin shugaban ƙasa a jam'iyyun adawa na ɗauke da haɗarin siyasa kuma ba shi da cikakken dabarun cin zaɓe. Ya ce duk da cewa jam'iyyar APC mai mulki na iya ci gaba da barin mulki a hannun ɗan kudu domin kare shugaban ƙasa mai ci, bai kamata jam'iyyun adawa su ɗauki irin wannan matsayi ba tare da nazarin gaskiyar siyasa da ƙididdigar zaɓe ba. To anan kuma hukumar zaɓe mai zaman kanta ta ƙasa wato INEC ta kammala wa'adin da ta bayar ga jam'iyyar siyasa na miƙa rajistar mambobinsu domin shirin zaɓen shekara ta 2027. Lamarin da ke haifar da fargabar cewa wasu 'yan takara za su iya rasa damar tsayawa takara. Waɗanda abin ya shafa sun haɗa da masu neman shugabancin ƙasa, gwamna, 'yan majalisa na ƙasa da na jiha, musamman a jam'iyyun APC, PDP da ADC, inda rikice-rikicen shugabanci da kuma rashin kammala zaɓen fidda gwani ke kawo cikas. Rahotanni sun nuna cewa wasu jam'iyyu kamar NDC ma na fuskantar matsalar shari'a da ka iya shafar sahihancinsu, wanda hakan na iya shafar fitattun 'yan siyasa kamar Peter Obi da Rabi'u Musa Kwankwaso a nan gaba. A APC kuma wasu 'yan takara na adawa da tsarin zaben fidda gwani da gwamnoni ke kokarin tilastawa. Suna barazanar kalubalantar sakamakon ko kuma ficewa zuwa wasu jam'iyyu. INEC dai ta tsagaita wa'adin miƙa rajista zuwa 10 ga watan Mayun shekarar nan, amma har yanzu akwai rudani a jam'iyyun. A nan ma jam'iyyar APC ta hanyar kwamitin tantance 'yan takara ta kori tsohon kakakin bangare na majalisar dokokin jihar Rivers. Wato Victor Okojumbo tare da wasu 'yan takara 64 daga shiga zaben fidda gwani na kujerun majalisar jiha na shekara ta 2027. Rahotanni sun nuna cewa waɗanda aka dakatar yawancin su magoya bayan gwamna Similaye Fubara ne, kuma an ce sun kasa cika ka'idojin da jam'iyya ta gindaya wajen tantance su. A gefe guda kuma kwamitin ya amince da 'yan takara 33 da aka danganta da ministan babban birnin tarayya wato Nyesom Wike, waɗanda yawancinsu 'yan majalisar dokokin jihar ne a halin yanzu. Kwamitin ya bayyana cewa an duba takardunsu kuma sun cika dukkan sharuɗa shiga zaɓen fidda gwani. To yanzu kuma sai a labarin tsaro. Bayanan shugaban ƙasa Bola Ahmed Tinubu ya kai ziyara jiya a jihar Plateau a ranar 3 ga Afrilun shekara ta 2026 wato inda ya tabbatarwa mazauna jihar cewa za a kawo ƙarshen kashe-kashen da ke faruwa a jihar. An samu sabon tashin hankali da hare-hare a wasu al'ummomi daban-daban cikin awanni 4 kacal bayan ziyarar tasa. Rahotannin sun nuna cewa tsakanin 3 ga Afrilu zuwa 10 ga Mayu an samu akalla hare-hare 14 da suka yi sanadin mutuwar mutane fiye da 50 tare da raunuka a ƙananan hukumomin Barkin Ladi, Diyon Bassa, Mangu da Jos South. A lokacin ziyarar shugaba Tinubu ya nuna alhini kan kashe-kashen da suka faru tare da alkawarin gwamnatin tarayya na kawo zaman lafiya mai ɗorewa. Yana mai cewa babu wata diyya da za ta maye gurbin rayukan da aka rasa. Duk da haka tashin hankali ya ci gaba inda a ranar ziyarar aka kashe mutane 3 a yankin Yangogel. Sannan a cikin kwanaki masu zuwa aka sake kai har-hare a Kwamal da wasu yankuna, lamarin da ya ci gaba da janyo asarar rayuka da kama waɗanda ake zargi da tayar da rikici. To anan ma rundunar sojin Najeriya ta musanta rahotannin da ke cewa an kashe farar hula a wasu jerin hare-hare da aka kai ranar Lahadi a ƙaramar hukumar Shiroro da ke jihar Neja. A wata sanarwa, rundunar sojin ta ce ta kai hare-hare ta sama kan wuraren 'yan bindiga da ke sassan jihar. Kakakin rundunar Manjo Janar Michael Onoja ya ce an kai hare-haren ne kan ƙauyukan Katema da Bakko da Kusasu da Kuduru, kuma an kai samamen ne bayan bayanan sirri da aka samar. Ya kuma yi watsi da rahotannin da wasu kafafen yada labarai na ƙasar suka yada cewa hare-haren sun shafi farar hula. Janar Onoja ya ce sabanin rahotannin da aka yada har-haren sun shafi yankunan 'yan bindiga ne kawai, inda kuma aka kashe mayaka 70 a kusa da su kadai. An daɗe ana zargin rundunar sojin Najeriya da kashe farar hula a samamin da take kaiwa kan ƙungiyoyin 'yan bindiga da mayaka masu ikirarin jihadi, duk da cewa hukumomin sun sha faɗin cewa mutuwar farar hula abu ne da ba a yi niyyar yi ba. To anan ma dai dakarun rundunar haɗin gwiwa ta Operation Fansa Yamma sun kashe 'yan ta'adda da dama a wani hari ta sama da aka kai kan wani taron shugabannin 'yan ta'adda da ake zargi a jihar Zamfara. An gudanar da hari ne a ranar 10 ga Mayun shekarar nan bayan samun bayanan sirrin cewa wasu kwamandojin 'yan ta'adda suna gudanar da taro a ƙauyen Tumfa da ke ƙaramar hukumar Shinkafi ta jihar. An bayyana hakan ne cikin wata sanarwa da jami'an yaɗa labarai na Operation Fansa Yamma, Laftanar Kanar Aliyu Danja ya fitar a ranar Litinin. A cewar rundunar sojin ana zargin 'yan ta'addan sun taru ne a wani ɓoyayyen wuri da ke wajen ƙauyen, cikin wani yankin da ke cike da bishiyoyi masu yawa domin kar a gano su. Tunan kuma tsohon shugaban hukumar ilimi ta bai ɗaya ta jihar Neja wato Subeb kuma jigo a jam'iyyar APC Muhammad Bawa Neworo ya samu 'yanci bayan shafe watanni 8 a hannun 'yan bindiga. Rahotanni sun bayyana cewa an sake shi ne bayan iyalansa sun biya ƙarin kuɗin fansa naira miliyan 50 baya ga naira miliyan 30 da suka biya tun a watan Disamban bara bayan an sace shi a tsakiyar watan Satumba shekara ta 2025. An ce tun farko 'yan bindigar sun nemi naira miliyan 150 domin sakinsa bayan sun yi garkuwa da shi a hanyar New Bossa zuwa Makwa kusa da yankin Ibrahim Badamasu Babangida University da ke karamar hukumar Bargu ta jihar Neja. Wani dan uwa da ya nemi a sa kai sunansa ya bayyana cewa 'yan bindigar sun sake tuntubar iyalan makon da ya gabata suna barazanar kashe shi saboda rashin lafiya da yake fama da ita idan ba a biya ƙarin kuɗin ba. Haka ma ya ce sun haɗa da kuɗin duka sun bayar domin ceto ɗan uwan nasu. Yanzu kuma sai a ɓangaren ilimi. Gwamnatin tarayya ta sanar da cewa daga yanzu masu neman gurbin karatun NCE da ke da akalla kiredit 4 ba za su sake rubuta jarabawar share fagen shiga jami'a wato UTME ba. Ministan ilimi Maruf Tunji Alausani ya bayyana hakan ranar Litinin yayin taron manufofin shiga jami'o'i na shekara 2026 da JAM ta shirya a Abuja. A cewar sa sabon tsarin na daga cikin gyare-gyaren da gwamnati ke yi domin faɗaɗa damar samun ilimi mai zurfi musamman a fannin horas da malamai da kuma shirye-shiryen noma da suka shafi aikin gona. Sai dai ministan ya bayyana cewa duk da cire sharaɗin rubuta UTME dole ne ɗalibai su yi rajista da JAM. Sannan a tantance takardunsu ta hanyar tsarin rukunin bayanai na CAPS kafin a basu takardar shiga makaranta. Alausa ya kara da cewa sabon tsarin zai kuma shafi masu neman shiga diploma ta ƙasa a fannin aikin gona da kwasa-kwasan da ba na fasaha ba. Yana mai cewa matakin zai rage matsin lambar UTME tare da ƙara yawan masu shiga fannin koyarwa da aikin gona, waɗanda gwamnatin ke ganin suna da muhimmanci ga ci gaban ƙasa. Nan ma gwamnatin Najeriya ta bijiro da wasu sabbi kuma tsauraran matakai na yaƙi da ta'ammali da miyagun ƙwayoyi a makarantun sakandare, ciki har da tilasta yi wa ɗalibai gwajin ƙwaya da kuma dakatar da waɗanda aka gano sun ci gaba da shan ƙwaya bayan gyaran halin da aka yi musu. A ƙarƙashin sabon tsarin za a riƙa yi wa duk sabbin ɗalibai a makarantun sakandare gwajin ƙwaya. Matakin na ƙunshe cikin wata takarda da ta bayyana wasu jerin matakai da aka ɗauka kan yaƙi da miyagun ƙwayoyi a makarantun sakandare da ke Najeriya kamar yadda wata jarida ta alwaito. A cewar takardar an bijiro da tsarin domin samar da yanayi mai kyau na koyar da 'yan makaranta ta hanyar rage mummunan tasirin da ta'ammali da miyagun ƙwayoyi ke yi kan lafiyar ƙwaƙwalen ɗaliban da ke karatu. Yanzu kuma sai a labarin kasuwanci. Babban bankin Najeriya wato CBN ya yi kira ga gwamnatocin jihohi da su rage dogaro da lamunin gaggawa da kuma rancen gajeren lokaci. Yana mai gargaɗin cewa yawan bin wannan hanya na iya raunana ƙoƙarin ƙasar na sauya tsarin manufofin kuɗin shiga zuwa na sarrafa hauhawar farashi. CBN ya bayyana hakan ne a wata sanarwa bayan ganawar da aka yi da gwamnatocin jihohi da hannun sakatariyar ƙungiyar gwamnonin Najeriya a Abuja, inda aka jaddada buƙatar tsaurara tsarin kasafin kuɗi da inganta hasashen kuɗaɗen shiga. Mataimakin gwamnan CBN kan manufofin tattalin arziki Dr. Muhammad Abdullahi ya bayyana cewa dole jihohi su tabbatar da cewa duk wani bashi da suke ɗauke da shi ya dace da ƙa'idojin ɗorewar bashin, tare da inganta gaskiyar kasafin kuɗi da tsara kashe kuɗi cikin hikima. Ya ƙara da cewa tsarin sarrafa hauhawar farashi na buƙatar haɗin gwiwa tsakanin CBN da jihohi, domin duk wani ƙarin kashe kuɗi daga jihohi na iya rage ƙarfin matakan da babban bankin ke ɗauka wajen daidaita farashi a ƙasar. Yanzu kuma sai a labaran ƙetare. So barkanmu da dawowa. Babu tattaunawa har sai an kawo ƙarshen yaƙi wato ta kowane fanni, inji ƙasar Iran. Kwamandan hedikwatar al'adun rundunar juyin juya hali Iran ya bayyana cewa Iran ba za ta ci gaba da tattaunawa ba har sai an kawo ƙarshen yaƙi ta kowane fanni. Muhammad Ali Jafari ya ce dole ne a fara cika wasu sharuɗan kafin koma teburin tattaunawa, ciki har da ɗaga takunkumi, sakin kuɗaɗen da aka ƙwace da kuma biyan diyya kan ɓarnar da yaƙi ya haifar. Ya kuma jaddada cewa dole ne a amince da ikon Iran kan mashigar Hormuz. Ya ƙara da cewa shugaban Amurka ya shiga wani hali na rashin tabbas saboda gazawa wajen cimma manufofinsa. Yana mai cewa ana ƙoƙarin maye gurbin nasarar da ba a samu yaƙi da matakan diflomasiyya ba. To a nan ma shugaban ƙasar Amurka Donald Trump ya yi watsi da martanin shawarwari ko bukatun da Iran ta gabatar a kan na Amurka, waɗanda za a shirya tattaunawa zaman lafiya a kansu. A wani sako da ya sanya a shafinsa na sada zumunta, Trump ya ce ba sa son su kuma ba za su bari su yi musu lamuni ba. Rahotannin sun ce a ɓangarenta Iran ta nemi a ware batun yarjejeniyar kawo ƙarshen rikici a mashigar Hormuz daga sauran batutuwa da suka shafi sarƙaƙiya kamar shirin nukiliyarta. Wasu kafofi a Iran daga bayanan da aka samu daga kamfanin dillancin labarai na Tasnim da ya ɗan jibanci gwamnati sun ce martanin Trump ɗin ko alama bai da hukumomin Iran ɗin da ƙasa ba kuma irin abin da zai gabatar da su wanda ba su yarda da shi ba. Ƙasar Afirka ta Kudu ta bayyana cewa za ta mayar da martani kan harin da aka kai wa wani jirgin dakon kayan mallakin kamfanin su a tekun Fasha bayan kammala gano waɗanda ke da hannu a harin. A cikin wata sanarwa da Sel ta fitar, gwamnatin ƙasar ta yi Allah wadai da harin tare da cewa tana ci gaba da gudanar da bincike kan lamarin. Kamfanin dillancin labarai na Reuters ya rawaito cewa ƙwararrun Koriya ta Kudu sun gudanar da binciken farko domin tantance irin barnar da aka yi wa jirgin. Ma'aikatar harkokin wajen Koriya ta Kudu ta kuma wallafa hotunan jirgin da ya lalace sakamakon harin da aka kai masa a yankin tekun Fasha. Jirgin dakon kayan mai suna HHM Namo, wanda kamfanin sufurin ruwa na HM ya mallaka, ya fuskanci hari ne da wasu makamai guda biyu da ba a san ko daga ina suka fito ba. Rahotanni sun nuna cewa babu wanda ya rasa ransa a yayin kai wannan harin. Tun da farko dai Iran ta musanta hannu a harin da gobara ta tashi da ita. Shugaban Afirka ta Kudu Cyril Ramaphosa ya yi tur da rikicin baya-bayan nan da miyagun ayyuka da ake aikatawa kan baki a yankunan kasar. Cikin wata sanarwa shugaban Ramaphosa ya ce san baya cikin tsare-tsaren gwamnati tare da kira ga mutane da za su zama masu bin doka da oda a kasar. Shugaban Ramaphosa ya ce ba za a lamunci irin miyagun laifukan da ake aikatawa ba. A baya-bayan nan Afirka ta Kudu ta fuskanci matsin lamba daga Ghana da Najeriya bayan da 'yan kasashen suka fuskanci cin zarafi. Hukumomi a Ghana da Najeriya sun ce suna kwashe 'yan kasarsu da suka koma a gida. A nan kuma ma'aikatar harkokin wajen Ghana ta ce an kubutar da 'yan kasar 28 da aka yi kokarin safarar su inda aka kwaso su daga Ivory Coast. An kubutar da mutanen ne bayan wani samame da aka kai a Abidjan kuma suna taimakawa wajen zurfafa bincike. Ma'aikatar harkokin wajen Ghana cikin wata sanarwa ta nuna cewa an kwadaitar da mutanen ne da alƙawarin samun damarmakin aiki a Turai sannan a zakule kuɗaɗe masu yawa a hannunsu. Ministan harkokin waje Samuel Ablaka a wani sako da ya wallafa a X ya yi kira ga matasan Ghana da su zama masu takatsantsan don kaucewa faɗawa hannun miyagun mutane. Sannan kuma Firayim Ministan India Narendra Modi ya yi kira ga Indiyawa da su farfado da tsarin yin aiki daga gida, sannan su rage siyan zinari su kuma takaita tafiye-tafiye zuwa ƙasashe domin magance tsadar makamashi saboda rikicin gabas ta tsakiya. Modi ya ce matakan za su rage yawan man da India ke fama da shi. Masu sharhi sun bayyana kiran da Modi ya yi a wani taron da aka yi a Hyderabad da ke kudancin ƙasar a matsayin mafi tsanani zuwa yanzu. Modi ya shawarci mutane da su rika amfani da motocin gwamnati tare da kira ga manoma da su rage yin amfani da taki. Tunan kuma wani ba Amurke da ɗan Faransa da suka koma ƙasashen su bayan sauka daga wani jirgin ruwa da aka samu yaduwar ƙwayar hantavirus sun kamu da cutar kamar yadda hukumomi suka shaida. Ma'aikatar lafiya ta Amurka ta ce wani ba Amurke shi ma ya nuna alamun ya kamu da cutar sai da alamomin ba su tsananta ba. A yanzu ana kwashe fiye da fasinjoji 90 a jirgin. Fasinjoji 3 da suka shiga jirgin ma'aurata 'yan Netherlands da wata 'yar Jamus sun mutu gaba ɗaya. Hantavirus ƙwayoyin cutuka ne da beraye da dangoginsu ke yaduwa, inda ɗan adam kan iya ɗaukar cutar ta hanyar shakarta a iska daga busasshen burbushin kashin bera. Cutar na yaduwa ne a lokacin da ƙwayoyinta daga fitsari, kashi ko kuma yawan bera suka shiga a cikin iska. Yanzu kuma sai a labaran wasanni. So barkamu da dawowa. Har yanzu Barcelona na ci gaba da murnar lashe kofin La Liga karo na biyu a jere bayan nasarar da ta samu a Clasico a filin Spotify Camp a kan Real Madrid. Wannan ne karon farko da sababbin 'yan wasa hudu Joan Garcia da Marcus Rashford da Joao Cancelo da kuma Rooney Baji suka lashe gasar La Liga a rayuwarsu. Uku daga cikinsu sun shiga basa kan fara kakar bana. Ta ɗauki Joan Garcia domin ƙarfafa matsayin mai tsaron raga. Sannan ta sayi matashin dan wasan Rooney saboda bajintarsa. Haka kuma ta ɗauki aron Marcus Rashford daga Manchester United. A wannan kakar matasa hudu, Geoffrey Torrens, Tony Fernandes, Xavi Espert da Tommy Marquez sun fara bugawa a Barcelona wasansu na farko kuma sun taimaka wajen samun wannan nasara. Sauran matasan daga makarantar koyon ta maula ta kungiyar wato Alvaro Cortés, duk da cewa ba su fara bugawa kungiyar wasan farko ba, sun yi atisaye tare da manyan 'yan wasan a mafi yawan kakar nan, kuma ana ɗaukar su cikin waɗanda suka tara rawa a wannan nasara. To anan kuma West Ham United na shirin tuntuɓar kwamitin alƙalai na Professional Game Match Official kan jin dillalin soke ƙwallon da suka ci a ƙarshen lokaci a wasan da Arsenal ta buga. A ranar ta Lahadi, West Ham ta ci ƙwallon da take tunanin za ta taimaka mata tsira daga faduwa a gasar bana, wanda Callum Wilson ya zura a raga. To sai dai an soke kwallon bayan da alkalin wasa ya je ya duba lamarin ya koma sakamakon, wato saboda Pablo Fornals na West Ham ya yi wa mai tsaron ragar Arsenal David Keita. West Ham ta damu da aka soke kwallon, shi yasa take son a fayyace mata dalilin hakan, wadda take ta ukun ƙarshen teburi a kakar bana. Haka kuma kungiyar za ta nemi saukin tattaunawa da aka yi tsakanin alkalin wasa Chris Vaganap da jami'in da ya kula da VAR. Daga ƙarshe Arsenal ta yi nasara da ci ɗaya da banza, wanda ya sa ta ƙara tazarar maki 5 tsakaninta da Manchester City mai biye da ita. Wannan sakamakon ya kuma ƙara sanya makomar West Ham cikin haɗari, domin tana matsayi na 18 yayin da Tottenham ke sama da ita da maki 1 kafin karawarsu da Leeds United ranar Litinin. To da haka ne kuma muka kawo ƙarshen labarin na yammaci, amma kamin mun sallama da kun kama mai tawa muhimman kanin su. Shugaban ƙasar Najeriya Bola Tinubu ya isa Kenya domin halartar taron koli na Afirka da Faransa. APC ta kori 'yan takara 65 a zaben fidda gwani a jihar Rivers. Gwamnati ta tilasta yi wa ɗaliban sakandare gwajin kwaya a Najeriya. Sojojin Najeriya sun mutunta rahoton kisan farar hula a har-haren Niger. Shugaban ƙasar Amurka Donald Trump ya yi watsi da martanin Iran kan buƙatar kawo ƙarshen yaƙi. Sabbin 'yan wasa hudu sun lashe La Liga a karon farko a Barcelona. To da haka ne muka kawo ƙarshen labaran na duniya. Daga nan gidan talabijin na P&B tare da ni Sa'ar Suleiman Kamba nake cewa na bar ku cikin kulawar Ubangiji.
Mun gano bakin zaren da samun haske, hanya ɗaya ce ta samun gamsasshiyar amsa a shirin siyasar Najeriya yau don kawar muku da sarƙaƙƙiyar sukar da kuka kasa fahimta. Siyasar Najeriya yau na P&B TV shiri ne da ke tattaro jigajigan 'yan siyasa da masu riƙe da madafin iko, tare kuma da masana al'amuran yau da kullum domin taruwa a farfajiyar tsage gaskiya da ninkaya a kogin shiri da nazari a cikin hango nesa kusa. Ana tattaunawa ne domin samun mafita, ko da murya za ta yi sama ta yi ƙasa, za a ci kwalar juna, duk kuwa domin neman mafita na samun maslaha ga Najeriya da al'ummar da ke cikinta. Shirin siyasar Najeriya yau. Tare kuma da masana al'amuran yau da kullum domin taruwa a farfajiyar tsage gaskiya da ninkaya a kogin shiri da nazari a cikin hango nesa kusa. Ana tattaunawa ne domin samun mafita, ko da murya za ta yi sama ta yi ƙasa, za a ci kwalar juna duk kuwa domin neman mafita na samun maslaha ga Najeriya da al'ummar da ke cikinta. Shirin siyasar Najeriya yau.
Jama'a masu kallon mu a wannan gidan talabijin na P&B da ke zuwa mu kai tsaye daga nan babban birnin tarayyar Abuja, barkamu da sake saduwa a cikin wannan shiri na siyasar Najeriya a yau. Siyasar Najeriya a yau yana zuwa muku daga wannan gidan talabijin na P&B ne, musamman ma a kafofin yaɗa labarai da tashar mu ta wato free to air na Concert, wanda kuma muke gabatar da shirye-shiryen mu kai tsaye ga jama'a da duk inda suke a faɗin duniyar nan. Ko muna gabatar da wannan shiri ne tare da hira ko kuma tattaunawa har ma mu taune tare da wasu da suka shigo cikin zauren ko kuma muka same su ta wayan tarho. A yau din dai muna sa ran mu sami wasu ta wayan tarho din, amma kafin nan muna tare da Alhaji Ibrahim Shaibu Gadangayan. Barka da shigowa wannan zaure.
Barka da Malam Abdullahi. Assalamu alaikum masu kallon mu.
To jama'a kun sani cewa wannan zaure ne da muke tattaunawa, muke yin fashin baki tare da nazari, kuma waɗanda muka gayyato din cikin wannan shiri su ne suke wannan aiki na fassarawa tare da bayani dalla-dalla ba jibge na irin halin da ake ciki. Dukkan jam'iyyun an ce wai idan kallo ya koma sama, saboda a lokacin da shaho ya ɗauki giwa ba giwa ta ɗauki shaho ba, duk kallo zai koma sama. Ma'ana saboda duka jam'iyyun nan suna gudanar da zaben share fage. Har wasu suna tambaya shin anya zaben share fage ne ko rashin adalci, tsantsan rashin adalci yake faruwa a jam'iyyun nan. Ba jam'iyya mai rike da mulki ba kuma yan adawa ba, kowanne yana fuskantar matsala irin nata. A wanda nata ya fi fitowa fili ita ce jam'iyyar APC, ba don kawai take da rike da ragaman mulkin kasar nan. Kowa an ji yawancin irin rashin adalcin da aka yi ma wasu, har sun fito sun ce za su je kotu, har wasu sun ce ba su yadda ba, har wasu sun ce bata za ta samu bawai bindiga a ruwa, wasu ma sun ce za su sa kafan angulu su yi a lokacin zaɓe, babban zaɓe mai zuwa. To irin wannan yana da haɗarin gaske, domin irin wannan rashin adalci shi kan sa wasu su hushi, shi kan sa dama tun farko shi yasa aka samu wasu su tsalla daga wancan jam'iyya zuwa wancan jam'iyya. Ko a zaɓuɓɓukan da suka gabata a shekarun baya in ka lura cewa da yawa wasu da aka hana su tiket a jam'iyyar su ta ainihi, da suka yi tsalle suka koma ta jam'iyya kuma sai aka ba su tiket kuma sai suka ci zaɓen, yanzu kuma sun ci zaɓen da yawan su suna nan a majalisar ƙasa da kuma musamman da majalisar dokoki na tarayyar ƙasar nan, wato majalisar dattawa da majalisar wakilai na tarayya, an sami irin wannan matsalolin. Akwai wasu kuma dama gwamna ne, su gwamnoni fa a jam'iyyar su ne kuma sun tsaya takarar sanatan sun faɗi. Akwai wasu wanda kuma da su 'yan majalisar ne sun faɗi. In ka iya tunawa a 'yan kwanakin baya, ko in ce a shekara ta 2025 lokacin da shugaba Ahmed Bola Tinubu ya gabatar da kasafin kuɗi na wannan shekarar, in ka tuna lokacin da ya aje musu abin ya ce he stand with them, su ma suka ce they stand with him a mandate, sun ba shi mandate, wato bai da matsala a shekaran da za a gudanar da zaɓe. Shi ma abin da ya faɗa musu kenan a wannan lokacin, har suna ta murna. To cikin wasu daga cikin su ya ɗori ruwa, domin me daga baya ya janye wannan batu, inda ya nuna musu kowa ya je wajen gwamnansa, inda gizo ke yar kenan. Ya ce kowa ya koma wajen gwamnansa, wai a wajen gwamnansa ne zai sami tagomashi ko ya samu wani, kuma ka san wasu ba su akwai matsala tsakanin su da gwamnonin su, so cikin su ya ɗoruwa da wannan abu. Wasu kuma saboda rashin tsaro ko mazaɓan su ba za su iya zuwa ba saboda halin da ake ciki a mazaɓin su, da dai sauran dalilai da dama. To a kwanan nan mun ga irin abin da ya faru a jam'iyyar APC, musamman ma a irin jihohi irin suka mu dauki jihar Katsina matsayin da jihar Port Harcourt, wato jihar Rivers kenan, mu ba da misali. Kaga a jihar Katsina abin da ya faru shi a jam'iyyar APC shine waɗanda jama'a suka sa a matsayin gaba a matsayin gwaninsu, ba shine shi kuma gwamna yake tsayar a matsayin gwaninsa ba. Ma'ana ba su waɗanda suke ganin cewa suna da su 'yan gaban goshin gwamna ne ba su ne suka sami cin zaben ba. Ma'ana wannan kwamitoci da aka kafa, ka san dokar zaɓe na shekara ta 2026 ya nuna cewa hanya biyu, ko dai a yi consensus ko kuma ƙato bayan ƙato. To wannan matsalar ya shafa ma wasu matsala sosai, saboda kwamitocin nan da gwamna suke kakkafawa a mazaɓin majalisar dattawa su ma sai suka zama kamar delegate din. Bambancin su kaɗan ne, wannan an kira su delegate ne, wannan kuma an sace an kwamitin zaɓe. Saboda haka sai abin da ake mai tsoro sai aka sai kuma ana tsoron delegate, su ma sai suka zama delegate, abin da wa'ancan delegate suke yi su ma sai suka yi, dan duk wanda ya fi musu hoɓɓasa wajen ba da yawa. To wannan ya ɗan jawo kace na ce in ka yi kaman kaga a jihar Port Harcourt abin da ya a jihar Rivers kai nake yana cewa Port Harcourt, jama'a masu ran ku yi hakuri, jihar Rivers abin da yake faruwa a tsakanin 'ya'yan jam'iyyar PDP da 'ya'yan jam'iyyar APC ko kare ba zai ci ba, kuma abin ya fito fili a lokacin zaben primary, wato zaben share fage da ya faru a wannan jihar ta Rivers. Kaga dai abin da ya faru da shi kan shi gwamna mai kan mulki, inda da farko wannan kwamiti ya ki amincewa da shi, kuma kaga yadda kwamitin dai yake amincewa da wasu wajen guda 60 da ɗoriya waɗanda aka ce su ne suke tare da gwamnan jihar, sai 30 da ɗoriya da aka ce su suke tare da ministan Abuja ba da Nelson Wike, su ne aka ce sun ji zaben. Amma shi gwamna daga baya ya koma an sake komawa an sake masa interview da binciken takardunsa, an amince masa ya tsaya takarar gwamna a screening. To amma kuma ka san yawancin waɗanda aka yi musu screening din ba mutum ɗaya ba ne. Misali masu neman gwamna ba mutum ɗaya ne aka yi musu screening ba, mutane da yawa. Kaga kenan dai sai an zo an sake wancan primary din, kuma za a yi shi ne consensus ko kuma ƙato bayan ƙato. Kaga dai ba a rubuta bukar ba, wai an haifu bukar ne ko ake cewa. To shine ban san kai yadda kake duban wannan al'amara ba, musamman ma aka duba kaga kaman tsohon minista Fantami dai kaji irin surutan da ya ta yi, kuma kaji irin murtalin da wasu suka bayar a jihar Gombe da dai irin su da yawa wanda suke ganin ba a musu adalci ba. Har shi yasa muka yi tambaya, shin zaben share fage ne aka yi koko tsantsan rashin adalci a cikin jam'iyyun nan, ba ma jam'iyya ta APC ba, har jam'iyyar ADC din. Kaga dai abin da ya faru a Daura, tsohon DSS director shine ya ake neman ya tsaya tiket, amma kuma akwai wasu ma da suke kalubalantarsa akan wannan mukamin. Don haka ana ganin cewa duk jam'iyyun suna iya fuskantar matsalar wannan zaɓe wanda ake gina shi akan rashin adalci. Wasu suna ganin cewa ba a musu adalci ba saboda an tsayar da wasu waɗanda suke ta goma shi wajen gwamnati ko kuma gwamna. Kai ya ka dubi wannan al'amari?
To, alhamdulillahi, dama so da yawa abin da yake sa a samu shugabanni mara inganci, wanda ba ingantattu ba, wanda ba su da kyakkyawan aƙida a siyasance, shine irin wannan tambarwa da muke ga yana faruwa a wannan karan a jam'iyyunmu. Duk lokacin da 'yan siyasa za su zo su zanna su kauce wa ka'idoci da tsarin da doka ya shimfiɗa musu, da kuma tsarin da jam'iyyunsu suka shimfiɗa wajen fitar da gwanayensu wajen takara, to dole wannan zai kai ga samun shugabanni na ƙasassu wanda ba za su iya kai mu gaci ba. Saboda yawanci abin da yake kawo haka shine su gwamnoni ko kuma shugabanni za su so su fitar da waɗanda suke ganin za su juya akalansu. Ka fahimta ai.
Haka.
To da wannan karan a jam'iyyar APC inda ake ganin kamar su yanzu a dunkule suke, su yanzu a tsare suke, sai aka zo aka samu irin matsalolin da ke faruwa ƙananan jam'iyyu, wanda a baya ma da ana zargin kamar ita jam'iyya mai ci ita ke hassasa irin waɗannan tashin hankulan a jam'iyyun su ƙananan jam'iyyun, sai aka zo aka samu su ma ga sunan ana samun su. Tun daga lokacin da shi ya zo ya nemi goyon bayan su suka ce suna tare da shi, shi ya ga ya kubuta, ya zama shine kadai tilo dan takara a jam'iyyarsa. Sai dai yanzu akwai za a iya cewa akwai na bogi da zai zo ya tsaya dan kada a ce ba a yi ba, aka samu guda ɗaya na hoto aka ajiye. To
ko fiye da haka ba ana iya samun fiye da sun sai form. To kaga wannan yana iya zama samfoti inda in ka shiga sirri ba. Samfoshin amma wa samfoti muke kira. Kwarai kwalalle.
Za a iya samun na samfoti a ajiye su dai.
Wasan kwaikwayo kenan.
An tabbatar mai karfin shine wanda ke kai. Kaga shi yanzu ya riga ya sha. To bayan ya riga ya sha sannan sai ya juya ya ce to fa yanzu ko kuma kowa shi ya san inda ruwa abin nan
kaman kana nufin a jihar Rivers kenan
a duk a Najeriya ai cewa yayi yanzu duk wani mai neman takara
okay shi shugaban kasa kenan
shugaban kasa duk mai neman shi ya riga ya sha ko sai ya juya musu baya ya ce to yanzu duk mai neman wani mukami wani takara na wani kujera to ya je yana tare da gwamna da sun yi shiru kamar san ansa to da suka je suka dubi suka buga lissafi suka ga kai mu fa in aka yi haka yau mafi yawan ba su kai labari ba ai shi yasa aka fara tada me ake cewa ne jijiyan wuya da kayan baya musamman a wasu jihohi irin su
kenan
irin su Yobe ko ina jin da irin su Gombe inda Fantami fito ce shi
ba
sannan aka zo aka samu a Fatakwal har Nasarawa ma
a Katsina da sauransu
har da suka tsina saboda a halin gaskiya an dai demokradiyyar ake yi abin da aka sani shine kawai kowa ya fito a fafata wanda jama'a suke so su zaɓa ƙato bayan ƙato ɗin nan ka fahimta kafin kuma a zo a yi general
amma wannan aiko suna ganin za su sha kunya saboda kuma za ka
wayanda suke ganin za su sha kunya su ne wayanda yanzu haka suke kan madafun iko saboda su sun so da su ajiye wayanda kamar kusan yaran su ne ko kuma yan abiya rima a sha wanda dai za su iya dunkurawa su juya yawa a sha romo to idan aka yi hakan su kuma wayanda suke kan mukamin a yanzu mafi yawan su ne wayanda gwamnati ba su dar su ba
au
a mafi yawan su kwarai akwai da yawa
shi yasa cikin su ya ɗori ruwa kenan da shugaba Tinubu ya ce su je su nemi
kwarai kuwa
amma kuma shi me yasa ka ga cewa me kake fahimta da yace a je wajen gwamna bayan ya san kuma cewa a wasu jihohin
ai shi ba zai kai labari ba idan bai samu goyon bayan gwamnonin nan ba
to kana tsammanin su gwamnonin suna da goyon bayan al'ummar ƙasar grassroots a jihohinsu
za mu zo kan nan ni ina cikin waɗanda suke kan aƙida ko kuma ra'ayin cewa yanzu fa a Najeriya musamman arewa dama ai siyasa arewa take to yanzu talakan Najeriya dan siya wanda yake da yanci ya je jefa kuransa idan sa ya bude yanzu
wato kai ya waye magi ta sha kunu
gaskiya kai ya waye magi ta sha ne
kunu
da ba kunu take sha ba
da
masha Allah
har da madara wannan kunun
ina ga maka yanzu ina gaya maka yanzu to da yawa a cikin jihohin arewa 19 din nan fiye da rabi wallahi ina gaya maka gwamna baya da iko ya zartar da inda direction din da kuri'a za ta tafi duk da dai na san
ba su da wannan karfin amma fa gwamnati gwamnati fa ya cusa musu kuɗi fa na fitar hankali
ai mu kuma yanzu muna nan irin mu da yawa suna nan ana tayar al'umma ido da wayar kai cewa a karba a ciki ni na sha gaya maka a karɓa a ci amma kuma ya zaɓi wanda kaga ya dace ga Qur'anka
to amma baka zan hannun da ya karɓa ido kan ji kunya
a kai ma da shi yasa nace ido ya ai yanzu ido
ya ke kase
ai shi
ya ke kase
ido ya
bushe
misali sun san cewa yanzu babu wanda bai taba zuwa makaranta ba amma da ya san inci yana da inci je ta Qur'a yanzu ya sani baya zaben waɗanda yake zaba ba suna zuwa guri ne su wakilce shi ba suna zuwa guri ne saboda gina
mafi yawa
ya sani yanzu a anguwan da yake babu makaranta na primary school inda zai kai ɗansa ko ƴarsa ta yi karatu ya bude ido ya gani yanzu ya sani hatta malamin da ke koyarwa primary school na community LEA primary school yau ya san cewa wannan malamin ba baya kai ɗansa wannan makaranta
au makarantar da yake koyarwa
ai ina gaya maka kashi 99 na malaman makarantun gwamnati ina gaya maka a arewa ƴaƴansu ba sa zuwa wannan makarantun da suke koyarwa
duk da kuɗin da ake kashewa duk da tawan da su duk da yajin aikin da suke tafiya
ka sani
a ba wai dan sani ba masu kallon mu suna su ne muke yi da wani shirin ba wai dan ni ai wannan shirin ba muna yi da kai bane
to gaskiya ne yanzu misali yau a jaridar yau na mata ko Daily Trust ko wani jarida ne ake cewa gabaki ɗaya primary health care din Najeriya gaba ɗaya.
Wuyan kula da lafiya kenan.
Gaba ɗaya
matakin farko.
Nake ihu a cikin program nake cewa to idan gwamnati ba ta iya yin wannan ba a Najeriya me gwamnati ke wani amfani gwamnati ke wa al'ummar Najeriya? Babu.
Malam kar ce kai dan adawa ne fa.
Ni dan Najeriya ne. Ni dan Najeriya ne ina da incin faɗi. Saboda expectation ɗina da gurin gwamnati na kenan. Ka fahimta ko?
Haka ne kana da wannan yancin.
Idan ka shiga cikin community ɗin ka ɗauko wani ka ce kai baka gansu da magana da ke baka ɗora cikin kujerar nan. Ina tabbatar maka cikin kowane mutane 10 mutum 8 irin maganar da ke shi za su yi maka.
To.
An waye gari sun to sai ka gaya min. in dai kana cikin nan anguwanni in dai ba kana inda mai ta da su inda
suke
irin ku
irin da suke ba inda suke shan wuta ba ne
in ba irin ku ba in dai kana irin community da iri na nake
irin da kuke shan
kai ka sani ka lissafa mun wani benefit gwamnati yanzu take maka dama hakkinka akan ta muhimman guda 4 ne
to da me
na daya a tabbatar an nema maka tsaro na
lafiya da dukiyoyinka na biyu
a tabbatar maka an nemi matsakaicin enabling environment da zaka rayu kai harkokin da ke gabanka
cikin jin daɗi
yana
da alaka da tsaron da yake nan
exactly wannan ina nufin
ko samar da ababen jin daɗi
ka fahimta ko
ruwan sha hanya da sauran
da ka fita waje at least zaka iya samun dan makarantar zaka kai iyayenka a cikin within reach na community
yaranka haka
wanda gwamnati za ta dauki nauyin malaman makarantar ana wadata su littattafai a kalla a wulakanci a ce chok to ina gaya maka yau malaman makarantu wasu suke siya a makarantun da suke koyarwa chok
su suke
ci yawancin makarantu na primary idan zaka je ka tarar da ko roof ba ake kiran roof da Hausa babu
rufin kwano
to kar mu yi da nisa ba primary health care facilities idan ka je ka ga wani guri abin da ake yi
asibitoci kenan kananan
tuntuɓa na farko shine
ko sune zake cewa matakin farko community
zaka iya zuwa ka tarar ba kowa ba kujeran da nas za ta zanna karshen ta ma ba nas din ko ma dai ga ginin nan ya gama rushewa ya lalace
shi yasa wasu suke nuna a hoto za ka gani sai ka dauka ma sharri ne ana nuna hoton asibiti
wata ta nuna kwanaki tace ga fa primary health care da yake garin mu sub-urban ma ta kira gurin ba in aka ce sub-urban
ya fi ba kauye
bane fitik yawa ba kauye bane fitik amma ta nuna ga irin primary health care facility da ke garin su it's embarrassing abun kunya ne abun tozarci ne a gurin duka dan Najeriya
to ai kana da shugabannin su ba su jin kunya ne
ina na sani idan dai suna jin kunya tsakani da Allah idan dai suna jin kunya bai kamata a zo a tar da irin waɗannan abubuwan ba yau Ghana jiya nan nake kallon bidiyo matan Ghana suna zagin Najeriya saboda Najeriya ta zama wayo na Allah
ban gane ba
ba komai in kasan gudu suke zuwa kasashen waje wai yau har dabara ta fashe bara wai in Najeriya da suke neman mafaka a Ghana saboda Najeriya ba su iya business su kai kwance ba ko tsabagen haraji da aka dora ɗan Najeriya yanzu ya isa ɗan Najeriya ce ya gudu ya bar Najeriya
in yana da halin gudu
in yana da halin wannan ma sai kana da halin gudu to irin wayannan abubuwa da masu kama da su su ne suka yi yawa ɗan Najeriya ya bude ido ya gane cewa kai malam wayannan mutanen ba danni suke neman mulkin nan ba
to dan wasu suke neman
kansu
to amma kuma ga
shi yasa dukkan su ban ce wai wasu su ba dukkan su ba wanda ƴaƴan suke karatu a Najeriya suna ba ma ƴaƴansu ilimi na zamani mai kyau.
Ka yi bincike ne ko dai kana shaci faɗi ne?
To sai ka gaya mun.
A'a ba zan gaya maka ba. Ai masu kallon mu su za su yi mana hukunci ba ni zan hukunci ba.
To su
ina so ne.
To na so su su yi hukunci ba kai ba.
Dan yanzu kana cewa kai ba kwanka sai da zakara. Ma'ana baka faɗin magana sai da hujja.
Yawwa.
Don ko haka ne. Ai ina ganin cewa su masu kallon mu
kai ka faɗa mu. Yanzu a ji haka. Na'am.
Baka yarda cewa wato kana faɗin magana ne kawai babu hujja.
Zan gaya maka. Mutum ɗaya da ya gwada yin haka akan idonmu abin ya dame shi sai shi bari ya gwada da kansa yayi aka dinka ma ɗansa lokacin yana gwamna aka dinka ma ɗansa uniform din makaranta na primary school ina jin angon sarki primary school aka ce yaran aka fara sa yaran ina jin da ya wata ɗaya yana zuwa yaran nan aka daina ganin shi
saboda me
ai ba zai yiwu yaron gwamna ce da zuwa public school ba a takaice ne bari ma kyautata musu abin nan bai kai wata shida yaron ne yana zuwa wannan makarantar ba
saboda
ba zai yiwu ba
me dalili
ba irin environment da yasu za su yi karatu ba ne sannan babu facilities kafin ma a kai shi ma dan inganta wannan makarantar kenan to amma alhamdulillah shi wannan mutum da yake maganar sa gaskiya a lokacin sa ya kokari ya ga ya dawo da martaban ilimi a jihar an je an yi renovating makarantu ka fahimta ko saboda shi ko da ya hawo mulkin ya zo da tsarinsa to irin su guda nawa muke da shi na san Allah ya ji kan marigayi Umaru tsohon shugaban kasa Umaru Musa shi yar addu'a lokacin da yake gwamna shi ma ya irin kokarin sa na farfado da ilimi yanzu babu abin da yake ci tuwo talaka tuwo a kwaliya musamman talakan Najeriya kamar abu ukun nan tsaro ilimi lafiya duk an hana shi ni ina cikin communities din da lalle waɗanda suke buƙatar a ce sun samu nawa ne a wadace amma ina gaya maka yawan makarantu na private waye nake gaya ne kwanaki dinga da ce kai yanzu fa makarantar private fa hawa ne akwai tun daga a Kaduna dai ban san Abuja ba akwai tun daga kan 30,000 zuwa 40 zuwa 100 zuwa 100 to har ana samun
daidai kudin ka daidai
shagalin ka kuma duk
kamar wutar lantarki
duk yana cikin anguwannin talakawan nan saboda wani kila dan kasuwa ne zai iya kai ɗansa makaranta kila ƴaƴansa 5 zai iya kai su makarantar 30,000 to akwai wanda a kasuwa ma shi ya dan bunƙasa zai iya kai ƴaƴansa makarantar da suke 50,000 makarantun da gwamnati yanzu yara sai dai su je su dawo ba abin da suke samu ni da
ba ilimin kenan
babu
a to me yasa su malaman me yasa iyayen ba za su tawaye ba ko su yi zanga-zanga saboda sun san cewa ana biyan su har ma ba a biya su albashi ba na wasu wani su ne su
zanga-zanga yana ce a Najeriya zanga-zanga na ce a Najeriya ina zuwa
neman yanci
babban zanga-zangan da aka yi da ya kamata a ce ta sayar shine yan sas din nan
abin da nake nufi idan iyayen yara waɗanda ba su iya kai ƴaƴansu makarantun kuɗi sai public school wato bugarin gwamnati kuma sai suka lura cewa ai malaman ba ƴaƴansu a waɗannan makarantun ai ya kamata bai kamata kawai su kwanta su ta su
ya kamata su yi zanga-zanga
a'a su dauki mataki ko ba na zanga-zanga ba su nuna cewa gwamnati tana biyan su albashi gwamnati tana daukan su har wasu ana ba su training har wasu kwasa-kwasai suke zuwa kuma har wasu ana musu ƙarin girma an wasu jihohin ba a musu ba wasu jihohi suna yi don ba a taru an zama ɗaya ba to kuma sai a zauna kawai shikenan malami ƴaƴan shi ba sa makaranta kuma ni da ɗaya suke makaranta ya tafi yajin aiki kuma in zura ido na karo
ma da gaske kake yi ni da ban sani ba
ai ba magana ba tukuna wato wannan shiri ka gane cewa kila har yanzu baka gane manufar shiri ba shirin ba muna yi dan ni da kai bane to ya kake challenge cina ko ni ne na faɗa ba ai muna bari shi ne jama'a su mana hukunci su ne yayan da suke to amma kake cewa kake maida shi a kaina
to aje an yadda misali ai azumi ni dai a sani na a yanzu da wuya ba zai faɗi ni jihar da na sani babu wani inda ake kai wani malamin primary school a ce wai ya je training babu shi
amma dai ana bayan albashi ana biyan albashi ta tukuna
ana biyan albashi to amma ka tuna
ana biyan shi albashi amma ƴaƴan shi ba su a makaranta
saboda haka ba da yanci a matsayin sa dan Najeriya ai ya san ba a wadatar da makarantar da yake koyarwa da abubuwan da zai ba ma ɗansa ilimi ba ka fahimta ko amma
yana tukuna ai muna magana ma akan zabe ne ni muna anguwan da misali muna da kansila muna da dan majalisa na jiha muna da dan majalisa na tarayya muna da sanata duk suna wakiltar mu ne sai mu ga cewa ga halin da ilimi kuma mun san cewa ilimi shine kashin bayan rayuwar kowane ba na san malamai ba za su ji dadin wannan maganar da ke amma ba ina yi don su ji dadi bane in kai kana yi ne don su yaba maka kai ka iya magana cewa ga ƴaƴan su ba su a wani makaranta na ilimi inda suke koyarwa inda ake biyan su albashi amma su ne suke zuwa yajin aiki idan ba a biya su na wata ɗaya ba ko wata biyu to ina ganin cewa ba su yi ma kansu adalci ba su yi ma ƴaƴan talakawa da ke karatu a makarantar adalci ba wannan fahimta ta ce amma wani na iya samun fahimta na daban musamman shi malamin da yake rage ma tsawo yana ganin cewa shi ba abin da ya dame shi tun da dai duk da jike cewa ba a biyan shi albashi a kan karo amma yana da iya kuɗin zai har hada da kuɗin matarsa da kuɗin sana'ar da ƴaƴansa ke yi ko shi kanshi yake yi ya biya ma ƴaƴansa kuɗin makaranta a makarantu masu zaman kansu to sai ina ganin cewa akwai matsala saboda kana da kansila kana shugaban karamar hukuma kana da wakilan wakilai kana da ɗan majalisar dattawa kuma kai nan gaba ka ce wa gwamnonin nan kakaf suna kai 'ya'yansu karatu ne a makarantar kuɗi kar ka dawo kan malaman kai ka tabbatar cewa malaman kashi 90 da wani abu ba sa biya kuma nace to su iyaye ba sa ɗaukar mataki har akwai ƙungiyoyin iyaye da malaman makaranta ba a iya tattauna wannan abun ka kuma ce babu wani ilimin da ake koyarwa to malaman da aka ɗauke su ba haƙƙinsu bane su koyar yadda ya kamata din ba kamar yadda kake faɗi ba ka sauka muna tattaunawa
ne ina jiran ka ne ka tsaka
saboda ina ganin da shi yasa kaga bai yana da dalili kenan ashe zaben nan na primary na shafa fage yana da muhimmancin gaske domin su ne zamu zaba kai kuma ka ce an zaba na kirki to za a ga abin kirki ma'ana kenan ba a zaben na kirkin tunda ba su iya magana sun kare wannan matsalar da ke cin mana tuwo a ƙwarya ba ni da kai da masu kallon mu sun san cewa duk al'ummar da ta yi wasa da ilimi to ta shiga uku wannan al'umma kuma shi abin da kake bayani sai ina ganin cewa kamar mun shiga uku ne to amma muna ganin cewa ko ina ganin cewa akwai matakin da za a dauka domin a gyara al'amarin kuma gyaran nan ba zai zo gwamnati ita kadai ba, mu da iyayen yara da sauran al'ummar gari da sauran shugabanni kowa yana da irin gudunmawar da zai bayar domin a gyara al'amarin. Kuma ni ina ganin inda za mu gyara shine a fara gyara ta tun zaben nan na share fage da muke magana akai. Kila idan muka zaɓi shugabanni na gari kila za su yi wancan gyara da muke
to kaga kada inda nake duk waɗannan matsalolin da shi malaman makarantar dama su ne talakawan ai da sauran mutanen gari ko ƙananan ma'aikatan gwamnati ko wasu abubuwa ne duk maganar zanga-zanga ko kuma su ɗauki mataki to ai shi ne yanzu aka kai ga matakin. Shi yasa nake so in gaya maka cewa yanzu ido ya buɗe sun san ba su ake yi ba, babban zanga-zangar su shine su gani a kuri'a. Shi yasa duk inda na samu dama na kan faɗi yau yaƙin ba na siyasa na jam'iyyu bane, yaƙi ne na tsakanin gwamnati da tsakanin gwamnati da mai ci da 'yan Najeriya da suka san halin da suke ciki. Saboda babu wani roman da demokuraɗiyya da dai talaka, ai na ɗauko wannan ne a matsayin misali. Ka fahimta? Ina talaka yake samun angazawa daga gurin gwamnati akan maganar lahiyansa. Shi yasa kaga fake drugs sun yawa a chemist ɗinmu. Da lokacin da gwamnati ke bada magunguna isassu a asibitocin mu, janin magani gwamnati ke kaiwa asibitoci. To yanzu ba a kaiwa. Mutane ba sa zuwa asibiti saboda sai dai su je bakin kemis su je su siyo fake wani masara za a jika a ce shine maka flagyl ka je ka siya. An hada da wasu chemical ka sha kaga jikin mutum ya paralyze.
To ka ga akwai.
To ka gani saboda haka ba ta samun wani contribution.
Kaga kuma akwai hukumi da yawa. Akwai hukumi da yawa na gwamnati wanda ake so ya kamata su tabbatar ana yin magunguna masu kyau.
Ba shakka.
Kuma kaga kenan idan ba su yi ba ita gwamnati ta sauke haƙƙinta saboda ta ba su wuka da nama su har su hukunta waɗanda suke kaman fake drugs din wato magunguna da jabu. In ba su gudanar da aikinsu ba kaga akwai matsala. Haka duka wasu abubuwa da suke faruwa na makarantun idan mutum bai gudanar da aikinsa ba akwai matsala, tunda kila ko malaman ma suna da abin da ake cewa supervisor masu sa ido akan yadda suke aikin koyarwa. To amma dai kamar yadda muke cewa turan gini kamar kai ma yadda ka tabbatar turan gini turan zane, tun lokacin da za a zaben al'umma a zaɓi sahihan al'umma waɗanda su za su iya sa ido, su za su iya damuwa da idan sun ga ilimi a yankunan su yana ja baya za su tsaya su bincike su gano menene su ɗauki mataki na gyara. Ba wai siyasa muke yi a nan ba, amma mun san cewa ba duka gwamnonin suka taru suka zama ɗaya ba. Akwai ɗaya ko biyu ko uku ko ma fiye da haka, musamman ma inda muke ba da ƙarfi a nan arewa da za a iya cewa wasu kila za a ce sun yi rawan gani. Amma ko ma sun yi rawan gani ko ba su yi rawan gani ba, ai al'ummar da suke kallon mu a wannan shiri za su iya faɗin albarkacin bakin su, ma'ana za su iya tabbatarwa maganar da muke hakan ne koko a akwai gyara.
Maganar gaskiya dai kamar yadda na gaya maka a dai sani na gwamna ɗaya ya yi yunkuri ya yi ƙoƙarin sa. Akwai makarantu na secondary school ya zazzaɓe su a kowane me ake cewa ne ya gyara senatorial district ya gyaggyara su, kamar Goma College Kaduna ta samu benefitin da wannan. Akwai menene Memorial College ya samu wannan makarantu dai muhimmai an zazzaɓe su an inganta su da shoransu. A secondary school primary school da yawa an je an yi renovating an gyaggyara blackboard, amma kasa an ce in dambu ya yawa bai jin mai saboda an dade an yi sakaci an dade abin ya ci ko
yawa idan da za shi da ya soma wanda kake cewa in ma ni ma da nazo na kafa da na ci gaba wani ma ya karba ya ci gaba wataran za a ce wannan ba matsala ba
to kaji to abin da ba sa yi kenan to daga ne shi kuma talaka ya gane cewa to mutanen nan fa gaskiya ba ta ni suke ba, saboda haka ni ma yanzu musamman da aka kawo maganan ba wani consensus kaza a je a yi.
Wato kana ganin wannan magana da wannan mataki da Tinubu ya dauka akan yan majalisa ai daidai kenan daga alama daga bakinka.
Ni na fi so a yi kato a bayan katon ai. Ina gaya maka. Ai consensus din ana ke dora maka wanda bai dace ba.
Kamar lokacin delegate ne.
Yawa amma yanzu
su kuma kaga delegate in yaje ya dawo
abin da ya fi ajinsa da shi yake aiki wanda ya fi biyan sa kai za ka bani $5 $500 in na fita in nan ta bani $1,000 to na manta ka fa haba ai shi ne delegate ai shi ne delegate
shi kai magana da tigana jikin masu haddasa matsalar kenan.
Ina ga maka misali abin da suke yi kenan ba muna describing halayen delegate din, shi yasa ai ba a delegate din, shi yasa yanzu aka ce ko ai consensus ko a yi ƙato a bayan ƙato ko ba haka bane ba.
Malam Ibrahim
ƙato a bayan ƙato
idan ka lura yanzu a consensus ɗin da kake cewa wanda yake na san wasu ba za su so a yi ƙato bayan ƙato ba saboda me saboda matsalar da ke tattare da shi. Matsalar da yake tattare da shi wasu za su ji kunya saboda ba sa son jin kunyan nan sai aka ce ayi consensus shi consensus kuma sai an sa zuciya hatta ƴan kwamitin da zaka sa a consensus
suna consensus
sun zama delegate
sune suka dauki matsayin delegate
yawa
sune suka dauki matsayin delegate din
bata mutu da balance kenan
kuma inda shi talaka zai samu daman ya zabo wanda yake ganin zai dan kwatanta mishi adalci
ta ce ya karba fa amma
ai muna magana kato bayan kato
to
ai ka rika tsayawa sauka
ba maganan wancan maganar da ka faɗa
shi talaka abin da zai ki mishi adalci kana ji ko shine a yi wannan kato a bayan katon ba da yana da katon sa na memba ba sai ya zo ya ce to ni Malam Abdullahi ne
shi kana ganin kato bayan kato ba za a amfani da kuɗi ba abin da kake so ka ce kenan
to ba dai kamar yanda ai suna in wani ya karba ka suna wani ba zai karba ba
in wani ya karba ya share bakin shi wani ko ya karba zai abin da yake so
wani kuma ba zai abin da yake so kuma wani kuma zai ma karban ba to idan aka
kila ma ka da kila ba su da
yawa to za a samu kusa da abin da ake bukata amma consensus din nan fa su manyan za su dubi wanda suke ganin zai musu irin aikin da suke so
kana zamani yanzu an zo consensus din nan wanda gwamnati ya tsira a primary aka kilarin din sa sauran da suka sai form ba su yi aikin baban giyo ba
sun yi mana an musu adalci gaskiya kaga kuma bai zama demokradiya ba ai dama da kuti democracy is a game of numbers ai ka fahimta ko consensus is
number din ne in ka lura number din ne ba sa so a yi musamman shi yasa ba a san
to ai kuma shi muke so kuma na ji daɗin a cikin su din ƴan manyan ƴan siyasan da su ma daga baya suka yi me ake cewa tsayan baya sai su ma fa ba sa
da kayan ba
kwarai kuwa
ai yawanci ka san shi yasa muka faɗa a farkon shirin nan cewa yawanci ƴan majalisar da na tarayya da na wakilai kenan da na sanatoci saboda rashin jituwa da ba sa yi da gwamnoninsu cikinsu ya ɗoruruwa domin wannan abin zai shafe su sosai
ba kaɗan ba ina gaya maka kuma zai iya zaɓen su ma da kansa ɗin a matsayin gwamnonin ai wannan ko idan aka in ba a yi consensus ɗin nan ba wanda abin zai fi shafa shine waɗanda suke kan makaman yanzu musamman
wanda suke so su koma
musamman gwamnonin
wanda suke so su koma
dama da sun samu daman su ne da su za a yi aiki kuma a yi sauran zaben shi dai shugaba his excellency shi ya riga ya haye dama babu wani wanda zai iya ja da shi a APC nan babu kai ka sani ko da yanzu akwai wasu guda ɗaya ko guda biyu a ce su ma sun je sun su form ka san duka kamar yadda na gaya maka sunan su mene
Samfoti ake mana
Samfoti ake
ba san kowa ake mana kenan
ba san kowa ne kawai kaɗan daga abin da za ku kalla zuwa gobe ga ɗan kaɗan daga cikin abin da za ku kalla zuwa
gobe
in lokaci zuwa gobe shi ne ma'anar Samfoti
ya shekara ta 2027
kai ka fasa shi ne turai kace some parts some portion yawa to abin da ke nan ke faruwa Najeriya yan siyasan mu gaskiya sun sha babban da yan siyasan kowane bangare a duniyan nan dama shi siyasa
kana nufin Najeriya namu akwai matsala kenan
akwai matsala na daidai tukunna tun daga bari mu tsallake 1999 bayan an yi first tenure na 1999 zuwa 2011 to akwai certain level of ideology a cikin harkar siyasar mutane a lokacin nan amma bayan an dawo kashi na biyu aqida yawa aqida amma bayan an dawo kashi na biyu gabaki da al'amarin siyasar Najeriya ya canza na daidai tukunna sai zama na siyasa ne na loyalty na godfatherism ko da akwai godfatherism amma godfatherism kadai bai isa kai ka ci ba amma daga baya bayan an gama 1999 to 2003 ne ko ko ba
2011
na farkon administration na Olusegun Obasanjo
shine nace 2003 shine zo second term
yawa saboda an dauki abin daga burbudin sunan zamanin shagari shi din akai ideology din aka dan bi bisa wannan turban ne ma wayanda suka gina ainihin PDP din su marigayi shawayar Adwa ba Umar din ba Shehu din ai su ne asas din ainihin PDP din da kanta ka fahimta ko to da wannan akidancin aka gina ta amma bayan an zo 2003 da aka zo second tenure gabaki daya saboda jagorancin da aka samu sai ya zama na siyasa ne na saboda wanda aka samu ya jagoranci mulkin kasa sai abin ya zama na godfatherism
saboda shi kanshi a majalisar kasa ma misali a majalisar an cancanza su duk wanda yake bin wannan tafarkin sa
to za a
kare demokradiya to za a bar shi
a baya to da wannan yayi mana katutu sai kuma corruption
kama karya
sai kuma corruption ya shigo sai aka fara siyasar tsabagen kuɗi to in ko zaka yi siyasar tsabagen kuɗi da zaran ka samu mukami me tunaninka ka nemo kuɗin
to gashi kuma shi yasa har yanzu da aka zo Tinubu aka cire subsidy aka ce za a kyautata ma al'umma za a samu sauki
sai ka ji shiru
to baka ji shiru ba kai ne ka ji shiru gwamnoni su kan sun ji dudumdum na Kazaure ba wai na wane ne dan jani ka wane ne wakiltan mazaban da na jihar Jigawa wane ne Kazaure dan Kuraji Kazaure yace idan ka ji ana didi a cikin waya to karamar alat ne amma babban zaka ji dudum ne
to kaga
gwamnoni dai sun shaida su dum ne ina jin ma shine kila ya baiwa shugaba Ahmed Bola Tinubu karfin gwiwa cewa yana ganin cewa kamar kuma gaskiyan shi ne dan suna da control suna da sai a wannan sai dai kuma kamar yadda kai kuma kake cewa kida ta canza dole rawa ta canza wato ba kamar yadda yake zato cewa gwamnoni suna da control za su iya karya kowa.
Ina gaya maka Alhaji Abdullahi wannan karan ba taɗin wasa ba za a sha mamaki. Za a sha mamaki saboda ai da tun daga 2003 zuwa yanzu ana ganin cewa ai governors har shugaban kasa da kansa ya zo ya saki jiki da karfin gwamnoni har sun fara tunanin in gwamnati rike gwamnoni ba zan kai labari ba. Yes, the belief.
Shi yasa ma ya tutura musu kuɗi har musu gori cewa maimakon talakawa su zura ma gwamnatin tarayya ido ya kamata su koma jiha yawa saboda ya san kuɗin da yake ba.
Tripling fa yace jaridar shekarun jiya na duba na gani ya ce ya yi tripling
abin da suke samu kuma da kuɗin da ake samu ne daga ranar mai dinnan da aka yi ce shine sai aka karkatar ana ganin cewa to amma shi kamar yadda yake bayani an ba su kuɗin nan ne domin su aiwatar da wasu ayyuka da za su kyautata rayuwar al'umma a jihohin su.
Ai maganin da muke yin kenan to da sanin wannan kaga ya da kan mutane kai mu ma yan jaridu mun yi kokarin mun faɗa mun faɗa cewa ku rika bibiyan halayen gwamnoninku
suna to ai ba su zama
kada kullum ku ce
yawancin suna gwamna suna yawancin gwamnonin an ce suna nan a Abuja ba kaɗan ne suke komawa jihohin.
Ina gaya maka yanzu kusan shekara 8 kai tun zamanin Buhari Allah ya ji kare gwamnoni da yawa a Abuja suke mulkin su.
Daga Abuja suke mulki.
Da dama ina ga maka tun zamanin nan. Kaga a lokacin nan din disciplinarian mutane sun yi tunani ni na taba maganar nan. Nace ya kamata ya tsawatar musu kada ya yadda kowane gwamna ya rika kwana a Abuja. Ya je can jihar mutanen da yake mulki ya zanna ya kwana cikin su.
Ai democracy yana da iko haka. Gaskiya za a ce democracy.
I don't think the constitution allows them ba mu sani ba amma I don't think kana gwamnan jiha amma ka yanzu mana media constituency ɗinka kullun kana Abuja me kake yi to?
Yana hada waya.
To ya dace kenan irin ku suke so
ba mu ga daure
gaskiya
ba mu daure giri ba
to hujja wani kulle waya da zaka yi gwamnatin tarayya ta san hakkokinka a matsayinka na gwamna ko ka zo ko baka to in ka zo ka zo mana kai kwana 3-4 ka koma bayan ka kukulla waya
wasu
ba za ka zo ka tare
wasu ba sa tarewa ai ba duka ne suke tare
shine ai shi yasa ni ce ma wasu da yawa a cikin su da yawa a cikin wasu ne ai idan misali a cikin 10
an samu guda
idan aka samu ko da 5 aka samu zan iya cewa da yawa tun at least an raba a tsakiya
to ka
bai ta so ko saboda haka ku ƴan talakawan arewa da na Najeriya gaba daya ku daina yawan kuka da gwamnatin tarayya da shugaban kasa of course babban alhakin yana kan shi amma shi kuma ya fito ya clearin kansa ya faɗa a jarida in ƙarya yake zai fito su ƙaryata shi
cewa ba haka yake
ya ce ya ba da kuɗi ya ninka ba so 2 ya ninka so 3 kuma yana ba da kuɗin ne domin a yi muku ayyuka da zai inganta rayuwanku ya inganta makarantar yayanku da primary health care facilities ɗin gurin rikansu idan ba a yi
ku fito fili su faɗa
ku fito fili ku faɗa idan ba za ku fito fili ku faɗa ba ina za ku zama
da ran zaɓe
yawwa ku zo ku yanke hukunci
kuma shi to amma gashi muna faɗin cewa kila ba zaben adalci ake ba ana zaben rashin adalci na jihar share fage kuma ba jam'iyyar APC ba duka ma
jam'iyyun kwarai kwa
to ya za a lalubo hanyoyin gyara wannan al'amari ganin cewa duka ƴaƴan jam'iyyun guda biyu wa ƴaƴan jam'iyyun fiye da ma biyu ma'ana ba wai APC da ADC kawai
yawanci jam'iyyun
akwai wannan matsala na fidda ƴan takara a ganin ka ta yaya tunda mun faɗi matsalolin
yadda
za a samu mafita
ɗaya daga cikin samun mafitan shine su 'yan siyasan da kansu sun samu mana mafita ta farko da suka nuna ba su yadda ba da consensus sai an yi primary ɗin ƙato a bayan ƙato su sun gama nasu ka bayyanta ko
a'a mu tsaya mu fahimci tsarin shi consensus yana cikin dokar zaɓe ta shekara ta 2026.
Na'am.
Sun ce ai wannan ko wannan.
Ko ai wannan.
Idan zaɓen share fage na consensus ya gagara. Kasan yanzu gwamnonin da suka sai fom mu ɗauki gwamnonin misali suna zuwa suna ta kilayarin ɗin kansu. Amma amince ka cika ka'idojin za ka iya tsaya takara. Kuma in an samu cewa kila jam'iyya ɗan da na wanda ake da na gwamna mai ci yanzu da wasu wanda ka ce cikin su ma har akwai na bogi. To idan an samu irin wannan shine za a je a consensus. Idan an kasa consensus shine za a je kato bayan kato. To kaga irin wannan kuma a na jam'iyya ne a jam'iyya level ba wai zaben kasa baki ɗaya bane. Shine za a yi wannan. Zaben kasa baki daya wani abu ne kuma daban, amma wannan zabe na primaries na jam'iyyu shine za a yi wannan tsari a yi ba batun delegate wajen tsaye da dan takara daga dai consensus wanda jama'a suka haɗa gemu da gemu suka amince ko kuma wanda ka fi so din nan kato bayan kato shine za a yi a primary kenan.
An sa ɗaya muke magana da kai ni abin da nake cewa
wannan ga da jama'a
ne da kafin yanzu tsari uku ne, ko a yi consensus ko a yi wannan ƙato bayan ƙato ko kuma a yi na delegate, ko ba haka bane? To yanzu electoral law sai ya fidda ɗayan babu maganan delegate. Yanzu ko ƙato bayan ƙato ko consensus ko ƙato bayan ƙato, ko ba haka bane?
Shine muka yi bayani shi kanshi consensus yana da nakasu.
Dole dai a cikin saboda ba abin da ba ni kasu, amma sai a duba wanne fi sauki. Duk tsarin dai ba na Allah bane, akai ka san dama ba a yadda za ka fitar da magana na kasa a cikin shi. Sai dai ka duba wanda yafi gwami yafi sauki. Shi yasa ni nace in har misali consensus din bai yiwu ba, in dole ne sai an yi kato bayan kato shi yafi. Ai su wayannan ko da yake saboda son ransu,
yawa
ko da yake saboda son ransu suka so ayi wannan,
saboda ba za su so kato bayan kato saboda wasu su za su kunya.
Kwarai kuwa to duk da haka sai mu ce
to ina gwamnati kuwa kaga zan yadda in ji kunya. Amma ai mun adalci.
Kwarai kuwa.
Saboda haka biye da yin shigan fito.
Ina jin condition din da suka ba shi shugaban kasan kenan tun farko.
To
mu ban kana so mu kuma tunda ka yarda da karfin mu collectively as gwamnoni a karkashin APC. To mun yarda zamu baka goyon bayan da kake tunanin zamu iya baka. Ba ma kake tunani ba ka san zamu iya baka. Amma mu kuma mu ma kamar yadda kake so ka dawo fa. Ma fa muna so mu dawo. Kamar yadda ka so mu ma mu haɗa kai da kai mu baka, to mu ma fa
ana nufin ko wani ya ci zaben za a danne a basu kenan ko me kake so ka ce?
A'a ai control ne. Ai control ne. Ka fahimta ko?
Ya suna da isassun kuɗi a hannunsu.
Duk da haka kana buƙatar 'yan siyasan da za su yi maka aiki.
Kwarai.
Kana buƙatar wanda ko ka hau kai za su zama kamar safanu na aiki. Ka fahimta ko? Ko suna majalisar tarayya senate ko suna house of national assembly ne su zama kasfanun aiki, za ka samu biyan, za ka yi aikin biyan bukatan ka da su. Ina yanzu haka wasu gwamnonin waɗanda suke gurin ba sa yi musu biyayya yadda suke so.
Ai shi yasa muka ce wasu cikin su ya ɗori ruwa.
Ya ɗori ruwa
a yan majalisa kenan.
Kwarai kuwa.
Su kuma gwamnonin su ma cikin su ya ɗori ruwa idan shugaban ƙasa bai ba su goyon baya ba suna iya shiga cikin wani hali.
Shi yasa maganan gaskiya.
Ashe kenan wannan maganan da kai ya nuna kenan ashe ba su yi laifi ba. Yanzu wajen gwamnoni 31 ne ko da biyu ne ma wanda suka koma APC. To ashe su da akwai kyakkyawan manufa saboda za su sami biyan bukata ko da ta san zuciya ce.
Ta ai ban gane me kake nufi ba tukuna.
Wanda yasa mutane suke tsalle wasu gwamnati suke tsalle daga jam'iyyunsu suna koma jam'iyya mai mulki APC saboda wancan assurance da suke ganin za su samu daga wajen shugaban kasa. Ma'ana tunda ana shi ya nada shugaba da ya amince da nadin wasu abubuwa kaga kenan ana yin abin da ake so a yi domin wasu ko da ba jama'an suka zabe su ba za a dora su akan su.
Ai shi yasa kaga kamar gwamnan Kano ya ɗauki lokaci kafin ya gaba shawara ya koma APC din saboda yana tunanin kada in koma kuma a ce aini sabon shigowa ne a ce ba za a bani tikiti ba ko fumara ai duk sun yi wannan tunanin saboda lokacin su ma yan jami'in suna ganin fa mu fa akwai lokacin ma da suka faɗi cewa duk wanda zai zo sabo to fa ba zai zo kuma ya zo ya danne waɗanda dama suna da wannan burin ba daga shigowansa dan kawai yana gwamna daga shigowansa ya ce dole sai an bashi takara kaga wannan ma dan sha kawo ya kai ruwa rana
ko a jam'iyyar APC
ko a jam'iyyar APC nake magana kafin wayannan gwamnati wasu daga cikin kafin su koma in ka tuna shi gida na Kano ai ya dauki dogon lokaci ayi nan a je meeting a dawo a zanna a tattauna
A duk lokacin da al'amura suka shige muku duhu domin gano bakin zaren da samun haske, hanya ɗaya ce ta samun gamsasshiyar amsa a shirin siyasar Najeriya yau don kawar muku da sarƙaƙƙiyar sukar da kuka kasa fahimta. Siyasar Najeriya yau na P&B TV shiri ne da ke tattaro jigajigan 'yan siyasa da masu riƙe da madafin iko tare kuma da masana al'amuran yau da kullum domin taruwa a farfajiyar tsage gaskiya da ninkaya a kogin shiri da nazari a cikin hango nesa kusa. Ana tattaunawa ne domin samun mafita, ko da murya za ta yi sama ta yi ƙasa, za a ci kwalar juna, duk kuwa domin neman mafita na samun maslaha ga Najeriya da al'ummar da ke cikinta. Shirin siyasar Najeriya yau.
Bonjour la classe, bonjour mes élèves. Aujourd'hui, on est là encore. C'est notre jour d'apprendre nos langues de français. Good morning class, good morning my students. Today is another day for us to learn French, in our French class, to learn some new things as usual. Before we introduce a new topic, we are going to have a recap of what we did last week. Avant de commencer cette classe d'aujourd'hui, on va toujours, comme d'habitude, pour un peu regarder ce qu'on a fait la dernière semaine. Comme ça va nous aider d'apprendre les nouvelles choses d'aujourd'hui. Donc, pour le commencement, like as we did last week, we began with some questions, asking simple questions like, comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles means in English, what are you called or what is your name? If you hear someone asks you, comment tu t'appelles, the person is only asking to know what your name is or what you are being called. Then you immediately say your name. And in saying that in French, you say, je m'appelle, then you now add the name. You mention the name. Je m'appelle Arokotom. Je m'appelle Ebe Sunday, or je m'appelle Josie Benjamin. And so on and so forth. So again, comment tu t'appelles means, what are you called? Then we went further to learn how to ask another question. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Qu'est-ce que c'est? Qu'est-ce que c'est in French means, what is it? For example, you are seeing something and you want to know what that thing is. You ask, qu'est-ce que c'est? What is it? Then in answering that, in responding to this question, you begin with c'est. C'est. C'est mon ami. That means it's my friend. Or you say, c'est mon école. That is my school. C'est mon frère. It's my brother. And so on and so forth. We learned all those. And we went on to learn some polite ways of asking questions. For example, we went on to learn polite ways of making statements to ask something that will easily be given to us. For example, if you want to ask someone is traveling, you can say bon voyage. Bon voyage, that means the person is traveling. You are only greeting the person by saying bon voyage. That means safe trip or safe journey. Again, we learned au revoir. Au revoir. At the end of the day, you are done with the day's work, or you have closed from school, you are going back home, you say au revoir. Au revoir means goodbye. Au revoir means what? Goodbye. Again, we learned how to say bienvenue. Someone is coming into your home, or someone is giving a knock on the door. What do you tell the person? In English, you say, come in. Or you now tell the person, you are welcome. So in French, you say, bienvenue. Bienvenue. That means what? Welcome. So we mentioned all those ones. And I'm sure, as I encouraged us in the last class, to be able to ask questions for more clarifications, as we always be there to respond to your questions. I hope you did that. Today we are going into a new topic altogether. Okay, sorry about that. Last week also, we learned the months of the week. The months of the week. In French, they are called les mois d'année. Les mois d'année. We begin with January up to what? December. We made mention of Janvier, which is January, Janvier, February, Mars, May, Avril, May, June, Juillet, Août, that's August, September, October, November, December. I hope you got all that. But never mind, as I always tell us, that French is a little bit complicated. So we are not too fast. We shouldn't be in a hurry to learn it. On va apprendre ça lentement. Comme ça, on va vite apprendre ce que je veux vous dire. Donc, aujourd'hui, on va faire une autre nouvelle chose. So today, as I said, we are going to begin with a new topic altogether. And what is the topic? What is our topic today? So let's see the topic today. Our topic today, since we are in a class environment, is a school environment, I want to begin with some of the objects we see in the class. Being students, we need to know some of the objects we see and we make use of in our class environment. Or let me say in our school environment. But before I mention those objects, let us learn what we call school in French. What is school? School is called école. École. E-C-O-L-E. I'm pronouncing in English. E-C-O-L-E. That's école. École means school. As you can see it on the board, it's written. School is école. Then class is what? Class is the same pronunciation as it is in English. Class. But the only difference is the E at the end. Class. So école is school. Class, as in English, the same pronunciation, class, but with E at the end of it in French. Then we have blackboard. Blackboard. As you can see on the board written tableau noir. Tableau is the board itself. The noir is black. When we get to colors, you shall learn that noir is what? Is black in French. So you put the two words to say tableau noir. Tableau noir. Then we have on the board to table. Of course, you sit, you write on a table. Table. Table is called in French tableau. Tableau. Encore tableau. Then we have chair as in English. What do we sit on in a class? We sit on chairs. So chair in class in English, but in French it is pronounced as chairs. Chairs, as you can see on the board, chairs. Then we have shelf. Shelf is normally where you put your books, where maybe the class teacher keeps your books for marking, or the ones that have been marked already, or to preserve some of your extra exercise books or textbooks. Shelf is étagère. Étagère. Shelf in English. In French, we call it étagère. Étagère. Je vais répéter. Shelf, c'est en anglais, et étagère, on dit ça en français. Then let's move on to the next. Again, we have cupboard. In a class, we have cupboard as well. A cupboard is where other extra writing materials are being kept. We have cupboard in English, but in French, it's being pronounced as l'armoire. L'armoire. Je vais répéter ça encore. L'armoire. Ça veut dire cupboard in English. L'armoire. Then, of course, you have dictionary. A very good class setting must have a dictionary where students go back to search for new words, to learn new words, their meanings, and even their use. So, dictionary in English. In French, it is called le dictionnaire. Le dictionnaire. Again, what do we call it? Dictionary in French. We call it le dictionnaire. Je répète, le dictionnaire. Then we move on to textbook. Textbook. Textbook in French is called le manuel scolaire. Le manuel scolaire. You can see it looks longer than it's supposed to be, but that's just how it is written. Le manuel what? Scolaire. Then we have exercise books. Exercise book. Exercise book is called in French le cahier d'exercice. Le cahier d'exercice. That's a book for exercise. That's a literal translation. Le cahier d'exercice. Again, je vais répéter. Le cahier d'exercice. That's exercise book. Let's move on to biro. Biro. Of course, we use biro in writing. Biro in French is called le stylo à billes. Le stylo à billes. But again, you can simply just pronounce it as stylo. Once you say stylo, whoever is listening to you knows that you are referring to what? A biro. So, le stylo à billes. Then we have pencil in English, but in French, pencil is called le crayon. Le crayon. Le crayon. Don't confuse it with English. In English, crayon means what students or pupils use to color whatever drawings they are making under drawing as a subject. But pencil here is in French, le crayon. Le crayon. We move on. I hope you are following me. I believe so. Then we have ruler. Ruler is used for what? For measurement. Ruler is in English. In French, ruler is called la règle. La règle. La règle. Ruler is called in French la règle. La règle. Then we have drawing book. Drawing book is called le cahier de dessin. Le cahier de dessin. That's the book used in what? In designing. That's the literal translation. So I take that again. Le cahier de dessin. Encore, je répète. Le cahier de dessin. Then we have duster. We have duster. Of course, if a teacher is writing on the board, he or she needs to clean the board to write another thing altogether. Duster. Duster is called la blouse. La blouse. The O after the B is pronounced as U, not O as we are seeing it on the board. La blouse. I take that again. La blouse means what? Duster. Then we have graph book. Graph book. Graph book in French is called le cahier de graphe. Le cahier de graphe. You can see S at the end of the graph. In French, the last letters are hardly being pronounced. You write them, but you don't pronounce. That's a common thing in French. So we call graph as le cahier de graphe. So let's go on. But before we conclude the class, I want to believe that you are following what I'm teaching. Avant de conclure cette classe, j'espère qu'on apprend ou bien on apprend ou bien comprend ce que je dis. So before we end the class, today I want to let us have a recap of what we have done once again. As you can see, we said we are learning the objects that we see and make use of in a class environment. And what are they? We began by saying, knowing what a school is being called. A school is a call. Then we say a class. Class is class as pronounced in English, but the difference with E at the end of the spelling of the class. Then we have blackboard. Blackboard is tableau noir in French. Then we have table, tableau. Tableau. We have chair. Chair is chairs. Chairs. Then we have shelf. Shelf is étagère. Étagère. Then we went on again to learn other new objects that we see in the class. Let's go on to those ones. We learned cupboard. Cupboard, that's l'armoire. L'armoire. Then dictionary. Dictionary is le dictionnaire. Le dictionnaire. Then we have textbook. Textbook is le manuel scolaire. Le manuel scolaire. Then we have exercise book. Exercise book is le cahier d'exercice. Le cahier d'exercice. Then we have biro. Biro is in French pronounced as lo stylo habile. Lo stylo habile. As I earlier said, you can as well just mention stylo. Stylo is the same thing as saying lo stylo habile. Then we have pencil. Pencil is called lo crayon. Lo crayon. Let's move on to the last bits of what we learned today. Ruler. Ruler is la règle. La règle. Then we have drawing book. Drawing book is le cahier de dessin. Le cahier de dessin. Then we have duster. Duster is la blouse. La blouse. I said the O is being pronounced as U. Blouse. La blouse. Then we graph book. Graph book is le cahier de graph with the S at the end, but you don't pronounce the graph in French. I said the last letters in French in a word, you don't pronounce them, but you write them. So le cahier de graph. So that's all we have on the objects that we see and make use of in the class for our today's class. Having learned some of those objects, we try to put them, please, into practice as usual. And if there's anything you don't understand, try to ask questions. If you fail to ask questions, there's no way you will learn. So as a good student, always make sure that you ask questions in areas that you don't understand. Donc, avec tout ce qu'on a appris aujourd'hui, on va dire au revoir. À la prochaine. Bonjour la classe, je suis toujours votre Madame Félicité de la langue française. I'm always yours, teacher, Madame Felicia Michael Dunca, in this French class. So we have learned a lot in these few days. And we keep learning, as we all know that in life, one needs to learn so as to what? To know. And in learning, we need to be asking what? Questions. We need to be asking what we call questions. So today, we are going to learn to continue the class we started on a different note altogether. Of course, in every language, there are numbers. There are numbers. Like today is what? Is the 9th of May. We need to know what 9 is. So today we are going to learn numbers from 1 to what? To 20. I'm sure some of you have learned that. But of course, we have to learn the right pronunciations. Donc aujourd'hui, on va apprendre comme notre thème les numéros. Les numéros 1 jusqu'à on va apprendre les numéros, j'ai dit, en français. Donc comme ça, on va bien écouter et apprendre ce qu'on va dire. Donc, we are going to start with number 1. What is 1? 1 in French is un. Un. Again, un is what? 1. Then we have 2. 2 in English. In French is do. Do means what? 2. Do means 2. We have 3. 3 is trois. Trois means what? 3. 3 means trois. Just look at the board very well as I'm talking. Il faut bien regarder le tableau noir pour vite apprendre ce que je dis. S'il vous plaît. 5. 5 is what? 5. 5 is what? 5. As you can see the Q. So the sound of the Q has to come out. 5. Then we have 6. 6. You can see it. The 6 in English has the same spelling as in French. And they are pronounced the same. 6. 6 in French. So that one is very simple. Then we have 7. 7. That's in English. In French, 7 is set. Set. You leave out the P. The P is being silenced. 7 is set. Then we have 8. 8. 8 is wheat. Wheat. A is what? Wheat. Again, 8 in English. In French is wheat. Then we have 9. 9. Letter 9. 9 is what? 9 is nerve. Nerve. Again, nerve. That means what? In English, 9. Then we have this. 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 That's 10 in French. In English, we say 10. But in French is what? Is this. So let me take that again. 1 is N. N. Then we have do. Do. Again, do. 3 is what? Trois. Trois. That's 3. Then we have quatre. Quatre. Listen to my pronunciation and look at my mouth, the movement of my lips. Quatre. Quatre. That's 4. We have cinq. 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 Then we have 6. That one is very simple. 6. That's the same with English. 6. The same spelling, the same pronunciation. Then we have 7. 7 is pronounced in French as sets. As I said, you don't pronounce the P. The P is, the letter P is silenced. Set. Set. That's what? That's 7. Then we have 8. 8. 8 as in English. In French, 8 is wheat. 8 is what? Wheat. Then we have 9. 9 in English. In French, 9 is pronounced as nerve. Nerve. Again, nerve. Then we have 10. 10. 10 is pronounced in French as this. This. Then let's move on to 11 and the rest. 11 is what in French? 11 is onze. Onze. That means what? 11. Again, onze. Then we have 12 in English. 12 in English, in French is pronounced as douze. Douze. Again, douze. Je répète, douze. Ça veut dire quoi en anglais? 12. Then we have 13. 13. 13 as in English. In French, 13 is pronounced as treize. Treize. That's 13. Je répète, 13, that's 13. Then we have 14. 14. 14 is pronounced in French as quatorze. Quatorze. Encore, quatorze. Have you understood that? Or you want me to repeat? Quatorze. That's in French, meaning 14. Then we have 15. 15. 15 is what in French is quinze. Quinze. Again, 15 is quinze. we have 16. 16 is what? Says. 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 You see, the pronunciation differ. They are a little bit complicated, but please listen very attentively. Il faut bien écouter ce que je dis. 16 is what? Says. Then let's move on to the rest. After the 16, we have 17. 17. 17 is what? This set. This set. You can see the this, that means 10. 10 is coming again before 7. So you now, it's like we are adding. We are coming into addition in mathematics. You have D, that's 10, and set. That's 10 and what? And 7. Put them together, you have this set. This set. Then we have 18 as in English. 18. 18 is called what in French? 18. 18. You can see again the 10 added with 8. You have what? You have 18. Meaning 18. Then you have 19. 19. Again. 10 again. Adding 9. You have this nerve. This nerve. This nerve. Then we have 20. 20. 20 is pronounced in French as in 20. 20. So let's go back quickly to the number 1 again. Let's go back quickly to the number 1 again. So as I said, un is what? Is 1 in English. That means 1 is what? Is in. Then we have 2. 2 is do. We have 3, as you can see on the tableau noir on our board. 3 is what? Is 3. Then we have 4 as 4. We have 5 as 5. Then we have 6 as 6. The same pronunciation, same spelling in English. Then we have 7. 7 is set without the P pronounced. Set. Then we have 8. 8 is what? Is wheat. 8 is what? Wheat. We have 9. 9 is nerve. 9 is what? Is nerve. Then we have this. This as in 10 that we call in English. 10 means what? This in French. Then let's move on to 11. 11 is what? Ons. Ons. Then we have 12. 12 is what? Douze. Douze. Then we have 13. 13 is tres. Tres. Then we have 14. 14 is pronounced as 14. 14. Keep looking at the board very well and the movement of my lips. 14. Then we have 15. 15 is what? 15. Is what? 15. Then we have 16. 16 is pronounced in French as says. As what? Says. Have you understood all this? I hope you are following what I'm saying. Keep looking at the board and looking at the movement of my lips, please. Then let's go on to the last bits of what we have. We have 17. 17, as I said, you see the this, that's 10 coming with what? With 7. Having what? This set. Then we have 18. 18 in French is 18. Again, 10 with 8, having this width. Then we have 19. 19 is what? This nerve. This nerve. Then again, we have 20. 20. 20 is what? 20. 20. So I hope we have learned all this today. But before we end the class, if you have any questions, please, I urge us to keep asking and drop your questions on our YouTube and our other social handles, please. I always love to leave my students with something that will remind them of what we have done for the day. So what am I leaving with you today that will make you to remember what we have learned? It's a little bit of a song. Yes, look at the board. You see it on the board. It's a song because I know those of you listening to me At times, if you want to recall something you have learned in school, you remember some of the poems or some of the songs that your teachers taught you. If you remember that, you are able to remember what you are being taught. So the song is there on the board, as you can see. Yes, this is it. As I said, I'll leave you with a song that will make you remember all that you have learned today. Je vais vous laisser avec une chanson qui vous fera vous souvenir de tout ce que nous avons appris aujourd'hui. Then what is the song? I will bless the Lord always and everywhere. I'm sure if you're able to learn this, you know what I've taught you for today, for the week. I will bless the Lord always. That means what? Je bénirai le Seigneur toujours. I love singing. That's why I will be bringing once in a while some of these things or poems. I will bless the Lord always and everywhere. Je bénirai le Seigneur toujours et partout. So it goes this way. Je bénirai le Seigneur toujours et partout. Je bénirai le Seigneur toujours et partout. I take it again. Je bénirai le Seigneur toujours et partout. So that's the end, and that's all we have for today's class. I say goodbye, au revoir to all my students. Have a nice and lovely weekend.
And welcome to P&B Morning Show, where politics meets business and the real issue take center stage. Today, we're looking at two stories that define the state of the nation. Excuse me, I beg your pardon. The screening out of Fubara by the APC and the crack in the APC's governors forum. The political battle in Rivers State has taken another dimension. At first, it was a state of emergency on the governor, Simi Fubara. Then, to his defection to the APC, now he has been excluded as one of the contenders in the APC primaries in Rivers State. This action has raised widespread concern to what might have, transpired in the past that gave rise to this political caricature on a sitting governor. Remember, before now, there has been a serious battle between the FCT minister Yesu Wike and his godson Sim Fubara, the current governor. All right, the question will be, who is behind this executive caricature to a sitting governor? What is the party's leadership doing about it? Could this be the result of a series of, closed-door meetings in the past? What will be the next line of? And Hope Uzodinma of Imo State has dealt a big crack amongst the governors forum. Critics may say, could Bola Ahmed Tinubu come 2027? All right, let the discussion continue as we progress. But this morning, we connect the dots between leadership, accountability, and delivery, because in the end, governance is not just about winning election, it's about making life better. Stay with us. We shall be back to look at what the newspaper have for us. I am Kenneth Chidi, and I still have with me in the studio Mr. Ibrahim Shaibu. Good morning. A very good Monday morning to you, sir.
Morning, Mr. CK. How are you doing?
Oh, so great. How was your weekend?
We thank God. Praise be to Allah.
Yes, I can see you are looking very well.
I can see, despite the fact that you are in black, you are still glowing.
Yes. Black is beautiful, they say.
Of course. Yes, black is beautiful.
We are up and again on a Monday morning. We've been greeted with so many issues. Fubara, the governor.
Exactly.
Staged a walkout.
Which is very, very strange, actually.
A sitting governor.
A sitting governor, not to be involved in screening, not to go through the screening, primary election screening, honestly.
Another unseen hand.
Matter of concern. Of course, there are unseen hand. There is an unseen hand all over the place. I don't want to pluralize the hands, except you have to consider the other variables working for that particular unseen hand.
And before now, we were seeing, internal party tussle.
Exactly.
Bala, this rest of that, this one and that one. They one.
All the parties are suffering from one crisis.
Now, towards the end, getting closer to the election, APC seems to be having the fair share of their own.
Of course.
The Governors Forum. That Wabiodun of